Tony Universe. So this podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Look, we all know what the dating is, right? Well, if you're the owner of a growing business, what if there was a feature like hiring and qualified candidates all at once? It's a zip intro recruiter. You can post your job today and try back video call. We define and zip intro for finding who you want to talk to, meet with great people as soon as the next day. So easy. So easy indeed. So enjoy the benefits of speed hiring with zip intro only from ZipRecruiter, rated the #1. Ranked by you. Try Zip Intro for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Keltoni, and that's ZipRecruiter.com/Keltoni. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. We know this young man. He's lived in Austin for a while. Make some noise for a new minute from Philip Garcia, everybody. Here comes Philip Garcia. Thank y'all. I've been crushing up Plan B and putting it in my girlfriend's eggs every morning. Yeah, she's Latina, so it's a must. She's Catholic, so I have to sneak it in somehow. Yeah. If you really want to think about it, it's like an abortion inside of an abortion, which is even crazier. Also, it's like a $72 egg at this point, you know what I mean? We're in love, though. We're shitting with the door open, which is great. That's good. That's a good place to be. The other day, she got really scared. I think she paid attention for the first time. She walked by and she went, "Oh, when guys shit, their dick and balls go inside the toilet bowl with it." And I was like, "Yeah, that's crazy. You put your mouth on that thing." She was like, "It's in the water and everything." And I was like, "Sadly, we don't have that problem. Thank you for that." Alright, guys. Thank you so much. I'm Philip Garcia. Philip Garcia. I am a little confused. Why would you say that the dick and balls go in the water? If I was like blessed enough, they would probably get. Gotcha. Yes, gotcha. Yeah. Ian, I think you can explain the punchline. Well, Tony, sit down on the toilet. Well, I understand the concept, but I don't understand why she would think that. You also don't understand why you think you're fertile. Yeah, I think. You're wasted playing me, bro. Fair enough, you're right. Why would you watch it? Doesn't matter. Yeah, guys. How's life going, Philip? Let's talk about it. What's going on with you? It's going really well, actually. You work at Sunset. I do. They all sleep. Maybe more and more like you the longer they work. Are you sending him dick pics too? No. What's been going on, Philip? You've been on the show multiple times. Yeah, it's good to be back. Since then, I've started not to plug my own shit. I've been doing the Mail on the Street interviews on 6th Street. So I captured that madness. And then recently, I had some really big success with a clip that blew up, had like 100 million views. Wow. What was the clip of? Hey, girl. Maybe I don't know. Say good. Thank God the world's a good place. They all know. Viral clip. Is that another dick sucking machine? Yeah. Now she is. She's an OnlyFans girl. So that's, yeah. I'm basically just out there creating porn stars out of thin air on 6th Street. Giving them a spotlight. What are you doing? Molesting young women? No, not there yet. Maybe in a couple years when it's more successful, I guess, then I can go down that road, right? You rascal. No, I would never do that stuff. Can we scratch that? How long have you been with your Latina girlfriend, Philip? We're going on 3 years. What does she do for work? She's an L musician. She's a musician. Yeah, what type of music does she play? She is kind of like Austin rock, that southern, whatever it is. She's a singer. Yeah, she is. You see her often. You support her. Yeah. Check her out. You said she's Latina. Does she sing Latina? No, but right now she is she has to work on an undercover project where she can't have her identity tied to it because of her label. So she has to wear she's gonna wear a Mexican. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Does she sing in Spanish? No, not at all. She speaks Spanish. She's completely wasted. She'll figure it out. I believe in her. Either that or say something that makes sense and it's not fucking funny at all.
What else is going on?
Not much. I'm with golf and a shit ton, way too much. Handicap 6x. This is really boring golf conversation. Got in a real bad car accident. Got an OW. Here you go. Got an OWI on a road game.
What happened there?
I was like with a couple of door guys from the mothership the day before this place opened. And one of them wanted Taco Bell so bad he rushed our leaving from the bar.
I bet I can guess who it was.
Oh, yeah. You can take a look at there's some fat guys. So the red and blue lights came on the way, like when we were getting pulled over, and he goes, so I guess this guy's not getting Taco Bell.
Damn, and you were crying.
It's the biggest guy in Wisconsin jail, too, because they all have like fetal alcohol syndrome or whatever up there.
That's where you were?
Yeah, I was like in cowboy boots and a denim jacket, and they were calling me cowboy.
Y'all gotta be fucking wasted to get a DUI in Wisconsin.
No. It's the great. Your first on the state. It's not a criminal charge. It's a civil charge because they want you to drink that fucking much. I got really, really lucky. I got a DUI in a state, one of two states where you can kind of walk away with it with a decent attorney.
The feather in your cap?
Yeah.
Alright, Philip. Well, thanks for coming by.
Thanks for having me.
I'll have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
I'd love to do it. I'll see you there.
You already have one of these, right? There you go. Alright, we're gonna keep it. D-Madness is back, everybody. Wow. Only guy that leaks 8 minutes into the show. Really get a lot of bang for my buck with D-Madness here. Literally has been gone for half the show, for those of you keeping track. All it takes is one homophobic opener. Can we get D-Madness' bass guitar on him? I'm gonna hand it to the squad we have here. Some of the best producers, security, camera people. Your next fucking poll goes by the name of Andy Teicher, everybody. Andy Teicher.
I'm not sure about having kids. My best friend just had a baby, a little girl. And she told me she feels like her reason to live is to be a mom. But if your reason to live is a mom, and your daughter's reason to live is to be a mom, and her daughter's reason to live is to be a mom, that's called a pyramid scheme. And I'm not picking up on any drumbeat out there to make any more of me. I can't come close to doing my own taxes. TurboTax asks me the same questions every year, and I still have to call my dad. Like, hey, Dad, do I pay union dues? No. Am I American Samoan? Hello?
Andy Teicher, am I saying that right? Teicher. Okay, well, grab that microphone. We're gonna talk to you for a second here, Andy. How long have you been with Wow, 6 weeks. What made you want to start 6 weeks ago?
I've always wanted to do it, and I already placed to handle it.
You're in the storm right now. Can I say something complimentary? Your second joke is way ahead of the curve for 6 weeks. The American Samoan thing, it's a great joke. Yeah. I think if you took a breath right now, exhale, you do. So, Annie, here we are. That was weird, guys. I know. That was nice to a woman and they liked it. It's crazy. So here we go. You said you already lived in Austin. What do you do in Austin?
I'm a golf professional.
A law professional. Golf. Golf professional. Holy shit. You've been playing your whole life, I take it.
Since high school.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's what you do for a living.
Yes.
At a particular club or
Is that BK?
Bee Cave.
Oh,
It's a suburb.
I thought it was Burger King. I don't know. I was like, maybe I'll flex off it into the fucking Burger King doors.
The things that's ever happened to you being a golf pro out there with all the boys on the golf course, people are drinking, they're smoking, they're having a good old time. What have you seen?
Well, when it's a private membership, people know that they're going to see you again. So behavior is kind of. I've worked at public courses, and when people know they're not going to see you again, things are look a little different.
Did anyone ever put you in a golf bag and wheeled you around?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a little thing. Yeah, that's fun. See?
Very fun.
I didn't know about these high chicks.
Annie, what's the craziest thing you've seen out on the golf course?
Yes.
You ever taken a bath in a ball walk? Sure.
Right.
No, that's
Check in with Andy on this one. Andy, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen on a golf course?
Seen. Well, personally, if I'm supposed to teach, I teach 5-year-olds. I get hit in the face a lot.
Okay.
So that's very much a plus. I'm seeing it.
You mean hit like by their hand?
I know it's by their dads, where they're like, man, stroke is still bad. What are we fucking paying for? I'm gonna fix his handicap. I'm gonna give you one, Toots. That's what I assume. I don't know. I don't golf.
I love it. Andy, when you're not working, what else are you into? What have you been doing your whole life? For fun?
Well, I tried to my answer, but it is there. In golf.
How about like when you want to get wild, not daytime? Let's say the sun went down.
The sun's down.
So is she so white? I don't know. She came out looking white, and she said, I teach golf. What's the wildest thing you ever done playing golf? Golf.
Yeah. If you guys wondered what it was like at the presidential inauguration, every woman was exactly this. This is what they look like. This is the new administration of the government. Every Trump, every person.
She even answers the questions like she's in fear for her life. Just a regular question.
No, I don't have anything in mind. What do I do when I want to have?
You want to get wild. Like night the sun's down, golf things are no longer an option.
Okay.
When you crack and go nuts. Yeah. Is that what you do? Do you ever do that? Something like that?
I go out sometimes.
What do you think? Oh my goodness, here we go. We're getting closer. When you go out, what exactly do you do sometimes?
Well, I'm from Indiana, so I will, if I can, I'll play cornhole.
Oh my goodness, it's getting whiter somehow, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting whiter.
Don't ask JJ Lieberman to play.
It's so white that it's getting translucent. Here, you can almost
Andy, you ever crushed a potato and not take it?
I didn't mean to keep doubling down on the white.
You're doing good. You're doing perfect. Just answer the questions honestly. It's not up to you. Let me ask you this though, because I'm excited about this one. Here we go. Why don't you tell me the blackest thing about you? Oh yes, I am the best host in all of comedy. The crown weighs heavy sometimes. But goddamn it, I crack my neck and I go.
Tony, that's a great question, but the answer will be so white.
I need to eat it.
No, I have a good one.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, she has a good one. Can I get a spotlight? Here we are, live in Austin, Texas, with the whitest white woman we've ever met, and this is the blackest thing about her.
I shop at Ross.
know why I have tape on me. I just grabbed something to make myself comfortable because that is somehow the most racist thing I've ever heard. It's incredible. The black guy is the only person not smiling right now. Absolutely incredible. Let me ask you this. Do you actually purchase the things or do you walk out without paying for them?
You know what? I look for the sensor.
Wow. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. She doesn't look a white woman.
I do, no, I wanted to keep going down that, I purchase it.
The fact that you said purchase instead of buy is incredible. It's literally, I mean, she doesn't even buy shit on sale because it feels like a steal. She's like, what's the original price on this? I'd like to write a check. And yes, I do have 2 forms of identification. And yes, I would like to donate an extra $2 to you. Do you guys validate? You know what? I won't even need a bag. I don't want to waste the plastic. Thank you. Absolutely incredible. I have another question. While we're having so much fun, I'm just curious. What do you think, Annie? Annie, what do you think the most Latino thing about you is? You can't say those earrings. And you can't say that you shop at Rose. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, one more spotlight. This is the most Latino thing about Annie Teicher.
I draw my eyebrows on.
Short tape. Two-tape Annie. Two-tape Teicher. I thought the tape color corresponded to the question. That is a very Latino thing. Our entire Latino wing of the show is in approval of it. We all know the ladies, they shape their eyebrows and then they draw them on in the Latino culture. That's a thing. We don't know why. Do any of you guys know why? Have you ever asked one of your teen sisters, Michael? Why do they do that? I mean, they have hair, they have natural hair, they have normally they're very good at landscaping. You would think that they would trim around it. You don't have an answer. Nobody knows. It's absolutely incredible. Is there a Latino woman out there that has an answer, perhaps? No one knows. It's one of the great mysteries of the world. Truly, nobody knows. I'd be interested to know if we ever find out if anyone wants to send me a handwritten letter. Do you have like any eyebrows, or were they frozen off? Okay, here you go. This is absolutely incredible. Amazing interview, and for 6 weeks in, very, very, very promising. Distinct punchlines. Thank you. Congratulations, Annie. You're leaving here with a big joke book 6 weeks into the game. There you go. Absolutely. She walks over than ever. Oh, I'd rather not catch you, Tony. I'd like to have the book handed to me in the most professional way. Hello, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When you think about businesses that are selling through the roof like Aloe or Alberts or Skims, sure, think of a brand and a brilliant marketing team. But an often overlooked secret is actually behind the business, making selling and shoppers buying simple. For millions of businesses that visit Shopify, and Tony does selling better than Shopify. Home of the #1 checkout on the planet. And the not so secret with Shop Pay that boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning way less cards going to ban and way more sales going. So if you're into growing your business, your commerce, code SKINSUSES. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/GilTony, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/GilTony to upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/GilTony. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you guys have any fucking Japanese power behind you, the band tonight. We're graced with the presence of a brand winner that I don't want to fucking show all my cards too fast, but I really think that Golden Ticket, his second appearance ever on the show, I really think that this guy might be a force of nature. I'd like to introduce you to the comedy stylings of the newest Golden Ticket winner. This is a new minute from Kansai Yatsuda. I just went back to Japan to see my family, and on a Japanese airport, I saw a huge sign that says, "Do not export Wagyu beef semen without permission." And immediately I was like, I wish my semen is imported out to Japan. Like, I wish everybody desired my semen. I wish someone sucked me off and keep my semen inside their mouths and try to cross the border and they get shot at and die. And this person's whole family is devastated just because of my semen. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Hi, Tony. Kansai. Welcome. Last week we learned about you that you are Japanese. Yes. You live in Canada. Yes. And you almost entirely, with all of your spare time, eat ramen and have sex with your girlfriend. Yes. Just wanted to catch up in the room with what we learned just last week. There's no way you were all here, so. Well, I think I know some other stuff you might do. Yeah? Yeah, be an extra on Boy Meets World. Boy Meets World. Say, hey, Corey, you need to be cool. Hey, Corey, you need to be cool. Wow, incredible. Absolutely amazing. Kansai has returned. So, Kansai, how's this last week been for you? Last week been amazing. That's it. That is secret show. Yes, secret edition. Secret. I feel like somehow you're doing a racist impression. Little bit. Right, Miss Harmony. Bruce Lee talking to me. Sound cool as fuck, though. Yeah, definitely. You look cool, too. Thank you. Kansai. Just constants. Tree. A sick tree? Sick tree. Like an unhealthy tree? Oh, like a sunset. Maybe. Wow. No. Oh, nice recovery. Yeah. That's okay. The Godzilla's happened to your people, so let me apologize on behalf of my people. Zoman Nasai. Totally sorry. You. Cons. Have you girl we left up in Toronto, who you're deeply in love with since winning the Golden and caught her up about this amazing week that you've had.
I hope. I'm sorry. She was a busy cooking a ramen show.
She was mean. She was easy.
Yeah. So I talked to my parents.
What did your parents say?
My dad was happy but a little bit sad. Because
Why do you feel like
because we made a promise to each other that if
if you don't make it in comedy, you have to get a real college degree and a job?
yes,
You have to do seppuku, right?
yeah, just
That is as Japanese as it gets. So you told your dad that basically that you got recognized showing all of comedy,
yeah,
and he was sad about it.
because we made a promise that I was gonna take over his nail salon.
Wow, even more Japanese than any of us could have expected.
Your dad owns a body waxing salon? Nail salon. Not nail salon?
Oh, he said nair salon.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yes. Thank you.
And the nail salon, that's in Japan?
Yeah, it's in Tokyo, Japan. Shinagawa.
Is it very profitable? So you just gave it a shout out? Say it again. What is it?
If you want your never done proper. Tokyo. Yeah.
Your dad's shop is going to be packed tomorrow, and he's going to be like,
I am so proud of you. So many errors.
what made your dad open a nail salon?
My dad, he liked nail.
So he's a pervert? Like a fetish?
He's Japanese.
What does your mom do for a living outside?
My mom,
Construction business.
yeah, like helps my dad. But now she quit because she didn't like it. And now she works at the supermarket.
What does she do at the supermarket?
She,
Yeah, what'd she do, man?
she did error. She controls the vegetable.
Wow. When you say she controls the vegetable, I don't know how Japanese supermarkets work. Can you explain to us what you mean by control the vegetable? A single vegetable she's in control of?
Does she use her hands? Yeah, like multiple vegetables.
Oh, multiple vegetables.
And with the hand and she, I think, just like a little bit of I just say to put into the supply.
Right. Right.
That's controlling vegetables. Textbook vegetable control, yeah.
This girlfriend who works at the ramen shop, I can't remember if I asked, she's Asian as well?
She's half Filipino, half Japanese.
Half Filipino, half Japanese. Does she do anything odd or, anything that stands out to you in which you're like, that's Filipino, that's not Japanese? Is there something that Filipinos do that Japanese people do that you kind of notice and you're like, ooh?
It's a long way to set that, but it was worth it, bro. She doesn't let me eat her pussy.
Oh! This is unbelievable.
Well, it must be seen because it's all blurred out. That's Japanese. I should have asked which half. She controls her vegetables. Tony, if I may follow your line of inquest from earlier, would you mind telling us what you think the blackest thing about you is?
Absolutely. Great question. And here we go with the single spotlight. I would like to present to you this is, with 10 seconds to think about it, the blackest thing about Kansai Yatsuda.
Michael. Is black.
Okay, let's turn the lights back on. Hold on, Kansai.
One more time.
What's that physical thing on your body? Nobody was expecting you to go like Chicago. I mean, like with things that you do, or things that you like, or hobbies that you have, or things that you say, or things that you do, or something that you've done. We're asking you about your hobbies, something you do, behaviors throughout the day. What is the blackest thing about you? And this is the answer from Kansai Yatsuda.
What's on my pants?
Your pants. It's another physical thing. Go on more of like a behavior.
What's the most Jabberwocky?
Here it is. The most Jabberwocky thing about Kansai.
What's Jabberwocky? Come on, man. Let's don't play that game with me. Jabba. He thinks it's a new slur he's never heard. You haven't been here that much.
Kansai, have you asked your girlfriend why she won't let you eat her person?
She says she doesn't want me to watch it.
She doesn't want to watch it?
Like look at it or watch it? To look at it.
Why would she not want you to look at it? You felt it before. Do you think there's a reason why? Is it perhaps, a little bit? Is there a little bit of Roman hanging in the mold? You know what I mean? Is it a little,
That's possible.
no, there's a little something there, huh?
It felt really good.
I bet it does feel really good. And you want to eat it, don't you?
Yeah.
You really do, don't you?
I can't wait.
I know. You must be starving, Kansai.
Remember, if you really like it, it's not impolite to slur. Exactly. It's really hard to eat it with chopsticks.
Absolutely. Kansai. I can talk to you absolutely. You are one of the show with only 2 under your belt. Incredible.
Thank you.
That is the second ever appearance by Kansai Yatsuda. To the bucket. Here we go. How about one more time? Good and loud for Kansai Yatsuda. Alright. Back to the bucket. There's the lovely Heidi, everyone. Here she is. Make some noise. Looking full, everybody. He was fighting a Moynihan. Everyone, Jimmy Moynihan.
Everybody very nice, which is good. I've been depressed lately. I have a therapist now, which is good. I can't talk to my friends about depression. I can't. Not helpful. The other day, I was talking to my buddy. I'm like, I think if it wasn't for my parents, I'd probably kill. He was like, "Pick your dad." I mean, they love you, but ultimately, they want what's best for their son. I got one married friend who has like a family, so he thinks his problems are worse than everyone else's, Girl, he was like, I have to go home. I've been up since 8 a.m. I'm like, I had to wake up at 7 a.m. He goes, yeah, but you don't have a woman to try kids at home. I'm like, oh yeah, no, you're right. Every morning when I wake up, I'm tired myself. Well, at least I'm alone.
6.5 years.
Okay, 6.5 years. Where at?
So I started in upstate New York in Binghamton, and then I moved to Orlando, and I did it in Orlando for about 4
What did you do? Willy Wonka gave you the chocolate factory. When did you change your name from Charlie to Jimmy? It's 6.5 years. Where are we getting your
Binghamton, New York, and then I moved to Orlando, Florida. Did it for 4 years there.
What made you move to Orlando for comedy?
So I moved to Orlando for rehab. And
Rehab. Oh yeah, great.
I know it. So
Hell yeah. That's where you go.
yeah. So I went to rehab and then I ended up staying.
So what'd you go to rehab for?
It was like everything. It was a lot of. I was addicted to it.
Okay.
So yeah, I got clean, and then my parents lived in Florida, so I stayed with my parents for a little bit, 3 years, and then I went to Orlando.
How were you in Binghamton, New York, when your parents were in Florida?
Right. So
He was fucked up on Zans, man. He has no idea.
they turned 65 and then they moved to Florida. That's a lot.
That makes sense. Got it. Okay. So when did you know you hit bottom and had to go to rehab? What was the low point which you're like, Jesus, I'm not doing this?
Taking ties deep with Jimmy.
So this seems bad, but looking back on it, so I would go and grind.
That's enough for me.
Because look for guys that have
When I say you hit, wasn't talking about the sexual position. You were on Grindr just to look for guys with coke.
yeah,
You weren't gay at all.
maybe a little.
Oh, okay. I just had to get it, so you're gay. All right.
But so one time this guy he came over and I would never get hard, but he would just suck my soft dick.
That doesn't make you gay, trust
Not
me.
at all.
Alright,
Yeah. If you don't get hard, that's how you know you're straight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I told myself.
Totally understand.
So yeah, we did coke. We became pretty good friends. But I told my
I'd be friends with that guy too. He's such a soft cock all the time. Why hang out with somebody that's gonna just want to yap your ear off? I mean, you can sit there on your phone, get some work done while just fucking enjoying a soft cock blowjob. Yeah, that's life. In Orlando, Florida, the sun's shining. You're just getting your fucking dick sucked, barely able to enjoy it.
in my parents' house.
While on copious amounts of
I
drugs.
wasn't doing it.
It's just here. Nobody ever hears it. It's a live show and then it disappears. We gotta get you a different wig next time.
I know I need a haircut. It's called depression. You guys like it?
Alright. Let's keep talking about the,
How do you... Is there a section on Grindr where the dude says, I like coke, or I got coke? Like, how do you... I think it's implied on Grindr.
I just roll the dice, basically, and then I'll go.
so, where were we here? You knew you hit bottom when you were getting your dick sucked. It was soft. You're doing coke with a guy off Grindr. You became best friends.
Yeah, I guess that's not wrong. I got my dick sucked and freaked out because I hear about it.
But it was at that point, I think I need to go to rehab.
Ended up rehab, right? And
Lapses and stuff.
yeah, relapse too.
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Right here.
On dick or cocaine?
Right. So how did that happen? How exactly do you relapse?
So my girlfriend
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Dude, 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 can you hear me, big dog?
Hey, brother.
What up, pimp?
Just like this. Scientists found day and night years ago from asteroids.
That's tight. That's the panspermia theory, dog.
So that means
It means that life was not, its origins are not from Earth, that they're from panspermia, which is an asteroid, panspermia, which is extraterrestrial.
an asteroid.
Yeah, that's known as panspermia, dog.
What's an asteroid?
It's like a planetary body, sometimes references of smaller than a planetoid, or sometimes referred to it, but smaller than a planet that generally is not large enough to have its own moon. Many times they're made like broken up um, planets. Dude,
Yeah, whatever.
I'm lagging.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Are you ready to lose?
I didn't really.
Calm down, dog. Dude, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, is it better now?
Good.
Okay, ready to lose.
But I have now, so.
I mean, that sounds like a you problem, dog. So you're not ready to lose. That's okay. So why did you only have an hour? Why did you only have an hour of sleep? Were you spanking and yanking it? All right. Well, why did you only have an hour of sleep? I'll wait.
Um, I was waiting. So,
Okay. Did it launch?
anyway, what? Oh, a robot.
What up, pimp?
Do you think you freeze the animal for life if she frees it, or if you send it to space?
It's a good question. If you freeze it, if you send it into space, your body still has microbes and such that are going to feast on your body in the meantime. um, and if you freeze it, those things freeze. That's a very good.
How do you guys think because send it to space?
It potentially can.
Takes a lot longer.
Than on Earth, yeah. But let's look that one up. That's a good one. That's a good question. Does the body decompose faster if frozen? Decomposition is faster in deep space rather than the typical Earth freezer, but slowest when the body is protected by a pressurized spacesuit. On Earth, a freezer significantly slows bacterial decomposition by keeping tissue solid and inactive. Some anaerobic breakdown can still occur over long periods. In the vacuum space, the lack of aerobic bacterial decay and extreme cold or solar radiation typically causes the body to freeze solid or mummify, freeze dry, effectively halting biological decomposition. However, if a body is sealed inside a spacesuit, it can actually proceed faster than in open space or freezer because the suit traps body heat and moisture, where internal bacteria can continue to break down tissues until the oxygen is depleted. So open space is extravehicular. The body freezes or mummifies rapidly due to vacuum composition almost entirely. In a spacesuit, decomposition occurs faster than in open space because the suit retains heat and bacteria, allowing rot to proceed until oxygen runs out. And then in an Earth freezer, decomposition is significantly slowed but by cold, but not entirely stopped. It is generally slower than a spacesuit, but potentially faster than the long-term preservation seen in open space. Did that answer your question, son?
Yeah,
Okay.
but if you freeze the body, the brain, the brain still deteriorates.
Everything's going to deteriorate all the time, generally.
Yeah,
Yeah, can you hear me?
yeah.
Everything's going to generally deteriorate over a long enough period of time. What's your next question? Zoo.
Is there bacteria? Is there bacteria in our bodies that are against it?
Yeah, definitely.
That you get rid of them?
Well, it's what an antibiotic is.
You need to have bacteria in your body.
Yeah, it helps. It helps your gut, especially, break down different foods and organisms. So bacteria is really important to gut health. And if you kill all the bacteria in your system, you'll get sick. I think about this a lot. Like, why do we have bacteria? Or why is it important? And like, why are things like, why is decomposition so important? And it comes down to if you didn't have it, eventually the earth would just fill up with dead bodies if you didn't have this decomposition. So it's important that it exists. It's like things can go, they can continue to build up, they can continue to break down. We're fortunate that they continue to break down, or else we would have to experience constant body buildup.
What else?
No one can understand your yawn talk. What did you say, Big Dog?
It seems that we evolved from bacteria.
That's potentially true.
An asteroid, what likely happened was an asteroid with the bacteria and created different types of species of animals, and we have some new ones.
Um, there's probably a higher chance that we have guided panspermia, just basically aliens plant, not humans ourselves, but like for a big experiment, and that there have been guided evolution, perhaps since bacteria. It was a phenomenal question, dude. It's an absolute phenomenal question. I don't know.
The same thing.
Yeah, but then what created those things? If you really want to know what I think, with is the billions of galaxies out there, in those billions of galaxies, I think that eventually you would have some type of organic evolution to a higher intelligent being, and then eventually they could start seeding the rest of the universe. And life could just appear naturally as well. But there's a great question. How do you get life from, like organic life from inorganic material? And I think the question probably poses itself within viruses and potentially like even rock, but I don't know the answer. Did you perform last night? Zoo, did you perform last night?
Yeah.
You did? How did it go? How did it go?
Oh, I forgot.
Did you use my joke about Carmen San Diego and Where's Wally?
Nah, kind of just like I was kind of just using telling backstories.
And they were just bombing like wild.
No, it's funny.
People think you were
Talking about like I was. Yeah.
people thought you were funny.
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, I'm here.
That was a couple of them were that came up to me on Twitter. It's like, did you go further than this? Like when you were telling the story, this, did you go to that certain club? Yeah, like, yeah, that was the one.
They were there too.
That's
They were there too.
it.
Dude, I don't even know if you heard me.
Well,
Were they there too?
whether they what?
Were was this couple at the same party you were at?
No, the same one, the same time.
Oh, okay. So you just told that story? Did you tell them that you got an email afterward to go get a check and you never did it?
No, right.
That's the best part of the story. What up, seller? Fuck off. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Echad.
The Israelite temple in Jerusalem has fueled the imagination for millennia. Also as the Axis Mundi, or the navel of the world as it appears on medieval maps, the site of the Beit HaMikdash was conceived by the ancient Israelites as being a home of their gods on earth, dwelling following the mobile shrine on the Mishkan, first by King Solomon, then rebuilt by Zerubbabel before the final grand reconstruction by King Herod. The temple is even thought to herald the final apocalyptic days, where a third temple served variously in the Abrahamic eschatologies. From the site of the Ark of the Covenant to the last earthly days of Jesus of Nazareth, the prayer for Muslims, architecture of the Templars and the Freemasons, to the other sacred buildings of the Latter-day Saints, the Jerusalem Temple has served both in theory and practice as a singular site of sanctity. What do we actually know about these services or avodah in the temple? In this episode, I want to explore just that question by going through rituals performed in the temple on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, and the holiest day calendar. Indeed, Yom Kippur is truly holy. It is the holiest time. Yom Kippur, performed by the Kohen HaGadol, the high priest, by entering into the holiest place, the days of the Jerusalem Temple. Let's explore just that complex set of rituals. If you're interested in ancient rituals, mystery religions, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe to the content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work in providing accessible, scholarly, and free content, there's here on YouTube. I hope that you consider supporting my work on Patreon. You can find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration of supporting. Also, how Yom Kippur is practiced in modern times by Jews long since the destruction of the temple. Make sure to check out Religion for Breakfast episode on just that topic in the card of a huge fan of Andrew's work, and it actually is an inspiration that helped me to start this channel. I really want to express my thanks to Religion for Breakfast for providing so much great religion studies content, and also for their great episode on Yom Kippur. Now, let's turn to the triply sacred avodah, or worship, in the ancient Jerusalem temple. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoteric, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and despite the fame of the Jerusalem temple, very little popular attention is paid to the daily avodah, or worship, that occurred within its precincts. This isn't terribly surprising. It's an utterly foreign world to our lives. Indeed, as a content warning, this episode is going to free up animal blood sacrifices from a historical and academic perspective. Despite being extremely complicated and frankly shocking to modern sensibilities, the service within the Jerusalem temple was at the center of much of Israelite life. Further, temple worship remains one of the best documented religious rituals of the ancient world. We still have very little idea of what went on within the temples of Babylon, Greece, or Rome. These traditions seem to have been largely oral and were conducted from priest to priest without ever really seeming to have been written down. Indeed, they were often very carefully guarded secrets in the conduct of the mystery religions, such as the rite of Eleusis or even more obscure. The situation in the Jerusalem temple is oddly well spelled out, though by no means simple. Aside. After a series of rebellions against Roman colonialism, Jerusalem temple was destroyed and mass pogroms were carried out against the indigenous Jewish population, such that the religious authorities of the time felt that Israel was facing an existential threat. Given that threat, they decided to commit to writing what was up to that point only transmitted orally. This collection of oral traditions and debates became known as the Mishnah and was written around 200 of the Common Era. Two later series of common this text were also composed and honor themselves the name Jerusalem or Palestinian and Babylonian townlets. We're going to be turning primarily to Tractate Yoma in the Mishnah, which details the Yom Kippur ritual and the temple. Some of that text seems to have been composed by people with a living memory of having served in the temple before it was destroyed by the Romans. Now, that doesn't mean that the text is perfect, and even within that there are serious debates how many things were to be performed. Certain sacrifices, which were key tools of that day, aren't totally agreed upon. We're going to go through the whole day reconstructing the rituals of the high priest, given with what appears to be the most general sense, and pointing out at least some of the technical aspects of the debates about the performance of the hour itself has a very complex origin and is likely at least three different religious rituals combined. A purification ritual for the high priest for entering into the Holy of Holies to commune with the Israelite God, perhaps in an altered state of consciousness or shamanic trance. A general day of atonement for the sins of the collective nation of Israel, and a ritual whereby those sins were transferred here ago, as we'll see, and that animal is dispatched. All these rituals are actually known from other ancient Near East cultures, though by the composition of the Torah in the 5th century BCE, they seem to have been combined into one day of extreme sanctity and awe. Here we're going to be focusing in on how the Yom Kippur rituals would have been carried out sometime in the mid-1st century of the Common Era, around the time of the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth ben Hanan, the high priest on the eve of the Great Revolt. Again, while exact details may escape us, let's begin about a week before that holiest day of Yom Kippur. 7 days prior to Yom Kippur, the high priest of the Kohen HaGadol is sequestered to the temple chambers from his family in order to ensure his absolute purity. A deputy high priest is held otherwise ritually unfit. Even a spare wife is selected for the high priest in case his actual wife should die. Why? He's commanded in the Torah to atone for his entire family and must have a wife to complete that family unit. Thus, if his current wife dies, he'll be quickly remarried to complete the ritual atonement. Further, he's sprinkled with the ashes of the sacrificial wood in order to remove any ritual impurity and begins to rehearse the acrobatics required for the incense offerings in the Holy of Holies, and he also reviews the various ritual procedures expected of him on that day. One can't underestimate the stakes here. The entire fate of the relationship between Israelites and God at some level depends on his performance or anything. He also inspects animals that will be sacrificed that day with the sin-bearing goats, and he performs some light ritual duties in the temple that week as a kind of warm-up for the big day. Further instructed on the central debate of that time period: when is the incense of the Holy of Holies lit? Inside or outside the Holy of Holies? place. We'll come back to that in a moment, but it's a crucial matter of contention, and given that it's literally how the Israelite God priests, this is no trivial matter. In order to prevent the possibility of any kind of ritually invalidating nocturnal emission, the high priest's diet is restricted the night before the Yom Kippur fast, and he's kept awake all night long, thus prolonging the experience of the 25-hour all capable Israelites must undergo as they endure infinitely to afflict their souls. Various scriptures are him, fingers are snapped if he dozes off, and he paces about barefoot on the cold floor of the temple to keep him alert through the night. At midnight, ashes from the previous day's sacrifices in the massive altar, the first difference between Yom Kippur and virtually all other days of the year. This sacrificial altar, or the Mizbeach, is truly titanic, 10 meters or 32 feet tall, reaching like a rim, and 16 meters or 52 and a half. As dawn approaches, the temple courtyard is already filling to standing room capacity. From the roof of the temple, priests are looking east for dawn to break, and with the first illumination, the spotter cries out, Barakai. And with the illumination of the dawn having reached as far as Hebron, the tomb of the patriarchs having also been built by Herod and architecturally similar to the temple, first sacrifices began. The high priest has over 40 distinct ritual tasks to complete before the sun sinks in the west and the clock has started ticking. The Kohen HaGadol undresses himself and ritually immerses in the mikvah, the first of the fire units, and changes into the first set of the golden garments, the first of 5 garment changes for the day. The golden garments are the usual ritual fire of the high priest during the rest of the year, and will be worn first tamid, or continual sacrifice, and for every day of the year, Yom Kippur or not. Though usually performed by regular priests, today will be performed by the Kohen HaGadol. This morning tamid sacrifice includes a lamb along with grain mixed with oil, a libation offering, and the first steps for preparing the enormous golden menorah, which will be lit at the conclusion of the day. A identical tamid offering will occur later in the afternoon as well. This daily sacrifice completed, the high priest immerses in the mikvah again and changes into these special linen garments for Yom Kippur. Before and after each change of these garments, an additional hand and foot washing is required, thus resulting in 10 such washings throughout the day. These linen garments were extremely valuable, being procured as far away as Egypt and India. The mystery notes that both garments were worth as much as Manet, or somewhere in the neighborhood of about 280 troy ounces of silver. That's roughly $7,000 in U.S. money in the fall of 2021 for 2 linen garments. Now in the linen garments, the high priest approaches the first major Yom Kippur offering, the bull. He places both hands between the bull's eyes and confesses his sins and the sins of his family. Confession and the other 2 confessions of the day, he utters the full pronunciation of the divine name spelled Yod He Vav He, the first of 3 such pronunciations that day, and the only time in the Israelite year where the ineffable 4-letter name of the Israelite God is vocalized as it is written. This is also the first major recurring miracle of the day. Hearing the divine name pronounced, the entire population of the temple falls completely prostrate. Recall that it's standing room only. The Talmud relates how the temple itself stretched in all directions, miraculously warping space itself to accommodate the communal act of prostration at hearing the divine name. After reciting this confession, the high priest makes his way to the enormous central entrance to the Heichal, or the holy place, the east-facing Nicanor gate. This gate is also an important landmark in the temple, given the miracle story attached. It had the giant two-door upper gate made in Alexandria, and taking them back by sea, a terrible storm is said to have befallen the ship. In desperation, the sailors threw the copper doors into the sea, and in horror, the other door, in threatened that they would have to cast him into the sea as well, just as the other door. Just then, the storm abated and the sea calmed. The ride was despondent until the other solid door was found to have washed up right beside the cargo ship, somehow miraculously floating along the ship the entire time. While the other gates of the temple were golden, the copper gates of the Nicanor gate were never replaced, given the miracle of their survival. Here, the high priest is flanked by attendants and his deputy, and they stand in front of a golden bronze to draw one blue goats. One line reads for Adonai, or Hashem, the Israelite God, and the other reads for Azazel, perhaps an ancient wilderness demon. One goat will be sacrificed in the temple that day, and the other, the one for Azazel, bearing the sins of the entire people of Israel, the famed scapegoat, will be led a dozen or so miles into this and cast down a mountain, tearing it to shreds. Selected, and a second confession is made by the high priest on behalf of the priestly caste over the bull from earlier. Again, the ineffable name of God is pronounced, and the entire congregation falls to their face in worship as the bull is slaughtered and its blood captured in a basin. The goat for Azazel has a red string attached to its horns and is led away. Later, the high priest, in preparation for the most physically complex aspect of the day's ceremonies, using a golden shovel, he takes some of the inner portion of the hottest coals and must then collect 2 handfuls of incense. Difficult because both hands must hold the incense while the shovel must be either held and the teeth are under the armpit without any of the holes being the next crucial journey. With the incense and the hot coals collected, he now enters into the interior sanctuary of the Heichal, carrying incense and balancing the coal, the most dangerous duty of the day. Entering and offering the incense within the Kadosh Kodashim, the Holy of Holies. This is also the thorniest debate of ancient Judaism, where the incense is to be lit. The Sadducees held that it should be lit outside of the Holy of Holies and taken within, whereas the Pharisees held that, and depending on the high priest, either could be performed based on their interpretation of one line of the Torah in Leviticus. Of course, this was a bitter dispute because the entire atonement for the people of Israel at some level depended on performing this task correctly, and any mistake could mean a deep spiritual failure and even the divine execution of the high priest. Regardless, let's assume a Pharisee interpretation for this high priest, unlike someone like Hanan ben Hanan, who we mentioned earlier, who was in fact a Sadducee. The great curtains of bracha separating the Heichal from the most holy place were pinned up, such that the high priest would enter on the left or south, he would turn right or north, and then pass into the Holy of Holies, turning left or west. The gap between the curtains being 18 inches wide. Once within the Holy of Covenant, since the destruction of the temple by the Babylonians, the high priest enters a golden walled room with a rock outcropping emerging from a floor called the Even Hashtiyah, or the foundation stone, which is about 3 fingers breadth from the ground. This is in all likelihood the same rock seen today and known to Muslims as the Noble Rock. He would down and ignite the incense, whose secret formula was long held by the Abtinas family, before briefly uttering a prayer as the room began to fill with the aromatic smoke of the incense. When the ark was present, the incense was actually placed between the carrying rails of the ark. It's often said that a rope was sometimes attached to his leg, such that if he tarried, he could be dragged out of the Holy of Holies, as if he had perhaps been struck down by divine wrath. With the incense offering made, he exits the way they entered, walking backward. First of 4 journeys to the Holy of Holies throughout the day of Yom Kippur. The high priest returns to the Heichal, or holy place. He takes up a basin of bull's blood, which has a beneficial stir to prevent it from coagulating, and he re-enters the Holy of Holies to sprinkle the blood in a whipping motion 8 times, once upwards and 7 times downwards. Once complete, he returns to the Nicanor gate. He slaughters the goat for Adonai, its blood in another basin. He returns to the Holy of Holies time and sprinkles the goat's blood just in the same way as he did the bull's blood. He exits and then he proceeds to sprinkle the blood of the bull and then the blood of the goat in turn over to the outer curtain or parapet before pouring the remaining bull's blood in with the goat's blood. Coming to the gold-plated inner altar in the Heichal, he smears the combined blood on the 4 horns of the inner altar, starting with the northeastern corner, and then again sprinkles the altar 8 times in a whipping motion. Leaving the Heichal, he makes his way to the east of the Azaron near the Nicanor gate and makes a final confession on behalf of all the people of Israel onto the goat marked for Azazel. For the 3rd and final time, the holy name of God is pronounced. Falls again in worshipful prostration, and the goat for Azazel begins its long, doomed journey into the Judean wilderness. The heat of the day could weaken the goat, and way stations with food and water for it. Simply escorting the goat, as was rarely performed by an Israelite, for Azazel renders one so ritually impure that even one's clothes become invalid, and the escorts must remain in the way station until the end of the Yom Kippur ceremonies. While the goats journey, the entrails and limbs of the previous sacrifices were prepared for incineration. A series of relay flags from the wilderness communities of the goat for Azazel has been backwards on the mountain, basically prevented from coming back, but all the sins have been transferred to it. And at that moment, the previous bull and goat for Hashem are incinerated. This marks a moment where the mood in the crowd shifts from pensive expectation to ecstatic joy. Atonement for Israel has truly begun in earnest. In some legends, a red cord visible to the crowd also miraculously turned white at this very moment. Surely, the high priest breathes a sigh of relief, though the delirium of hunger as the heat of the day comes into full effect. Marvel of the temple. Once he has begun, the high priest makes his way through the Nicanor gate for the first time today and reads aloud and recites from memory the specific Torah sections detailing the divinely ordained worship for Yom Kippur complete. Another garment changed from a linen into a second set of golden garments, with both a ritual immersion in the mikveh and 2 hand and foot washings accompanying. Coming to the north side of the large altar on Mizbeach, the high priest slaughters 2 further rams, gathers their blood, and sprinkles it onto the northeast and south of the enormous Mizbeach. The ram lambs are further butchered entirely in around now. The second Tamid offering and the Musaf offering also become possible, and there is a lot of debate in the Mishnah about exactly their timing. Regardless, another garment change takes place from the golden garments into another set of linen garments with the accompanying ritual immersions and hand and foot washings. The high priest now enters the Kedosh Kodashim, the Holy of Holies, for the final time of the year, removing the incense, followed by another garment change back into the golden garments. Now he may complete the afternoon or evening Tamid offering, which is the way the day started, before a final 10 washing of the hands and feet. And by now, the sun has sunk and the wet eyes are moved to the stars. That will signal the completion of the 10th of Tishrei and the end of Yom Kippur. As night descends, the high priest will light the grand golden menorah, marking the end of the day. He will return home and end his fast by breaking bread with his friends and family. Once the sacrifices aren't over, they'll begin again the next morning. He will be the centerpiece of ritual procedures. God or worship performed by the high priest is one of the most complex set of rituals known to us of the ancient world. It was meant to intercede on behalf of the high priest, the priest's nation of Israel, to atone for their sins and renew their covenantal relationship with their God as stipulated in the Torah. So no wonder it was awe-inspiring and extended ritualistic cycle of Israelite life. And while it hasn't been observed now in nearly 2,000 years, the basic structure is retained in the cycle of prayers uttered by Jews on Yom Kippur, with prayers offered in the stead of sacrifices. The observance of Yom Kippur today is still an echo of those ancient sacrifices, garments, and ritual purification in the hopes of atonement for personal and culture. Going into every detail of this elaborate ancient ritual, or the extensive debates on the large and small found both in the Mishnah and the Talmud. If you really dive into the question, do it the same way by carefully seeing Tradi Yoma of the Mishnah along with the Gemara if you really want to be on the chords. You can find both of these texts online at Sefaria on the links below, or you can study them both in Hebrew and in English. Further, a great text to learn about the general history of the temple is the handily and simply illustrated Solomon's Temple history. Of course, the literature on the temple is absolutely vast. Possibly covered. Again, if you want to learn more about how to serve now, make sure to check out the episode of Religion for Breakfast, Rest and High. Until next time, here's to wishing everybody a wonderful Jewish New Year. May 5782, the current Jewish year, be the year for blessing. May we all strive to become more thoughtful and caring people, atoning for where we fall short and thriving for the best version of ourselves. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Their God as stipulated in the Torah. The Israelite temple in Jerusalem has fueled the imagination for millennia. Almost as the axis mundi or the world as it appears on many medieval maps, the site of the Beit HaMikdash was conceived by the ancient Israelites as being the very home of their God on earth. Built as a permanent dwelling following the Mobile Solomon did rebuild by Zerubbabel before a final grand reconstruction by King Herod. The temple is even thought to herald the final apocalyptic days, where a third temple served variously in the Abrahamic eschatologies. From the site of the Ark of the Covenant to the last earthly days of Jesus of Nazareth, the first direction of prayer for Muslims, the architecture of the Templars, and to the latter sacred buildings of the Latter-day Saints, the Jerusalem Temple has served both in theory and as a singular site of sanctity. But what do we actually know about the services or avodah performed in the temple? In this episode, I want to explore just that question by going into some detail about the elaborate rituals performed in the temple on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, and the holiest day in the Israelites. Yom Kippur, as Steinsaltz has pointed out, is triply holy. It is the holiest time. Yom Kippur, performed by the holiest person, the Kohen HaGadol, the high priest, by entering into the holiest place, the Kadosh Kedoshim, the Holy of Holies. What did this triply holy ritual look like during the days of the Jerusalem temple? Let's explore just that complex set of rituals. If you're interested in ancient rituals, mystery religions, subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I hope that you consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I greatly do appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel. Also, if you want to is practiced in modern times by Jews long since the destruction of the temple, make sure to check out Religion for Breakfast episode on just that topic in the card above. I've been a huge fan of Andrew's work, and actually is an inspiration that helped me to start this channel, Esoterica. So I really want to express my thanks to Religion for Breakfast for providing so much great religious studies content and for their great episode on Yom Kippur. Let's turn to the triply sacred Jerusalem temple. Sledge and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Despite the fame of the Jerusalem temple, very little popular attention is paid to the worship that occurred within its precincts. This isn't terribly surprising. It's an utterly foreign world to our modern sensibilities. Indeed, as a content warning, this episode is going to frequently make mention of animal blood sacrifices from a historical and academic perspective. Despite being extremely complicated and shocking to modern sensibilities, the service within was at the center of Israelite life. Worship remains one of the best documented religious rituals of the ancient. Very little idea of a lawn within the temples of ancient Egypt, Babylon, Greece, or Rome. These traditions seem to have been largely oral and were conducted from priest to priest without ever really seeming to have been written down. Indeed, they were often very carefully guarded secrets, and the conduct of the mystery religions, such as the rites of Eleusis or Mithras, are even more obscure. The situation with the worship in the Jerusalem smell, nobody knows why. The Jerusalem temple was destroyed or carried out with indigenous Jewish population, such that the religious authorities of the time felt that Judaism itself was facing an existential threat. Given that threat, they decided to commit to writing what was up to that point only transmitted orally. This collection of oral traditions and debates became known as the Mishnah and was redacted sometime around 200 of the Common Era. Two later series of commentaries on this text were also composed and are themselves the famous Jerusalem or Palestinian and Talmuds. We're going to be turning primarily to Tractate Yoma and the Mishnah, which details the Yom Kippur and the temple. Some of that text seems to be composed by people with a living having served in the temple before it was destroyed. Now, that doesn't mean that the text is perfect. Even within the pages of Tractate Yoma, there are many things where to be reformed. Even the order of certain key to the rituals of that day aren't generally agreed upon. But we're going to go through the whole day reconstructing the ritual service of the high priest, given with what appears to be the most general shared consensus, and pointing out at least some technical aspects of the debates about the performance of the Avodah. Yom Kippur itself has a very complex origin and is likely at least three different religious rituals. Purification ritual for the high priest entering into the Holy of Holies to commune with the Israelites, perhaps in an altered of consciousness or shamanic trance. A general day of atonement for the sins of the collective nation of Israel, and a ritual whereby those sins are transferred to an animal, here a goat, as we'll see, and that animal is dispatched. All three of these rituals are actually known from other ancient Near East cultures, though by the composition of the Torah in the 5th century BCE, they seem to have been combined into one day of extreme sanctity. Here we're going to be focusing on how the Yom Kippur ritual would have been carried out sometime in the mid-1st century of the Common Era, around the time of the life and death of Jesus of Nazareth and the high priesthood of Hanan ben Hanan, the high priest on the eve of the Great Revolt. Again, while exact details may, let's begin about a week before that holiest day of Yom Kippur. 7 days prior to Yom Kippur, the high priest of the Kohen HaGadol is sequestered to the temple chambers from his family in order to ensure his absolute ritual. A deputy high priest is also elected to serve in the case that the actual high priest should probably a spare wife is selected for the high priest in cases that why? He's commanded in the Torah to atone for his entire family and must have a wife to complete that family unit. Thus, if his current wife dies, he'll be quickly remarried to complete the ritual atonement. Further, he's sprinkled with the ashes of the sacrificial red heifer to remove any trace of impurity. It begins to rehearse the acrobatics for the incense offerings in the holies, and he also convicted him of that. One can't estimate the stakes here. The entire of the relationship between the Israelites and their God at some level depends on his performance of this series of rituals. No pressure or anything. He also inspects the various animals that will be sacrificed that day, with the exception of the sin-bearing goats. And he performs some light ritual duties in the temple that week as a kind of warm-up for the big day. He's further instructed on the central debate of that time period. When is the incense of the Holy of Holies lit? Inside or outside the Holy remains a chronic contention, and even truly how the Israelite God manifests the high priestly matter. In order to prevent the possibility of any kind of ritually inbound nocturnal emission, high priest diet is for the night before the Yom Kippur fast, and he's kept awake all night long, thus prolonging the experience of a 25-hour fast that all capable Israelites go as they endure soul. Fingers or sleepy dozes off, faces about barefoot on cold floor of the temple, keep himself alert through the night. At midnight, the ashes from the previous day's sacrifices are cleared from the massive altar, the first difference between Yom Kippur and virtually all other days of the year. This sacrificial altar, or the Mizbeach, is truly titanic, 10 meters or 32 feet tall, reached by a rim, and 16 meters or 52.5 feet square top. As dawn approaches, the temple courtyard is already filling to standing room capacity. From the roof of the temple, priests are looking east for dawn to break, and with the first major illuminations, the spawner cries out, Malachi. And with the tomb of the patriarchs having also been built by Herod and architecturally similar to the temple, the day has come, and the first sacrifices began. The high priest has 8 distinct ritual tasks to complete before the sun sinks in the west and the clock has started ticking. The Kohen HaGadol undresses himself and ritually immerses in the mikvah, the first of 5 immersions, and changes then into the first set of the golden garments, the first of 5 garment changes for the day. The golden garments are the usual ritual attire of the high priest during the rest of the year and will be worn while he performs the first tamid or continual sacrifice, commanded for every day of the year, Yom Kippur or not. Though usually performed by regular priests, today will be performed by the Kohen HaGadol. This morning tamid sacrifice includes a lamb along with oil, a washing offering, and the first steps for preparing the enormous golden menorah, which will be lit at the conclusion of the day. Another identical tamid offering will occur later in the afternoon as well. This daily sacrifice completed, a high priest immerses in the mikvah again and changes into these special linen garments for Yom Kippur. Before and after each change of these garments and foot washing is required, those resulting in 10 special. These linen garments are extremely valuable, being procured as far away as Egypt and India. Usually notes that both sets of these linen garments will worth as much as 18 maneh, or somewhere in the neighborhood of about 280 troy ounces of silver. That's roughly $7,000 U.S. money in the fall of 2021 for 2 garments. The high priest approaches the first major Yom Kippur offering, the bull. He places both hands between the bull's eyes and confesses his sins and the sins of his family. During this confession and the other day, of the divine names is the first of 3 such pronunciations that day in the Israelite year, ineffable forename of the Israelite God. This is also the first major recurring miracle of the day. Hearing the divine name pronounced, the entire population of the temple falls completely prostrate. Recall this standing room only. The Talmud relates how the temple is searched in all directions, miraculously warping space itself to accommodate the communal act of prostration at hearing the divine name. After reciting this confession, the high priest makes his way to the enormous essential entrance to the Heichal, or the holy place, the east-facing Nicanor Gate. This gate is also an important landmark in the temple given matched to it. Nicanor had a giant two-door copper gate made in Alexandria, and taking them back by sea, a terrible storm is said to have befallen the ship. In desperation, the sailors threw one of the copper doors into the sea and lashed himself to the other in threatened that they would cast him into the sea as well, just as the other door. Just then, the storm abated and the sea calmed. Arriving at the port of Naco, Nicanor was despondent until the other enormous solid copper door was found to have washed up right beside the cruise ship, miraculously floating along the ship the entire time. While the other gates of the temple were golden, copper gates of the Nicanor Gate were never replaced, given the miracle of their survival. Here, the high priest is by attendants and his deputy, and the other ones for judges. One reads for Adonai, for Hashem, the other reads for Azazel, perhaps an ancient wilderness demon. One goat will be sacrificed in the temple that day, and the other, the one from Azazel, bearing the sins of the entire people of Israel, the famed scapegoat, will be led a dozen or so miles in wilderness and cast down a mountain, tearing it to shreds. With the one selected, the goat for Adonai, Hashem, is selected, and a second confession is made by the high priest on behalf of the priestly caste over the from earlier. The whole name of God is pronounced, and the entire congregation falls to their face in worship as they slaughtered and its blood capturing him. The government attached to its horn and is led away to be released later. The high priest now ascends a giant altar on his behalf in preparation for the most physically complex aspect of the day's ceremonies. Using a golden shovel, he takes some of the inner portion of the hottest coals and must then collect 2 handfuls of incense. This is difficult because both hands must hold the incense while the shovel of hot coals be either held in the teeth or lit without any of the coals being dropped in the next crucial journey. With the incense and the hot coals collected, he now walks ran an interior sanctuary in the Heichal, carrying incense and balancing the coals as he performs the most dangerous duty of the day. Entering and offering the incense within the Kadosh Kadoshim, the Holy of Holies. This is also the thorniest debate of where the incense is to be lit. The Sadducees held that it should be lit outside of the Holy of Holies and taken within, as the Pharisees held that it should be lit within the Holy of Holies. And depending on the high priest, either could be performed based on this is also the thorniest debate of ancient Judaism and Leviticus. Of course, this was a bitter dispute because the entire atonement for the Israel outside of the Holy of Holies and taken within. Whereas the Pharisees held that it should be lit within the high priest and the divine execution of the high priest. Regardless, let's assume a Pharisee interpretation of this high priest. This was a bitter dispute because the entire atonement for the people of Israel inside the Sadducee. The great curtains are broken, separating the Heichal from the most holy place were pinned up, such that the high priest would enter on the left of the high priest would turn right, and let's assume into the Holy of Holies and turn left or west. The gap between the curtains being only a cubit or about 18 inches wide. Once within the Holy of Holies, now the bereft of the Ark of the Covenant since the destruction of the temple by the Babylonians, the high priest enters a golden walled room with a rock outcropping emerging from the floor called the Even Hashtiyah, or the foundation stone, which is about 3 fingers' breadth from the ground. This is in all likelihood the same God in known Muslims as a noble rock. He would place the pan down and ignite the incense, whose secret formula was long held by the Atinas family, before briefly uttering a prayer as the room began to fill with the aromatic smoke of the incense. When the ark was present, the incense was actually placed between carrying rails. It's also said that a rope was sometimes attached to equals that perhaps struck down. The incense offering made, he exits the way and entered, walking backwards in reverence. This is the first of 4 visitations weeks throughout the day of Yom Kippur. The high priest returns to the Hechal or holies of the basin of bull's blood, which has an official stir to prevent. He enters the Holy of Holies to sprinkle the blood in a whipping motion 8 times, once upwards and 7 times downwards. Once complete, he returns to the Nicanor gate. He slaughters the guy and catches its blood in another basin. He returns to the Holy of Holies a 3rd time and sprinkles the goat's blood just in the same way as he did the bull's blood. He exits and he proceeds to sprinkle the blood of the bull and then the blood of the goat in turn onto the outer curtain of the head before pouring the remaining bull's blood in with the goat's blood. Coming to the gold-plated inner altar in the Hechal, he smears the combined blood on the 4 horns of the inner altar, starting with the northeastern corner, and then again sprinkles the altar 8 times in a whipping motion. Leaving the Hechal, he makes his way to the east of the Azarah near the Nicanor gate and makes a final confession on behalf of all the people of Israel onto the goat marked for Azazel. For the 3rd and final time, the holy name of God, the congregation falls again in worship and prostration, and the goat for Azazel begins its long, doomed journey into the Judean wilderness. The heat of the day can weaken the goat, so there are 10 way stations with food and water for it. Simply escorting the goat is what rarely performed by an Israelite, for Azazel so ritually impure that even one's clothes become invalid, and the escorts must remain in the way station until the end of the Yom Kippur ceremonies. While the goat journey, the entrails and limbs of the previous sacrifices are prepared for incineration. A series of relay flags from the wilderness communes that the goat for Azazel has been thrown backwards off the mountain, basically to prevent it from coming back with all the sins that have been transferred to it. And at that moment, the previous bull and goat for Hashem are incinerated. This marks a where the mood in the crowd shifts from panic to joy. Atonement for Israel has truly begun in earnest. In some legends, a red cord visible to the crowd also miraculously turned white at this very moment. Surely, the high priest breathes a sigh of relief, though the delirium of hunger as the heat of the day comes into full effect in the shining marble of the temple. Once the incineration has begun, the high priest makes his way through the Nicanor today and reads aloud and recites from memory the specific Torah sections detailing the divinely ordained worship for Yom Kippur. With the reading complete, another garment change takes place from the linen into a second set of golden garments, with both a ritual immersion in the mikveh and 2 hand and foot washings accompanying. Coming to the north side of the large altar on Mizbeach, the high priest slaughters 2 further rams, gathers their blood in southwest corners of the menorah. The rams are further butchered, entirely incinerated, And around now, the second Tamid offering and the Musaf offering also become possible, and there is a lot of debate in the Mishnah about exactly their timing. Regardless, another garment change takes place from the golden garments into another set of linen garments with the accompanying ritual immersions and hand and foot washing. The high priest now enters the Shin Holy of Holies for the final time of the year, removing the incense, followed by another garment change back into the golden garments. Now he may complete the afternoon or evening Tamid offering, which is the way that it started before the 10th washing of the hands and feet, and by now the sun in the west and eyes are turning to the sky, looking for three shining stars that was the 10th of Tishrei and the end of Yom Kippur. As night descends, the high priest will light the grand golden menorah, marking the end of the day, and then he will return home and end his fast by breaking bread with great festivity, friends, and family. Of course, the sacrifices aren't over. They'll begin again the next morning, though he will be the centerpiece of the ritual procedure. The Avodah, or of Jerusalem, was perhaps one of the most complex set of rituals known to us from the ancient world. It was meant to intercede on behalf of the high priest, the priestly caste, and the entire population of Israel to atone for their sins and renew their covenantal relationship with their God as stipulated in the Torah. Thus, it's no wonder it was one of the most profound on and while it has been observed now in nearly 2,000 years, the basic structure is retained in the cycle of prayers uttered by Jews on Yom Kippur with prayers offered instead of sacrifices. The observance of Yom Kippur today is still an echo of those ancient sacrifices, garments, and their ritual purifications in the hopes of atonement for personal and collective sin. Of course, I haven't gone into every detail of this elaborate ancient ritual or the extensive debates on the details, both large and small, found both in the Mishnah and the Talmud. If you really want to dive into these questions, I would do it the same way that I did preparing for this episode, by carefully studying Tractate Yoma of the Mishnah, along with the Gemara if you really want to be more core. You can find both of these texts online at Sefaria on the links below for them, where you can study them both in Hebrew, Aramaic, and in English. Further, a great text to learn about the general history of the temple is the Handley and Seaweed Solomon's Temple and history. Of course, the literature on the temple is absolutely vast, and I can't possibly cover all of it here. Again, if you want to learn more about how Yom Kippur developed following the destruction of the temple and how it's served now, make sure to check out the episode over at Religion for Breakfast. Make sure to tell Andrew I said hi. Until next time, here's to wishing everybody a wonderful Jewish May 5782, the current Jewish year, and the year for blessings. And may we all strive to become more thoughtful and caring people, atoning for where we fall short and thriving to become the best version of ourselves. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Square Garden. We are coming back to beautiful New York City, August 16th. This is your chance. Sousa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo on the horns. We have a leprechaun that we found on St. Patrick's Day. We kept him. He's on violin. Jake Kennedy, everybody, it's his name. Wow. One of the Kennedys. Hopefully he gets shot in the head by the end of the episode. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Muling on the electric guitar. John Lees on the keys. And this is indeed the one and only live in the flesh, the great and powerful D Madness on the bass guitar. This is the #1 live podcast in the world, soon to be an Emmy-nominated television show. Brought to you by Blue Nile, Talkspace, Voodoo Ranger, and ZipRecruiter. How exciting is this? And before we get started, there's a little bit more of all the other amazing sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here, right now. Hello. This podcast is brought to you by Blue Nile. Consider this your official number for Mother's Day. It's fast approaching. Sunday the 11th of May is the day for all the moms in our lives to show them how much we care. It's a gift that ignites her smile and maybe even triggers a few tears. With a special piece of jewelry from BlueNile.com. Not a Ray or Blue. That's Blue Nile. Amazing jewelry at BlueNile.com. At Blue Nile, you'll find thousands of independently graded diamonds and fine jewelry pieces at prices below your expectations. As the original online jewelry since 1999, peace of mind comes with every Blue Nile purchase. Thanks to some of the highest quality standards in the jewelry industry, your gift stays safe with every Blue Nile shirt and a resin packaging won't give away what's inside. In most cases, even delivered overnight. And Blue Nile also offers 30-day returns and a diamond price match guarantee to treat mom right this Mother's Day. Enjoy the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Visit BlueNile.com today. That's BlueNile.com. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Alright, every single week I book two of the funniest guests in the world. This week, no different. Two returning guests, two of my favorites. This is a mixture of chemistry of two hilarious comedians that are willing to truly be themselves on this show. They're not nervous. They're fun. We're going to have a blast. I present to you one of the record holders for all-time appearances as a guest on the show. And one of my favorite guests who debuted this in 2025 makes us for Louis J. Gomez and LaPierre Lee. Oh, yeah, baby. Louis J. Gomez, the creator of Skank, legend of Skank, and storyboard. Skank hands are in the air. Very powerful LaPierre Lee, ladies and gentlemen. Huge pro wrestling fan. Not getting the signs of pop that he was expecting here. Powerful Lumiere, one of my favorite goofy debut guests of 2025. Makes himself right at home, very silly. Okay, one of the most likable characters humanly imaginable brought us to the. But these guys look mad. No, they're happy. They're happy, Lumiere. Hey, don't make me give you the fist. Whoa. Yeah, they're actually racist, like a Puerto Rican and a black guy. What do you think of this shit? Yeah, exactly. This is Texas. Where's the white people? That's right. In the audience. Louis Gomez there. Truly, I do believe he may have the right sound. 20-some because we're brothers from back in the show when it was in the Comedy Store Belly Room. 20, 30 people in the crowd. Yeah. Look at this shit. It's a user on Netflix. Holy shit. Not only does he, I do believe, not only does he have the record for all-time appearances on the show, he also has the record for the least watched episodes ever. Actually glanced through for the first time in forever. I glanced through our video library today. It's amazing how few some of these episodes are watched, and I noticed a direct correlation between you and us only getting like a couple hundreds. I'm like, wait, no, how's a million, 200,000? One shadow banned for most platforms, Tony. Well, that's your fault for booking me, you're an idiot. That's it. And you know what? I have no regrets because, contrary to popular belief, I clearly love Puerto Rican garbage. Here it is. Louis J. Gomez. Proof, by the way. Proof. They could have looked that up. Any of the fucking media outlets. Like, wait, he seems to really love Kim Condon. Truly, like, I mean, just one of the most garbage-used Puerto Ricans on the planet. And meanwhile, they called me racist, and here I am propping you up while you cost me millions of everybody. That was, you guys know how it works, clearly. All-time appearances, but I'm going to remind everybody here anyway, about 300 human beings, innocent souls, people that anything could fucking happen here. And they signed up for the chance to get 60 seconds on the stage. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry ones. I'm gonna have this gas station attendant fucking pull the first one. You don't have to say it out loud, sir, but Jesus. Then we go wrangle that person from next door, and while we do that, we get our first fucking pull of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring to the stage one of the finest characters in the history of the show to get us started tonight. It's America's favorite uncle. This is the guy out on the Killers of Kill Tony tour, absolutely crushing it. An old soul, but the young spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from David Charlie. How y'all doing tonight, white people in Puerto Rico? Hell yeah. I ain't a political person, but I don't like the way they treat women in the media, you know, like saying women can't be the president and shit. I was raised by a strong black woman. I believe women can do anything a man can do, you know? Clap, bitches, I'm talking about y'all. Have a little faith in yourself. We let you bitches read it right, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The sad part about it is, I don't think we ever gonna see a female president unless that bitch is trans. Bitch, you know? You gotta have a dog in the fight. Like, hey, you a woman of a bitch, so forget where you come from. That's how they did us with Obama. I get it. They had to have a dog in the fight, you know what I mean? We wanted a chance to change, so they was like, be fucking for real. Get this orange nigga and get the fuck out of here before we change our mind. But if you think about it, there's a lot of strong trans women, you know? You got Caitlyn Jenner, Wendy Williams. You know that bitch got a date. You know what I mean? You be fucking that bitch around the back and shit, slap your kneecap, like, God damn. Throw it over your shoulder and That's a ride. David, welcome back to the show.
Hey, thank you, John. It's always great to be here, man.
Absolutely. You know, some good jokes there. I have some beef with your setups. You said that the media said that a woman can't be president, but the media is the only thing that says that a woman can be president.
Hey, I use this, well, you know, to the fun up, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Mayor,
The media, the people.
I'd go for a woman. Yeah, no shit. You're a liberal pussy, Mayor. We've done this talk before. We've gotten into awkward talks in the green room. I told you to stop before Rogan can walk back in. I want you to work in this city, Lemire. I'm trying to save you. Yeah, she was a cop that locked up people that looked like Lemire. Having less than a gram of weed, she would lock up Lewis right now for spilling a martini. If she was,
I was just so upset that he said he called for a woman.
Ridiculous. Look, I like women. We just gotta wait for the right one. And I like your premise. I like the whole fucking Caitlyn thing, everything that you got going there.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking things, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're speaking facts.
oh, all right. Lewis, and you found one there. There's gonna be a lot more windows that open up. David, you know, I never really get to ask you about your personal life. What's your living situation like? You live by yourself?
I stay by myself.
You stay by yourself? It's in one bedroom?
It's a two-bedroom.
Two bedroom? Who lives in the other bedroom?
Nobody, just me.
You got the whole place?
Yeah, so I run around and get money as naked.
You run around naked?
And that's how you got it.
And you have a couch and a TV and a...
I live pretty good right now. You know, people are coming out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
My life is actually pretty fucking easy. You understand? Hey, I saw that bitch abusing the black people. I ain't hear that bitch out.
You didn't hear it at all.
You know, I go home and what the fuck is that man talking about? All this shit in here.
Goddamn bird loose.
Oh, man.
What do you think, if you had to speak on behalf of all African Americans, on why exactly John, this was hitting close to home with John. I've never really seen him laugh this hard. If you had to speak on behalf of all African Americans on why it is that the smoke detector beep goes unnoticed with you people and you people only. And when I say you people, I fucking mean you people. Let there be no confusion here.
Yeah.
Why do you think it is that black people don't notice that they need to change batteries in the smoke detector along with the smoke detector?
You know that dog whistle that we can't get the dogs to hear? It's like that. Smoke that.
Okay.
It's like even on here. I never heard it. I still don't see it.
What they're talking about when Trump gives a speech, you stand it off with the
Hey, man, stop talking about Trump. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be Texas, but relax. You know what I mean?
American Trump oddly political. I didn't say anything bad.
That bitch ain't that dog whistle. You know what I'm saying? But I can't hear it. I ain't hearing it first until I listen hard enough, and I'm like, oh shit, that's a smoke.
David, what do you think is the blackest thing about you other than your skin, your speech, and your overall demeanor?
It's probably my dick. That bitch pretty bad, man. That bitch, sometimes I gotta put lotion on that motherfucker. I feel like a green color some days, you feel me?
Absolutely.
Yeah, great, man.
Now, I'm also curious to know, what do you think is the whitest thing about you, David Jolly? Oh, that's a touch.
Oh, this more like a whole.
Oh, the inside of your hand. No, not physically, but like with your behaviors.
I believe that Sublime is the greatest band of all time. Down that hour, you know what I'm saying? You feel me, white man? Yeah, he likes Sublime. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Sublime was a good time, man.
That surprises me.
Not the one with Rome, that's bullshit, you know what I'm saying?
Not the new Sublime.
Yeah, fuck that bullshit. I mean, Rome can sing, but he wasn't on heroin at the same time, so it ain't the same effect.
It's gotta have the heroin.
Yeah, I like my rock and roll stars to do drugs, you know what I'm saying? Like the hard drugs, the real ones, you know?
No doubt about it. David, you got it started here tonight. Is there anything else crazy we should know about you before we let you go? Since the last time we saw you?
Shit, you know, all I Mr. D. Johnny needs your Instagram. MRD Johnny on Instagram. Same thing on TikTok. Everything else. Keep it back to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Alright.
I'm saying that, Tony.
I don't know what just happened there, but yeah. There you go. Yeah. World star. There he goes. David Jolly. On to the bucket we go. Oh my god. Oh my. You know what? I think I might need the lotion on my penis. Heidi's here, everybody. I need to borrow some of David Jolly's coconut butter. And think about it, do while I do it. Your first bucket bowl of the night goes by the name of Trish Smart. Everyone sounds like a familiar name. I think we might have seen her before. Here she is. Some noise, people, for Trish Smart.
What's up? Somebody outside tried to make fun of me, and they were like, "Is that a black belt in dick sucking?" About my necklace? I was like, "What do you think happens at Claire's? Like, you can't buy this $8.99 3-pack. You gotta go to the back and prove it." I don't know. I started arguing back with him too. I was like, "I only suck a dick to refuse a UTI." He didn't get it either. I am dating again now. I don't get dating. Like, I don't know to tell somebody to stop sticking a finger in your asshole until they stop doing it. Every time the face strikes next, I think the exact same thing. I'm like, that was unexpected. That was okay. I'm like, I heard them yell.
Of course, you're sitting on with just a hard head nod. Smart. Welcome back.
Full on eye contact. I didn't know what else to do.
Okay. Alright, Trish Smart. You could have been like, that's it.
That's it, guys.
Alright, there she is, Trish Smart. How long have you been doing stand-up, Trish?
It'll be 8 years now.
8 years. Okay, you've been on the show once before. Highlight of your interview last time.
The highlight of my interview was that I was making paintings of myself acrylically on the toilet to sell at comedy shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much will one of those go?
Someone's about to vote for Trish Smart for president, everybody.
It's nice. They say the Black Fridays.
I had a black
Hey, Redman, let's get back to the soundboard. Redman, everybody. Alright, Trish.
Redman looks like he has a black barber.
Okay, alright, thank you. What happens when you talk?
No, that's a compliment.
Okay, alright. I'm sure the internet's dying right now. The black barber. Let's find out after all. Why does it look like he has a black barber?
Because he has like a fresh shave. Like that, you look
It looks fucking disgusting. What are you talking about, Trish?
Have we ever seen a red man look worse than he now?
It is unbelievable.
He crawled out of the fucking sewer today. What are you talking about?
Gray has no voice. You're disgusting. Stop trying to talk. You're not in shape for podcasting tonight. Literally, there's all the turn up your fucking volume and hit a button. There you go. Hit anything. Try it. Hey, alright, there you go. Okay, stick to that. Put the mic down. Trish, tell us what's been going on with your life since the last time we saw you.
well, it's been a year now. Adam Ray bought me that week of hotels. That's it was free, and then I accidentally invited a homeless musician. I adopted him, and he destroyed the hotel. And I had to call Adam Ray and be like, "Listen, this stuff happened," and he thought it was very funny. So that's how that ended.
Let me just update you. There's no way, and I haven't talked with Adam about this. He was being a nice guy, giving you a hotel room.
Yeah.
There's no way he thought of this fucking.
Well, I think
there's 0% chance that he laughed at you because he's like being nice, but like,
no, I paid for it.
I mean, you fucking did. I mean, that would be crazy. What made you invite a homeless man with a dog into the hotel room that Adam Ray was nice enough to pay for?
Well, he was living across the street, and I was like, "All right, you can take a shower," and I was like, "All right, you can do laundry." And one day he like tried, and as a joke, I was like, "What's your STD revealed to be the reference photo for John Waters' plastic surgeon.
Oh, God. Jesus fucking Christ, Trish.
Nobody there.
Yes. Literally fucking 300 fucking people. Nobody. 8 years of experience. I tell you to stop roasting the family. You're like, how about one Mullen? How about this reference from 1960 something? You fucking dudes, Trish. God, this fucking, I mean, Jesus Christ. I can already tell how fucking tonight is gonna go. Trish, anything else about your life that we should know about?
I don't know if I should say this, but I had a friend pass away a couple days ago. I think I'm feeling pretty strange about it today.
How did they pass away?
Are you guys familiar with Chill?
Nope.
It's when you ketamine and I'm pretty sure you Netflix and Kill. And I don't know if I should be saying that, but I feel like when something is like so fresh that you're just like, I want to talk about it and I don't know how.
I agree with you. I got a new girlfriend, and
Oh, really?
yeah,
You do?
yeah, I went, so I understand totally what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a show last night.
Stop. Trish. Did you have a girlfriend?
I was first started back in
Okay, so you and her
the entire this in a few weeks she passed away.
go to the hospital.
Like it's not what you
Oh my God.
It's okay. It's I didn't mean to take the moment away from you.
I wasn't going very well. Oh my goodness gracious.
To be fair, I also would kill myself with drugs if I had to hang out with you.
Yeah, that is true. I don't understand how the Netflix has anything to do with your friend overdosing on ketamine.
Netflix is like a popular term where you do ketamine, just watch TV. It basically means like you do it by yourself.
Have you ever heard of Spun Fun too? That's when you do meth for fun.
Wow. Have you ever done that?
I haven't done it.
Yeah, that seems like two ways to doing meth and fucking are two ways to burn calories, which seems like one of your least favorite things to do. Anyway, Trish, sorry about your friend. It seems to be weighing heavy on you. Terrible roast jokes. I'm sure your friend is looking up at you right now while burning in hell and
Roasting it up.
and roasting better than you. Thank you. So there she goes, Trish Smarter. She's got a good sense of humor. Relax, people. She's been doing it 8 years. She's smiling. Oh, Tony's so mean to the girl whose friend died. Fuck you. Fuck you. She said I look like a John Waters thing or something. Jesus Christ. One more roast joke. You look like shit. Hello. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know, therapy can be costly, and Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers. Did you know that most insured members have a $0 copay?
That's right, Tony. Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider.
Yeah,
It's giving me easy and small and affordable. I think Talkspace is
seem fine. Don't wait. You can sign up online and get paired with a license that's typically within Talkspace. You can even from the comfort and privacy of your own home. You can even talk it out in between sessions by sending messages to your therapist. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Get $80 off your first month. That's Talkspace.com/Tony, promo code SPACE80. Hello. a lot of time spent hiring. If you're one of these employers who's ramping up hiring this year, don't miss out on this advice. Latest features have been to your hiring plan. It lets you post tomorrow. Best of all, it does the work for you, so you can save time. And right now, you can try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Tony right now.
Tony, ZipRecruiter is the best hiring site out there. Zip Intro gives you the power to quickly access excellent candidates for your job via back-to-back video calls. You simply pick a time and Zip Intro does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people as soon as the next day. It's so easy.
So easy. So save hiring for 2025. New Zip Intro. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/Tony right now to try Zip Intro for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Tony. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full. As you see, anything can happen. This person's mother could have died today. Her body would still be warm. Okay. Make some noise for Marvin.
I can't stand managers, yo. I can't stand managers. You ever see the job interviews? You always ask this stupid shit. Like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I be looking at them like, why in front of another motherfucker asking me where do I see myself in 5 years, man? I can't stand managers. Yo, when they come into the office 8 a.m., ready to go, energized, hopped up on cocaine and coffee. I don't do that shit to the office 8 a.m., I'm on cocaine and coffee, and I'm 15 minutes late high on weed, bitch. Like, it's not on the same wavelengths. I can't stand it, man. As soon as I come into the office, first thing I hear, hey, Marvin, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to put in this order for those candle facts and meeting up to me. You want to get the fellas a location of the package for you to the requisitions on Nathan Facts to so I'm going to be Nathan Friday's meeting. Today is Tuesday. I need you to organize the funding cabinet out. I'm going to get chronological data and new inventory. Then I need you to stay overtime. I'll need every time my family is moving over to the movies. If you need anything, just send me an email to see John, okay? And I'm high on weed, like, let me get a pen real quick. Hold on. That's me.
Alright, Marvin, easy. You were on very recently, am I correct, Marvin?
Yeah, man, this is my redemption, man. Like, the first one was the night of the crazy turbo mode bucket pools and stuff, you know, and then I got called the very next week, you know, but I was really my shell, acting just myself.
And here you are now.
Taking 20 shots at you and Red, man, so my bad on that, you know.
Wow. And I don't want to answer the one. We just get to see what the last girl's going to say next time she's on. Isn't that exciting?
I did want to answer one question for you, because you did ask me what was one of the most Puerto Rican things about me, and I was that I was watered down. By that I meant, like, I don't eat rice and beans, I don't, you know, listen to reggaeton, anything like that. But I am proud when I say I eat. You know, this is Puerto Rican natives.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that my people were also here before everyone else and got raped as well, and this is why light skins come out.
Wait, hold on a second. I always find it so interesting when a culture tries to make themselves a victim.
No, we're the ones that eat indigenous.
I want to know more about exactly what you know. Hold on, let me check in with Luis Jago, my senior Puerto Rican correspondent.
Rapists become the rapists.
Yeah, exactly. Is that the original Shankers where he's not fucking raving me, dude? Hey, dude, I think we're just fucking now. Dude,
perspective.
Typical so Puerto Rican, they're way too efficient. Wait, before I can start leaving, let's let me elaborate. Oh, so, Lemaire, I bet he has abs. Let's see. I bet compared to you, he has abs, Lemaire. Alright, here we go. Oh, fucking disgusting, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely.
It's something look like your face.
Oh my god. So Marvin, how long you been on stand-up?
14 years, man.
14 fucking years?
Yeah, so I felt bad. I was real mad at myself at the ball. I'm like, I ain't doing it tonight. I don't know.
You barely on the ball today. Yeah. You dropped it, but, you know.
I went through the interview because last week, last time I was weird as shit. So I want to be at least, positive weird today.
Okay. Yeah. Alright. Well, you're still in it right now, so be careful because there's nothing weirder you can do than talk about how weird it could be right now in the interview. Whoa, there it is. Fucking Dirt Kreischer. Alright. Marvin. Tell me something crazy about your life that I didn't find out last time you were on. You've had some time to think about it.
Yeah, man. So you keep saying I'm out of shape and shit. I used to actually wrestle. Like backyard wrestle and shit. So,
What was were you like a luchador or something? Did you wear a mask?
yeah, I was a hardy, you know what I mean? I tried to be like a hardy boy and shit, but I was doing some
Lemaire, what do you think about this? Picture on the roof?
Yeah, there was one. It was like, since I was in the Bronx doing this shit, so we were doing it like playground. So I kind of jumped off that little hut house shit. I got like slides and stuff.
I do.
On-time bombs on that shit, you know what I mean? Rubber mask, the ones that get burned in 90 degrees, you gotta put water on that bitch before you lose hairs on your arm and shit. Like,
okay, all right. The people are relating down there.
yeah, they were more about hardy acid.
All right, Lemaire will now swallow the Incredible Hulk glove in one swallow, like it's a pill. Shove it in that, Lemaire. Right, Marvin, you got level joke book. That's right. Here you go.
Remains the same?
Yeah. It was good. It was good. You did the trick where you talk really fast, and the fucking crowd went wild. But the trick's not so true. You know that. You've been doing it 14 years.
Yeah.
You know that gets an applause break based on principle, not exactly because it's hilarious. Anybody could memorize that, right? Pull it off. There you go.
Yeah.
There he goes. Marvin, is it? Look at that silent trick. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. That's an old trick. Maybe it happened to me.
Should I just say though?
What?
On next one, I will be invited to the secret show.
Okay. All right. May I make a suggestion? Grow a fat pair of tits. All right. Red Man books his show in a very specific way.
I'm there every week.
Alright. This looks like a new name, thank God. Let's meet them all together. Make some noise for R.J. McKeegan. Everybody, R.J. McKeegan. There he is.
So, I signed up for Bumble about a month ago, and I met this chick on there, and she was a big Texas Longhorn fan. So we went to the basketball game together, and she kept yelling, "Hook 'em horns, hook 'em horns." So at the end of the night, I fucked her in the butt, and I fist took her, and I was like, "Hook 'em horns, hook 'em horns." But I like hot chicks. But I have a gay twin brother, and his name is Tommy. And when I go to bars and I meet a hot chick, I say, "Oh, hey queen, hey queen. Oh, I love your hair. Your kids feel so good." And we become best friends. And at the end of the night, I tell them I lost my keys. I don't have anywhere to let me come back with them because I'm gay and I won't try anything. And when we get back to their house, we take a bunch of shots, and then Archie comes out of me, and I fuck the living shit out of them. Wow.
various sizes. I pull it for the first time tonight, and you come out just guns of blazing. See, Tony, I'm only getting Monday, okay? So, what? Well, the earth is the same fucking voice. Yeah, well, he's actually shaped like a man, so it's more embarrassing for him. RJ reiterates my women. Why do you sound like that? I'm from Seattle. Okay, what else? Let me ask you this. Do you see your gay brother when you look in the mirror? It's my alter ego to pick up my Tony. Okay. RJ, oh my god. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy? I'm new. So how long have you been doing it, you fucking retard? So I just got divorced. My ex-wife was a redhead, and RJ, how long have you been on stand-up comedy? 1 month. 1 month. How often have you done it? You do it once a week? I've done it like 3 weeks I've been here. I've done it 10 times, so okay. And you thought you were... I think I am. Okay. Wow. Okay. How old are you, RJ? I'm 39. 39. What do you do for work? I own a semi-trailer rental company in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay. Omaha rules. Yeah. I used to own a big trucking company, but I worked 70 hours a week, and it was too much for me. So I quit that, and I met some rich motherfuckers in Nebraska, and we started a semi-trailer rental. The black settle motherfuckers. Yeah, man. Is it because they're related to you? Exactly. Yeah, we're all related. Blacks and Irish are like the same, same race, Why? How? What do you mean? What do you mean? If you're going to say that, you have to follow it up. Well, okay, so I was watching this World War II documentary the other week, and I got so we all know about the blacks versus the Irish. I got so happy. I couldn't believe Hitler was going to put the Nazis or the Irish race, and I was like, what the fuck? No one's ever believed in the Irish before. And the British, they've treated us like shit for thousands of years. So when the Nazis were fighting the British, I was rooting for the fucking Nazis. I was like, Elon, Elon. Nazis put up the RJ. Has somebody told you that you're funny ever or anything like that? What exactly? This is like Red Man trying to get in the NBA right now. What are you doing in this industry? Okay, well, I got a lot of pain from my ex-wife divorcing me, so I moved here. Okay, let's stop right there. Your ex-wife may have been onto something here. Yeah. Okay, well, she was a redheaded. You know what a redheaded wife gets you when you're a successful businessman? Lots of anal sex. And for the first year of our marriage, we had anal sex. Take this fucking little joke. We'll get the fuck out of here. RJ and here we go. No, RJ, no handshakes, go. And to touch people is a fucking consolation prize. Louis Jacob, man. This rules. I love what they're bad. It's so fun. Yeah, it is. It's part of the show. We love it. We fucking love it. Look at this retard trying to go in between tables to get back to his seat. It's not really the path to take. Hell yeah. I love it. No, you're good. I love it. Everyone's retarded tonight. This podcast is sponsored by Voodoo Ranger Mini Rippers. Guess what? The best beer on the market just got a whole bunch of Mini Rippers and Mini Cans. Voodoo Ranger's highly drinkable juice force IPA, attracting force IPA. These mini cans deliver quick and packed coconut at about 9.5% alcohol by volume and are great for moderation, storage, portability, and convenience. I love Mini Ranger, Mini Ranger. Beer stay cold and too loud. Plus, the mini size makes the perfect pocket beer. It's a 10 out of 10 for me, Tony. Well, sounds like you don't know me. That's right, great man. From here on out, it's mini can. Voodoo Ranger Mini Rippers are the new go-to beverage to start your night with a bang. Seriously, these mini cans are fun, portable, and pack a hell of a lunch. There's nothing worse than drinking a humongous beer and then feeling like you buy at VoodooRanger.com. after the Tex-Mex, the Resurrects. You find a piece your mother will love.
Maybe. Tony, I love Blue Nile. They make such classy pieces at an affordable price point. It's so easy to purchase amazing jewelry from their website. I think timing is numbers.
Oh my goodness, that's so nice of you. So thoughtful, Red Man.
Your gifts stay safe.
Every Blue Nile order is insured and arrives in packaging and hopefully what's inside. In most cases, even delivered overnight. And we goodbye to buyers or more because Blue Nile also offers 30-day returns and a diamond price match guarantee. So treat mom right this Mother's Day. Enjoy the ease and convenience of shopping Blue Nile, the original online jeweler. Visit BlueNile.com today. Sergeant, we having fun tonight, huh?
Oh, holy fuck. What's up, bitches? Talking to all the 14 women here in this fucking sausage fest. This is cool. You're from Austin? 3 of the people you've ever met in your goddamn life. This city makes me want to kill myself. I would have already drowned myself in Lady Bird Lake if it weren't for the fact that anybody that finds my dead body is just going to assume that it's a gay one. Hey, it's like it's one of the floating queers. He's floating face down. Look at him. Oh, thank God. It's not bad. Dogwood. Hell yeah. This place is fucking bright. Jesus. So many ugly people. It's a very Austin crowd. You know what I mean? It's a very diverse crowd. Never seen so many different kinds of white people in my life. Alright, well, I guess it's all my time. My name's Matt Sargent.
Alright, Matt Sargent. You have some extra stuff that doesn't even make sense. You have good jokes. I don't know why you're acknowledging how white the reviewer literally saying black and Puerto Rican, black, Mexican, 3 Mexicans, black. There's a gray guy. There's a fucking illegal immigrant right in front of you. But he's with his dad, so it's okay. He's Mexican.
Is his dad legal?
Don't make jokes. That's right. There's Mexicans everywhere. There's women everywhere. There's so many women in the crowd. You said there's chicks here. 14 women here. Ladies in Austin. In between your jokes, you make stuff up. And then talk about the lighting. You don't have to be. Look at your hair.
God, I wish you told me that.
How can you be nervous with fucking hair like that? That's absolutely incredible.
Good hair on top of my head, and then I got a lot on my ass, so I think it's
okay. Prove it.
Absolutely not.
It's
a nice belt buckle. I'm not unbuttoning this for nobody except Mr. Tony Hickman here, alright?
Matt, what are you into exactly? I got real incel vibes when you came out and called it a sausage fest with an average amount of women in the audience.
No, I just have an easy chat. I see a lot of glass here connected to a lot of weird dudes' faces.
You saw now you're calling out glasses. Did you see, 1, 2, 3 guys with glasses? How many do you see?
What's with you in numbers?
It's actually less. I would say that the amount of glasses that I'm seeing right now is less than the average amount of glasses on humans in a normal setting. You keep doing this thing where it's like, God, is everyone wearing a plain white t-shirt today? That's crazy. Whoa, I didn't realize factory. Everybody's gonna be heard. Whoa, what is this, a redhead convention? Wacky. Nothing that you're saying in between your jokes is even true.
Probably not, but I was gonna say that you freak me out because you talk like Bradley Cooper in the movie where he takes that drug. What's it called?
You should know your references before you fucking try them in front of millions of people.
It's limitless. I was gonna say,
let's check in with Lawyer. Shut the fuck up.
Does that look like he sings mariachi at Whataburger?
You're clean joke. I almost forgot what it's like when those happen here. You do look like you sing. Do you know how to sing? Do you know how to do something other than stand-up comedy? You're a talented guy.
I can jerk off on cocaine very well.
You do a lot of cocaine?
Not a lot. just almost every other time it ends up like good. So
It ends up what?
you know what that is. There's no way
Every other time it ends up what?
it ends up in gooning.
Gooning?
You know,
Never heard of it. I don't know what it means, so why don't you explain it?
I'm sorry. Okay.
How many times are you going to use the pins? God, why is everybody terrible tonight?
Are you gonna let me explain gooning? It's jerking off on Matthew.
Attitude on this. Are you going to let me explain it now that I said you know what it is 5 times? Wretched fucking we've had tonight so far.
It's still just me being nervous. I don't know what it's hard.
Nervous. Maybe I'm nervous too, huh? You ever think that maybe the pressure of doing over 700 fucking episodes that everybody watches and I'm gonna pump it everything? Maybe I'm fucking nervous. Can I use that excuse, you fucking pussy?
Well, your microphone's gold. You know what I mean?
How is he gonna keep it original? How? With 700 episodes, say the fucking of people. What's he gonna do to keep it fucking original? There's people leaving. As we speak, there's people walking out. This is what I paid for. What do you think about it? You ever hear me acknowledging the pressure on me? No, you're goddamn right. You ever hear me going, God, that night, you're so great tonight. Why is the place filled with... Alright, Matt, take a breath. Tell us about your life. What makes you different? What's happened to you?
That's such a loaded question, but
Easy fucking setup. You are correct.
yeah, I appreciate the layup.
Dream question for anybody else.
I don't know, like I dropped out of college and then I went to tech school and then now I'm here. You know what I mean? Like,
How do you make money?
anything.
How do you make money?
I sell boots. I don't think I should say they're on South Congress.
It's a bummer.
And it's not a bar, it's a boot store. It's like a high-end
Some boots.
boots.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got kind of late. I thought it was
Boots.
yeah.
Boots. Boots. It was the third pick. I'm with Lewis on this. I had boots and booze ahead of it. I took a chance with words out of his boots. I thought about learning how to pronounce boots. Very good. Alright. Are you good at it?
They haven't fired me yet. It's been, 8 months. So
You ever get nervous when you're song?
absolutely. Sometimes it's famous people.
Do you sell Tony a pair of boots right now? Yeah, that's a great point, Lemaire.
All right.
I like boots. Sell me some boots. Here I come, I'm riding up. Howdy. Settle down, boy. Settle down. Yeah, I'm gonna slap that ass. Right over here. You fucking crazy horse. Howdy, buddy. Hey, you happen to know where I can find some boots around here?
Well, you rode this horse into this boot store. I figured you knew and you came in.
A lot of fucking attitude from you. Jeez. Seems like I'm complete. In fact, negative things and everything.
What size shoe are you, Tom?
14.
There's no goddamn way you're a size 14, Tony. There's no way. I've seen people a size Shaquille O'Neal, a size 12 double E. There's no way you're a 14.
Well, let's just say me and my horse have something in common. Relax, Buster. Anyway, since you want to argue about the size, can you sell me something? Are they more expensive than they are?
No, it's all availability of like rare leathers,
Well, you're actually worse at selling boots than you are comedy. That's crazy. So, do you have any boots available?
Of course I do, and Louis J. Gomez is a hater. What cigars?
What are you doing, bro? Focus. Sell me fucking boots, you fucking idiot.
I'm sorry.
Tony, I wish this guy had boots. nervous. Let the mic stand over there. Heidi, can you grab this mic stand and put it in the right place for us? Alright, let's do this. Let's change the tone of this room a little bit. Let's get a veteran of the game up here, an absolute superstar. Ladies and gentlemen, the supreme unit, one of the only great and powerful. This is Cam Patterson. I learned something about myself recently. I shouldn't be allowed to go to weddings. That's not a good thing for me. One of my cousins wedding this weekend, and I cussed out the maid on her. She was a bitch. She deserved it though. Cause like, let's understand. So my cousin's wedding, all the groomsmen were my cousins, and my friend lived my whole life, right? And I didn't get to hang out with them the whole time. I wasn't really getting the wedding, so we started eating and stuff like that. I was even early. I was gonna talk to my cousins who was sitting at the groomsmen and the bridesmaids table, right? And the maid on her called me over. She was like, "Hey, can you come here real quick? We're all over here eating, and you kind of bothering us. So can you come back later?" And then I was very confused. So I said respectfully, "Get the fuck out of my face," right? And then a fat bitch came out. There's always a fat bitch around somewhere. She came out and she was like, "Hey, who the fuck is he?" And I went, "Bitch, Google me," right? The coolest shit I've ever said in my life, dog. And then I walked outside. I'm like, hell yeah. But I had to make sure I was Google first, right? So then I Googled myself and it came up Cam Patterson. That was cool, but I scrolled a little bit. And then it said Cam Patterson, the worst comedian of all time. I said, wait a minute. Bitch, don't Google me, ho. Don't do that at all. And then later that night I found out that it was kind of bad because I may not have said, I'll slap the fuck out you, bitch. And listen, hear me out, understand something. I never said I did. I fucking meant it. I can't let that guy so much. Cam Patterson, you went to a wedding, huh? Oh, yeah, it was cool. I hate weddings. It was pretty stupid. I really cut that bitch out, too. Yeah. Fuck that little dumbass bitch. It pissed me the fuck off, dog. It really made me angry, man. Yeah. It's uncalled for. Stupid fucking school. People get out of line at weddings. You a tripping. Well, I don't even know who that bitch was. Right. Dumbass bitch. Fat girls at weddings. It's like, I don't even know what it says. I want to eat real bad. I should have slapped that. I don't even know. If I was a bitch, I would have beat the fuck out of that one. I'll tell you that much. That makes sense. Yeah. If I was a bitch, I'd beat her ass. Fat girls at weddings, they get angry because they're never really gonna, that's like, no one else a big ass bitch. Yeah. They're just always gonna be walking. I want that fat ass, goofy ass bitch. Didn't do it. I wanted to. I didn't do it. Also, the having sex with fat ladies thing. Let's not speak forever. Oh, I fuck that bitch. Oh yeah, Cam will definitely fuck a fat bitch. I would fuck that fat bitch. She was nice. I would fuck her. Oh yeah. I mean, Lemare, you got some dick. Lemare, you are one beard shave away from Cam fucking you. No, not far off. Not far off. You hit it from behind, grab that little ponytail of his. Oh no. Oh, I know. That dude looked like an auntie without a beard. What? You have a beard. Yeah. Okay. So, Cam, what else happened? Whose wedding was this? What? One of your cousins? Yes, I was sorry. Yes. Okay, no clue. This was a black wedding. Yeah, black hair. Yeah, oh, wow. I've never been to a black wedding. That's wild. So, what are black weddings like? Have you ever been to a white wedding? Never been. I got my first wedding now. Is it like a public park? What? Where's your sound effect? Give me your sound effect. Where is it at? You know where it is. There it is. Turn it up. With barely a voice tonight. Are affecting him. Does that stop him? Does he complain about the bright lights? Does he acknowledge the people side. What is that other noise? Is that you? Okay, guys. So hold on. Why do you think it is the black men don't notice smoke detector alarms? They need to be replaced. This is a mission that I'm trying to find out on this episode. We're trying to solve the world's problems. Why do you think you heard a cricket and everyone else hears the smoke detector alarm going off? Oh no, they would need if it's us for real. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that one more time? You don't really need a smoke detector for real. You don't need one. You smoke inside, it's not gonna fuck up the house. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna do its job too good. You know what I'm saying? So you never replace it. It's genius. Is this true, Lemaire? Is this the reason? I agree, Tony. I recently had to take down 3 of my own fire alarms. There you have it. Kill Tony solving the world's issues. Absolutely incredible. So, your cousin got married. Now, normally at weddings, people get a little horny. They get a little worked up. They get some drinks in them. Right? Open bar. Was there an open bar? Yeah. And so what ended up happening? Did you notice people sneaking away? You might be trying to fuck my home, but that was weird. Okay. My auntie, older. She older. Your auntie is older, like ballpark, give us an age. Yeah. 49? Oh, shit. Yeah. Only in the black community do you have to clarify that your aunt is older than you. Yeah. It's a great point. You guys do. It's fine. It's also that way with Italian white trash. I can confirm my mom and my oldest sister were pregnant at the same time. I am an uncle to a niece that I'm 2 months older than. This is reality. Not too old. Not old. She older. You understand? And she got struggled out at home. But home, we like she can interfere and shit. And I'm 25 and 26. And the whole time she was like my son, we angry. He was just standing there like letting her feel it and shit. I couldn't be like it to me. She had a person before you flash you get a freeze. I know it. It was a black man. Before she lost weight, that's what she was. Black fat ladies are undefeatable. What? They all know well. Oh, they got hormones. They've been knowing their whole life. Their whole life. It's a strong business. Ass fucking bitch. And dirty, sloppy, fat bitch. Yeah. And they're loud. Loud, too. Am I right? But wait up to Tony. Okay. The crowd didn't laugh or groan. They kind of just agreed. Like, yeah, they are loud. Like, okay, it's a combination of please. I just turned into a rally for half a second. Cam, I love you. You are the man. You went to a wedding, and here you are talking about it. We're following his life in the real time, the places he goes, the things he does. You're watching a comedian's process here. After the fucking ego, ladies and gentlemen. This podcast is sponsored by Milk. Folks, summer's around the corner, and I'm already planning my next getaway. Maybe I'll go to Italy or Spain with my good buddy Fred Man. I love using points for travel, and I'm always looking for more ways. Here's a life hack: pay rent with Milk. Turn flexible, transferable points and unlock exclusive benefits along the way. There's no cost to join. Just by paying rent, you unlock flexible points that can be transferred to your favorite hotels and airlines, future rent, ride, and more. Fred Man. Tony, Milk is the best. I love Milk. It allows you to earn points at home in your neighborhood and on travel. When you pay rent through Milk, you unlock 2 powerful benefits. First, you earn one of the industry's most valuable points on rent every month. No matter where you live or who your landlord is, your rent now works for you. Second, you gain access to exclusive neighborhood benefits in your city. Milk's neighborhood benefits are things like extra points on dining out, complimentary posts, workout shakes, free mats or towels at your favorite fitness studios, and unique experiences that only Build members can access. And when you're ready to travel, Build points can be converted to your favorite miles and hotel points around the world, meaning your rent can literally take you places. So if you're not earning points on rent, my question is, why BILT.com/Tony. Make sure to use our URL so they know we sent you. Join Build.com/Tony to sign up for Build today. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Open Phone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every customer conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected. That's why you need Open Phone. Open Phone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying 2 phones or using a landline.
Tony, I love Open Phone. It's the best business phone system, hands down. Your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Plus, with AI-powered call transcripts and summaries, you'll be able to automate follow-ups, ensuring you'll never miss a customer interaction again. So whether you're a one-person operation drowning in calls and texts or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, Open Phone is a no-brainer. See why over 50,000 businesses trust Open Phone to manage their businesses' calls and texts. Open listeners 20% off of your first 6 months at openphone.com/Keltoni. That's OPENPHONE.com/Keltoni. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Open Phone will port them over at no extra charge. Open Phone, no missed calls. Hello, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When you think about businesses that are selling through the roof like aloe or Skims, you think about a great product, a cool brand, and brilliant marketing. But an often overlooked secret is actually the businesses behind the business, making selling and for shoppers buying simple. For millions of businesses, that business is Shopify.
And Tony, nobody does selling better than Shopify, home with the #1 checkout on the planet. I think it's the best tool around to help your business sell more.
You're so right. Wow, you're so right. And the not-so-secret secret with Shop Pay that boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning way less cards going abandoned and way more sales. So if you're into growing your business, your commerce platform better be ready to sell rolling or scrolling on the web, your store, in their feed, and everywhere in between. Because businesses that sell more sell on Shopify. Upgrade your business and get the same checkout that Skims uses. Sign up for your $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/Keltoni. All lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/Keltoni to upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/Keltoni. And tonight we are going to meet. Please make some noise for this, everyone.
Yeah, what's up? My name is Matt, guys. Yeah, I know you guys looking at me right now. You guys are like, what is he? Yeah, my buddy said it looked like orange chicken. Yeah, because I look a little Asian, but I was definitely made by a couple Mexicans. It's true, I got like 30 of my cousins in the back of Panda Express right now. Yeah, Mexican, man. I used to be a simple man, though, growing up. I used to be a big Butterface guy. You remember those Butterfaces? Yeah. Everything's nice about a Butterface. Not many about here, also. I see out here nowadays is damn butter apples. You heard about that? Everything's nice about her butter Adam's apple. Yeah, I saw it the other day. I was like, what the fuck is this? Dude, I thought God was testing me. I was like, is this an Old Testament scripture? It's killing right now. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I was kind of turned on. I'm not gonna lie, this bitch was 6 foot. Looked like Kim Kardashian, but her Adam's apple the size of my kneecap. It's like, damn, girl, you got 3 ACLs? At least you were Derrick Rose, man. Appreciate it.
I like it. Orange chicken. Good one. Fuck yeah. Alright, sideways vibe from American Gangster. Hi, Larry, you want to say something?
Kind of gross.
Oh, you know each other.
Alright, we're getting on. Yeah.
Okay, how do you guys know each other?
He loves orange chicken. I see him drive through a lot. Get that shit right.
It is wild. You look. You have absolutely Asian eyes and no Asian in you whatsoever.
No, man, I got a little Japanese in me.
Okay. Yeah, that's the eyes.
It's eyes, yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong 2% is your eyes.
Yeah. smoke shop, sell pot and stuff like that. Get some wraps and stuff.
Okay. What kind of wraps do you prefer? Do you smoke blunt?
Like growing up, I used to be a big swisher guy.
You're not now that you've grown up. How do you smoke?
Papers, man.
Regular white rolling papers.
Regular old white rolling papers.
I was a fan. I was very good choice there. Okay.
I like this guy. He's got a swag to him. Like I think the other comics bummed the audience out so much that he didn't do as well as he would have done. So I blame the other comedians for denying
That's true. There's a lot of bucket pulls that were struggling. It was a real thing. There was a guy that said that Malcolm Warren's gay brother, he was terrible. Remember that? You guys remember what we've been through? Okay, so there's 14 women here. Really fast and see in the dark. Somehow he knew what everybody looked like, the glasses they were wearing, but also it's overwhelmingly bright. I can't see, but I know what's going on out there. And then there's you. You've been doing jokes. How long have you been on stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. You go hard though, right? You do this a lot at nighttime.
You know, a lot.
Do you do that orange chicken joke differently sometimes? Do you try a different delivery system?
Yeah. Sometimes, but I'm trying to go through this. I mean, kind of the best way I think how it works. But I try everything out different.
It's a really, really good joke. I'm not positive that I think there's. Yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah, exactly. What else have you been talking about on stage lately? What are some like premises and stuff?
Yeah, the trans women are crazy, man.
Have you really run into one?
No, I haven't. It's just interesting.
Everybody loves talking about trans women. It is very, very compelling subject nature.
It's because it's like your best friend could be a trans dude that's ASAP. Like you could be a homie. You're a homie, right? You're a homie, and next you know you're a chick. You got tits. Holy fuck.
Okay, Lemaire.
Doesn't man look like me? I short round. Wait, David Jones?
Yeah.
Alright.
Matt, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies of yours or whatever?
I like to hobbies, dude. Play baseball, so like my cats.
Do you play baseball?
Growing up, you're an adult. What you play baseball for? That's what I'm saying. That's my hobby. I just do it.
When's the last time you played a game of baseball?
Bro, like 8 years ago.
Like, do you ever go out? Do you go out in the city? Do you do anything?
Bars, man, I guess. Hang out, talk to chicks in bars, you know.
How do you talk to chicks? What's your opening line?
I just tell them I wrote for Dave Chappelle, and they're like, oh, yeah, cool.
Is that true? Right, yeah. But seriously, like when you're at a bar talking to chicks, like what would you say? Be like, hello.
Yeah, I'd be like, hello, depends on where we're at.
Hold on, pretend 20 years ago you're getting out at a bar. Yeah, I'm gonna come up on my.
Fuck.
Hold on, I'm coming up to the bar. Here I come. Hold on a second. Here I come. Here I come. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Oh, Lord. These size 14s are perfect today. Can't wait to get myself a nice soda and chill out. Oh, howdy, boy.
How you doing there, partner?
Good, good.
You want, a guy like me just want to know what your sign was?
I'm a,
Well, mine is a Scorpio, so you're a little spicy.
you know what? I am.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know how you guessed that.
Oh, wow. Who would have thought?
What do you say we jump back on my horse? You like it back there? You want to get in front of that? Come on, let's switch positions. Whoa, whoa. Oh, well, let's go, man. Yeah. All right. Best thing you've ever done.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the gayest shit I ever done.
Come on, what's the gay shit you've ever done?
Yeah, dude, that was beautiful. I think we had like a real connection there.
Oh, okay.
It was
guys realize that they can answer the question and get a very light laugh? All right. Biggest regret in your life, Matt Reeves?
Honestly, I wish I graduated college, man.
Okay, why do you wish? I've never heard that one.
It's all
Me, I'm a proud college dropout. I love the fact that I got the fuck out of it.
Yeah, this is my mom, man. My mom, she just wanted me to graduate. That's the one thing she asked.
Right.
And I fucked up.
Okay, how far into college did you get?
I was like 3 years in.
Oh, wow, that's pretty fucking deep.
That was deep. I'm like a lot of money deep.
And how much do you owe still?
Probably like 50K?
$50,000. And imagine
There's some victims in here.
working at a smoke shop.
Some victims. Like, I've been here.
Working at a smoke shop, that's going to take a long time.
Absolutely. You didn't take advantage of that Biden just threw it all away.
Yeah, Biden totally did that.
My parents, they just got it. $40,000. I always hear those stories from like white people. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? She's Asian. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, maybe if you just show them your eyes. Man, you've been on this show before. What kind of joke book did you get then?
I got a small one.
You know what, man? Jessica's a fucking good interview on orange chicken. You're the first big joke book of the night, buddy. But you're on the orange chicken. Matt Reeves, ladies and gentlemen. And onward we go. You guys having a good time out there? How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Well, then you must be having a good old time. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking fool goes by the name of Tim Stifler, everybody. Tim Stifler. Yes, Tim, everyone makes noise for Tim, everybody.
Hop into my minute. I gotta do a quick ad read.
No me gusta mi padre. No me gusta mi trabajo. No me gusta myself. Oh, Dios mío, es BetterHelp. Para 25 descuenta uso con really depressed.
I'm just gonna get the other one out of the way, and then I'm gonna hop into my minute. Do you guys like pets? Come to pedophiles. Okay, I'm gonna hop into my minute.
There you go. Tim Stifler. There you go. All right. Hi, Tim. While you're clapping for yourself, I've literally never seen that before. That's incredible. 700 plus episodes.
Oh my god.
And little did I know that it was even possible. I thought I've seen it all. And then I turn around and there you are, so you're having a good old time. Tim, welcome to the show. How long have you been with Stan?
Just a little over 2 years.
A little over 2 years. Where at?
I started in San Diego for 9 months, and then I here for the rest.
How long have you lived here? Okay, perfect. What do you do for work?
So I was in advertising, and then I quit that, and now I'm starting a comedy club. So
You're opening your own comedy club. Congratulations. That's smart.
Thanks.
That's a great way to do it.
Yeah, it's consent driven too.
Oh, brilliant marketing. Brilliant marketing.
I was going to say, it's a bad idea. Don't do it.
Yeah. So the
I guess like even higher.
Are you really starting to think for Bill? Where are you at in the process?
So it took us 6 months to find the place. Finally found the place. We're in the negotiations back and forth for the actual contracts, leasing contracts.
Did you inherit a bunch of money? How do you plan on buying a company?
I owned an ad agency, and then I got bought out because I found stand-up and just got too obsessed with that.
Speaking of ads, you were talking about being depressed. You mentioned another company, but I want to remind everyone that Talk Space is actually a provider is great for your needs. Typically within 48 hours, you can also get $80 off your first month at Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony. Enter promo code SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to get $80 off your first month and show your support for the show.
Tony, I love Talkspace.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It's important to remember that Talkspace is the place to go.
Yeah.
No other company.
Love that. Across the street from the Sunset. Yeah.
There's another club being built across from your club. Wow, this is so
Are you serious?
This is amazing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, yeah.
Like 100 comedy clubs here.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're into the live comedy capital.
I am so nervous. I didn't not know it would be this
Let me tell you something. Let me just try.
Hello, Tommy. How are you? I am lovely, thank God. How about you? Good to meet you as well. Oh, yeah, absolutely. 24/7, 365. Yeah, generally they're just going to hear me. Headphones on. If I may, I'd love to show you what I've got going. So just one moment. If you look at my screen, it should switch over, and you should see all my live YouTube streams that I have. So these are, this is an incredible undertaking that no one else is doing in the world, and I've been doing this for nearly 5 years. So I even have ceiling cameras. I have 360 cameras. It's really something quite special, I feel. I'd, I'd love to. Thank you. Yeah, so firstly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. Uh, Absolutely. Secondly, if I may request, we can talk about my project certainly, but I was going through some of your previous discussions and they're fascinating, and I want to make sure that I am speaking specifically to things that are of interest to your audience. And I really would like to do a deep dive into Chaim Eshed, who is the former Israeli space agency officer, and his claims in 2020 about the Galactic Federation, and then from there, perhaps he recently, including in June of 2026, so just like a month ago or so, had a Men in Black encounter, and and I think that's kind of what your audience is interested in. Am I correct? Excellent. No, I don't. So whatever you'd like to do, I'm all yours, as they say. Oh, absolutely. I'm here. I'm just checking one thing. Apologies. Excellent. It's Chaim. It's either spelled Chaim or Haim, and his last name is Eshed. And he made some really big claims in 2020, and about a galactic federation that may exist, basically like a United Nations of space. And this caught a lot of attention in the international sphere. And then all of a sudden he went offline and nobody knew what happened to him. But he recently came about and said that he may have had a Men in Black encounter. He was advised to be quiet. And this just happened within the last 50 days or so. It's relevant. And but certainly I'm willing to talk about anything that you'd like. I love to talk about futurism. I love to talk about improvements to humanity, life extension, mind uploading, revivification. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go into that. 100%. Yeah. Excellent. I am as well. Or is it recorded? Okay, that's fine. That's great. That's right. That's right. Excellent. That's correct. Rabbi, you okay? That's correct. That's correct. Oh, we have distant relatives, but we have common ancestors. But yeah, most certainly, yeah. Yes, I am. That's correct, Tommy. Absolutely. I'm well, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm excited to speak with you and your audience. Thank you. Yeah, I'm based out of Los Angeles area, and I stream my life from the Los Angeles area. We'll get into my project, but generally, that's where I'm based out of. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. Do you mind if I show the audience what I do? Absolutely. Absolutely. So if your audience is interested at any time, you can type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild into YouTube. And the key thing that you want to do is you want to filter by live. When you filter by live, you will 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, cameras around my entire life. You will be able to see me from the sides, from straight on, from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera that I'm live streaming on right now. And these aren't even all my streams. I have more than double this amount. That's just on YouTube. Additionally, I'm live streaming 24/7 on Rumble, on Twitter, on Twitch, on quite a few other different platforms as well. And it's like a real life Truman Show where people can follow along my life, and they have been able to for more than 4 years. I'm closing in on 5 years, actually, which is a huge amount of data. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. As you previously live Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human achievement. 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet in my own way, and I feel this is a very important project. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your audience, independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I stream my life for world peace. I want to help end world hunger with the amount of data that I'll be able to monetize through projects such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. These are just some of the ways that I want to use my stream, the data that I'm able to fit the world. Most certainly. Well, I had seen the movie The Truman Show as a child, as perhaps more of a younger individual, and I always thought it was fascinating the idea of having someone always be on camera. And I remember as a child, I would ask my parents, why don't we had like an old VHS kind of camcorder? Why don't we just continue to have the camcorder going? And I was explained that basically we would run over the course of enough time because we'd be storing all these VHS tapes, and generally people just don't do that. They have a private life. But I always thought to myself, wow, one day if the technology is there, I think that would be really interesting if somebody were to do this. Now, it was during the pandemic that much of my traditional Orthodox Jewish life went remote, including my position as a certified project management professional. I went from attending synagogue in a black hat and black suit, as people may envision an Orthodox Jew to be, to having many of our services be live streamed and many of our events be live streamed. And in addition, my job as an app developer and scrum master, these all went digital as well. And this remote world became new to me. I went from someone who really didn't have too much of a social media presence to being live streamed for work and my community anywhere between 8 and 12 hours. And this lessened a lot of my anxiety I think I had of being on camera so much, and recognized that I would see other people make mistakes, and I was just basically realizing that we're all human. And if I'm already live streaming my life, maybe the idea in my head was that maybe I should continue to do so. But this really didn't come about until fall of 2021, when I would, after work, hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. So I began taking out my iPhone and just recording my sessions of hitting the golf ball. And I would make some little jokes to myself, whether I topped the ball or I sliced the ball, and just little jokes that I thought, these are kind of funny. And God willing, after this whole pandemic and everything, I'd like to have a family, a wife, and children, and they might want to know what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic and before they were even a gleam in my eye. So I would upload that data every night after hitting golf balls to the cloud. And it was taking me a long time. I would get throttled. I'd run into issues of app crashes. And I just felt like there has to be a better way to do this. And there is. It's live streaming. And so I thought, well, if I'm going to live stream this, I want to live stream better than anybody's ever done it. That's just my mentality. I want to be the best at it. If you can do it, I want to be the best at it. And I want to associate myself with the best. And so I bought more than 33 different devices, including laptops and tablets, iPhones, Android devices, Chromebooks, you name it. I put them around myself, and just really started my journey of a YouTube account YouTube account I started with, of course, Twitch and Twitter and all those others, and recognized that, you know what, why just do it from one angle? Let's just do it from all these different angles and give people a portal into my life. And that's basically how it started nearly 5 years ago. That's correct. We have my consent. No, no, no. Yeah, well, I must say, I feel I'm always conscious of the cameras being on me, perhaps because they're always there, and I'm always conscious that they're recording. That's very important when you're have this type of project. You want to make sure that they're recording. But I wouldn't say that I really censor myself. In many ways, I speak freely. I speak mind and open heart. I speak honestly. So I do not really change my behavior all that much, but there are some things that I have to adjust. Like when I use the restroom, you're not allowed to live stream yourself using the restroom or perhaps showing nudity. So I'll have to wear like swimming trunks when I'm in the shower or just show myself from the waist up. So those are some small derivations that or deviations that I have to make from my normal life that I wouldn't normally do. So there is that consciousness that I do have, but generally that I would be living my life in a similar way if I weren't live streaming. I mean, I would be watching podcasts and perhaps developing a community. I do IRL streaming, so in real life, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And thus, I do have my exterior as well as I do in my own home. And I am conscious of the cameras. I would say, though, that they don't bother me. And if anything, I see what I'm doing as being a modern day journalist or someone who writes in a journal or diarist or someone who would write in a diary. Instead of using a pencil and paper, though, as people may have done generally, I use video as my medium to be able to record. And not just as the story of human, but 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I keep a radio in the background that is documenting world news events. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day of my life, essentially for the last 5 years, and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world events. And I find that to be fascinating. Moreover, the events that we've been able to say archive did us I did this stream for 1 year before anyone knew about large language models or ChatGPT. So I basically have pre-AI on camera. And I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022 and a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. And we've been able to see the many ways in which AI has affected our society since then. And I have that in real time, which is really exciting. I have the conversations that I've had with people when I've introduced them to AI, ChatGPT. They have no idea what I'm referencing, but I can just say, name a subject, and it'll write poetry for you, a song for you, or write an essay for you nearly instantaneously. And seeing the shock and awe of people when I've been able to utilize this type of a tool and the different derivations that we've seen through Claude and certainly Perplexity and Gemini and you name it, all of the different derivations that we've been able to see, I've been able to archive, which I think will be really exciting to people, not just in the present day, but generations from now and perhaps centuries or millennia from now to be able to say, wow, this is what Wiley basis back during the pandemic. And then we have the rise of AI and then all the ways in which AI has affected humanity. And I don't just have that from nicely edited videos, but I have raw footage, which I think will be very important to people in the future as well. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. So I was using AI when we would consider it artificial narrow intelligence, ANI. We're now evolving into the artificial general intelligence, and what you're referencing, ASI, artificial superintelligence, where by definition AI is already capable of activities that far surpass your general ability of a human. And once we get to that level, and we're already approaching a, a significant opportunity and a significant period within the age of AI where it is self and basically self-program. Human programmers able to make adjustment in the same capacity that now AI can make on itself. And that opens up new opportunities for the entire world and how quickly we're going to be advancing into the artificial general intelligence and future of artificial superintelligence. And the opportunities are endless. Yeah, sure. I'm actually right in the middle as I consider it to be neutral. It's a tool. Today's fire could be used for good to cook and bad to burn, or the wheel could be used in positives to travel and in negatives to squash. In the same way that we have steam power or electricity or the rail or even moving into computing and now artificial intelligence, it's neutral to me. It depends on how you want to use it. It can be used for good, it can be used for evil. Just like steel or iron or bronze in previous be used for good or AI in this modern age can be used for good or bad. So it depends who controls it. And I generally think that it's an amazing gift. It's miraculous in its own way that no longer do we have to train individuals for decades to be excellent coders. AI right now is better than the best coder in the entire world. It's more accurate and it's faster. And that means we can deliver better software, which means hopefully we can have better opportunities of the future for humanity. And no longer will people have to toil over learning really some aspects of their positions that are outdated once they get into the workforce and be able to focus on that which I feel is more important. Many humanistic traits, betterment of humanity, even the arts. I feel that many people will have the opportunity to have their art and their music and anything human related to be perhaps spotlighted because everything's going to be AI and robotic generated, that anyone who has anything that's human created will be immediately another platform or path. And I think that's going to be really important. I even predicted a second renaissance for human development and human art because previously when someone would have to work a customer service job 8 to 5 normally and let's just say do that for 20 or 30 years, AI is going to replace that. Hopefully, we get some type of usable, universal basic income that will allow people to support themselves so they can focus on their family, so that they can focus on the which they're passionate. And the arts, I feel, are going to have an amazing opportunity to utilize this extra time that people will have and to benefit all of humanity in general. I agree, and I think in many ways it can make the world a safer place. especially with robotics, there are positions that are currently um, really dangerous for people. Mining, firefighting, you name it. These are all very difficult and very dangerous positions that people have to take. And hopefully, with properly coded and proper products, these types of risks will no longer need to be taken by humans, that they could be taken perhaps by robots that are more accurate and faster and stronger, and will be able to give humans the benefits, whether it's saving a life or a certain type of mineral that we are in, of which we're in need. But no longer will you have to have tribal people having to give up their entire adolescence and even into adulthood to be digging in a mine and causing all that can uh, eventually um, cause, and they'll be able to hopefully, uh, I would say, use the technology to benefit themselves and their local villages and their local towns, and then getting into cities, the country, and then overall the globe. I'd like to see the developing world catch up with the more advanced world, so that we have um, some parity around the world, and no longer you have people in one country taking advantage of because of a currency disparity. Absolutely. Absolutely, and they would not be the first people to foresee this. Specifically, the Luddite people during the 19th century, so the early 1800s, foresaw what would occur with the Industrial Revolution, specifically with the advent of the loom. For those who don't know, the loom is a machine that basically would make creating textiles easier. And they foresaw these early machines would eventually replace that of of humans, really, and then perhaps foresaw that other machines would be able to replace humans, and they rebelled against this type of technology. They eventually lost out, but that their spirit doesn't continue to live on in the people who want to stay off the grid or want to perhaps live off the land. And really, the way that I see it is, and people should be able to live in any way that they wish. If you want to make your own food, or I should say, farm your own food, grow your own food, purify your own water, and live out in the rural area, you should be able to do that. You should be allowed that. None of this should be forced on anyone. And in the same way, for those of us who perhaps want to use robotics to be able to go to work for us, or AI to be able to create faster than we normally would be able to, I think that should be allowed as well. Um, Personally, right, exactly. Free will is very important. Personally, I feel with AI, the key component is always being able to unplug it. We need to keep that type of autonomy on AI, because if not, if we don't have that ability, we can very easily lose to our own creation. We could lose our own independence to this creation. It could create self-replicating robots that take over our planet very easily, very quickly. So at the end of the day, I want to make sure that the ability to unplug, disconnect AI is always in the hands of humans. If not, then AI could very easily take over the world. That's right. That's absolutely correct. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So, in addition to giving people a portal into my life, I also am live in Discord 24 hours a day, where people can connect with me I have people who live alongside me. So I'm not the only person who's doing this in my community. There are people who have been inspired by what I do and they live alongside me. I have some people who have to go to their 9 to 5 job or whatever it may be, and then they come in and they just want to sleep alongside someone, knowing that they're not alone in the world. I have some people from Oceania, Asia, Europe, and certainly the Americas at any given time of the day who come in and connect with me just to tell me about what they're doing, to ask me a question. I certainly lend I certainly lend religious support, certainly to Jews, but also to all people of all faiths or just people who are secular, who are just struck that occur to all people in life. Moreover, we play games, we watch movies, we certainly watch sports together. We have a thriving community. So for anyone who wants to connect with that, discord.me/rabbi. I'm available 24 hours a day. Of course, I do sleep. So for anyone who has a question and I'm not available to answer it immediately, I have an Ask Me Anything. You can put a question in there and immediately apply to the best of my ability. So yes, I do have people who are able to connect with me, and as an influencer, that's unique. A lot of times people are only able to communicate with people through chat or email. This is a live video feed that I give out to the world, not just on YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and those different platforms, but also in Discord. In fact, Discord every year does a roundup or a wrap up, basically like to tell you what year, the course of the last year, and I wasn't in the top 1%, nor the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01% of all Discord users, year after year. So I'm like the biggest user of Discord, perhaps of anybody on Earth who perhaps isn't a robot. And that means that I'm very well known on Discord, but also my community is open to anyone who would like to join, so long as you're an adult. I don't want children in there. Many times we have mature conversations, or I feel that children should be able to live their lives, but once people reach the age of majority, I invite them to come in and they can live alongside me as well. And I'm not the only person who's doing this. There are other people who have decided, you know what, I want to stream my life as well. What I do that's unique to it from so many different angles, more than 25 different angles at any given time, and additionally archive it. There are many people who just turn their camera on and stream, but once their stream ends, you can't go back and view what they did. And that's fine, but what's important to my project is you can view any moment of the day over the course of the last near half decade and see not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history from multiple angles. I find that to be very exciting. And what is going to be even more exciting in the future is how my project potentially will be training AI. AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I have more human data on a single individual for AI on which to be trained than any person ever. So what does that mean? That means that my behavior will be studied. That means that my eating habits will be studied. My drinking habits will be studied. My hygiene habits will be studied. My sleep habits will be studied. My circadian rhythms, micro behaviors, you name it, every aspect of the human psyche and human behavior will be studied, not just by the people of the future from a biological perspective, but specifically AI. So my project may have an extremely important role in how AI understands what a human is in the future. Yeah, I sing in the shower. I have so much Instagram footage of this. So it depends on the platform. I don't take 30 devices into the bathroom with me. I usually just take one and I'll sing in the shower, or show my body from the waist up generally, or I'll wear shorts or something if I need to show my body from the waist down. And this isn't really a limitation of myself. I would be fine generally showing the world everything. I'm not against that. However, there are terms and conditions on the websites on which I stream, so I do have to follow them. But for the most part, yeah, certainly in the shower, I brush my teeth on camera, go to the bathroom on camera, And so long as I don't necessarily show anything that's against the terms and conditions, it's viewable to the world. And some people may say, well, that's kind of strange. I understand. I get that, but that's part of what it is to be a human. And if we were to record what it's like to be a human in the post-pandemic era and into the age of AI, we would want to know all of this. And so that's why I do my best to not censor really, I do my best to show the world I'm extremely candid and limit any kind of censorship that I can. No, it's definitely a record, especially from the amount of data that I've archived. There are some people who are on Twitch who live stream their life, and that's great, but maximum of up to 14 days, maybe 90 days if they're a premium user. That's it. And then it's gone. It's gone. Uh, I have met one other person who archives their life like I do. They just surpassed 1 year, so 365 days. I am past 1,700 days at this point. So I'm approaching more than 5 times the amount of time that they've been doing it, and they only do it from one angle, but I do it from 25 different angles. I have redundant streams. If any of my apps crash or I have a disconnect, I have backups and backups and backups and backups. If I ever lose an account, I have backups of that. And this isn't just a YouTube project. This isn't just a Rumble project or a Twitch project. This is an all encapsulating of the most amount of content of any individual ever. I can say, as honestly as possible, I have more content on the internet than any person ever. So what does that mean? I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. I have the most amount of content of any person ever, which when people find out about what I do, and they'll be like, wait, you I can go back and watch your life 25 years, yes. And you've been creating content on top of the content that you make. You sing songs, you sing karaoke, you make music, you play air guitar, you watch stand-up comedy, all the other aspects that make up my life. In addition to the religious aspects, I can see all of that whenever I want. Absolutely. All for free. 100 is going to be the biggest event potentially in global history. Yeah, to some extent, especially the influencers on the site. So to give you an idea, YouTube and I haven't always had the best relationship, and here's why. Uh, Many times YouTube one their site, one person, one account, and if I have different devices, I just can't do one person, one account. I generally have to have 25 different accounts for the different devices that I have. So if I break any kind of their term or condition, they generally want to ban multiple of my accounts. Additionally, I show copyrighted material, not always of my own consciousness, but maybe there's a song on the radio that plays 20 seconds of the song and it's just in the background. Well, I can get a copyright strike from that. Or maybe I want to watch the World. I'm not showing doing a reaction video to the World Cup, but the sound in the background can trigger the YouTube algorithm to give me a copyright strike. So from those standpoints, YouTube isn't really made to do what I do. I really push it to the next level. In terms of other platforms, one in which is Kick, um, the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He's out about what I'm doing. He and I are on Discord. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, #1 streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord, #1 streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord, #1 streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord. I've had celebrities in my Instagram feeds, like who have watched my Instagram live, like Katie Couric. I've had certainly Aiden Ross has been in my YouTube. So basically, if they're an internet personality, in one way or another, I've had some type of connection with them, but we just haven't had that big breakthrough yet, and we're going to. I'm doing the podcast tours. I'm on podcasts regularly, telling people about what I do, and every single person who I tell tell people about this project, they all are fascinated by it. They're like, wow, timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. And they're excited to be alongside of it. They keep telling me, keep on going. They ask me the question, Rabbi, do you think you'll ever stop doing this? Absolutely not. I love it. You can tell I'm impassioned by this. This isn't something that I'm saying, oh, I can't wait till I go viral so I can stop doing it. Absolutely not. I want to get better equipment in the future. I want to have first person views. I'd like to be able to wear meta glasses for the world to be able to live in a first person view of what my life is. I think that'll be really interesting for the world. And I'd like to do this for the rest of my life. And I think people will study. The topics that I talk about are so fascinating. They're things that aren't normally discussed in the mainstream, like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like telepathy, telekinesis, things like perhaps Santa Claus machines. Many people are like, what is a Santa Claus machine? It's a replicator. It's basically a 3D printer that's connected to all of the periodic table of elements that allows you to make anything that you want. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It happened in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. I want more people to be able to talk about this. They recently made headlines about their dire wolf project, which is not a perfect de-extinction. It's more of a hybrid, but still, it's huge advancements in the idea of de-extinction. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they went Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just extremely exciting. And so these are the type of topics that I'm covering. Moreover, I want to help the humanity in general. The average for most people in the Western world is anywhere between 70 and 80 years old. I'd like to increase that. I'd like to give people the resources that they need to be able to live to 100, 120 through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, nootropics, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, perhaps blood transfusions, whatever, moving into the world of reverse aging technology so that people are able to live 20 years old. But I get a lot of people who say, all right, Rabbi, well, once I hit 120 years old and my body starts to break down, what's the next plan? And there's an opportunity in multiple ways for technology, but one of which is known as mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you and audience out there is there may be a future, perhaps at some type of immortality or perhaps just digital immortality. But this is a huge, mind-blowing, world-shaking, earth-shattering discussion that isn't normally happening. And I want people to be comfortable with it because there are people who are pushing these types of transhumanist ideas. And whether you're for them or against them, they are happening. And I genuinely try to keep neutrality to much of this, but this is the future of the 21st century. This is toward where we're moving, and we better have these conversations now before they actually occur, so that we can foresee any potential issues that may exist. Most certainly, we already have apologies. Go ahead. We already have seen, even just over the course of my streams, the the first successful brain computer interface um, example. His name is Noah Aspro. He uh, is the first Neuralink patient who is a quadriplegic individual basically meaning he cannot use his arms nor his legs. He had an incident where he dove into a pond and became quadriplegic. Basically, there was a break in his spine, and the the argument is we're using him and another half people who have taken this type of technology to be able to use them as examples to be able to successfully be able to control computers with the mind using brain computer interfaces. And the idea, the goal is that any paralysis or something similar we may be able to send the signal down the spine to some type of device or adapter where the break occurs, and the brain waves across the gap where the actual break is into the lower extremities of the body, and basically be able to create some type of electric spine for an individual, or at least be able to communicate those types of signals from the brain into the rest of the body. This is an incredible undertaking, and we've been able to see over the course of my streams this successfully happen. Now, I personally am very skeptical. I don't want anything in me. I want to be the last person, if I can be, for that to happen. But I would be okay maybe wearing a cap that I could just remove if I wanted to. And this type of technology is something where we are finding advancements in, with experiments, and the ability to increase the amount of intelligence that an individual may be able to have is of extreme excitement to me. So long as I have control over it, at least not necessarily against it. I want to keep that control. I don't want anyone to be able to control me, though, or improperly influence me. But so long as I keep the control, I'm not necessarily against much of this tech. And like you had said, we are perhaps going to be able to see even more developments in the idea of memory. Memory transfers to another. The last major the last major transplant that we have not been able to, at least in a public way, is a brain transplant. And liver transplants and kidney transplants and all of these types of organ transplants have all been successfully done in the past and are really almost routine surgeries within the medical field now. But the brain transplant is still the last one that hasn't been publicly acknowledged. And it will be over the course of our lives, God willing. And if that happens, that's going to open up an entirely new world of what potentially people are able to transfer in terms of memories, in terms of personality and such. And I as if memory transfer uh, can be used for the benefit of individuals who have experienced perhaps post-traumatic stress disorder or some type of issue that they want to actually remove these types of memories from their mind. This is known as memory erasure, where somebody can actually remove something that happened to them as a youth or perhaps a traumatic event and live a better life. We're on the precipice of this type of technology. And really, if you look, there's just not a whole lot of people talking about it. So for anyone who's watching my streams, for anyone who is interested in my project of somebody awaking and, just, eating and sleeping and doing all those kinds of things, we talk about some of the most fascinating topics that are on the precipice of science, the precipice of futurology, and really, when people start to hear about that which we've discussed, they're going to be fascinated by it. Yes, that's it. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely correct. And I would love to have a future where blindness is a thing of the past, deafness is a thing of the past, muteness is a thing of the past. even things like Down syndrome or other types of um, issues that people experience, something that is no longer a reality. And that when we have offspring, we know that they're going to be healthy. We know that they're not going to have any unnecessary struggles. And for those people who do experience some type of issue in terms of blindness, we could do some type of perhaps eye transfer or some type of um, even even some using like smart contacts or some other type of technology to be able to alleviate some individuals from birth or people who have unfortunately experienced some kind of traumatic event that has caused blindness. If you love humans and you love you love humankind, why you wouldn't be in favor of this? Why you would want people to struggle? And I know the arguments that are made. Oh, then we get into designer babies, and this is only for the wealthy. And I get those arguments, but and those are arguments. Those arguments are valid. What I'm saying though is that we need to start somewhere. We can start alleviating some of these issues from people. Wonderful. Then perhaps there are programs available so that if you don't have the funds to be able to utilize the type of technology that you wish, you can somehow get on a list to be able to do this at no cost. I really call on the major foundations who are looking to be able to improve humanity to start segments of your funds specifically to end blindness or end deafness or end muteness or end paralysis in individuals or whatever it may be to benefit humans. And then a generation from now, you can say are critical in ending this major issue that occurred. There are a lot of issues out there that plague humanity. I don't think that the foundational system is focusing enough on these, and they should. Yeah, certainly. Yes. Yes. So I've had as many as four different iPhones with a family plan with my cellular carrier, so that I'm able to give the world a view into my life from different angles. It is much more challenging, though. Generally, from my residence, I'm able to turn on the streams, and so long as I don't have any disconnects or app crashes or anything, you're going to get 25 streams, if not more multi-stream. So for my 33 or so different devices, they're not just connected to one stream. They multi-stream to YouTube and Twitch and Rumble. And so we're talking about hundreds of streams over the course of the West of any given day. In terms of the IRL streaming, usually it's just with voices. I run into issues with battery and lighting and sound and heat. All of the issues that your average individual may run into with their own phones. Can you imagine while live streaming your life as well? And when you are live streaming, it is very heavy on your device, on the resources of your device. It increases the temperature. It increases the energy that you use. So I have to keep power banks going at night. I have to make sure that I have additional lighting. I have like a setup. Basically, I can have multiple devices and hold basically like a selfie stick in front of me, and so I do that. I also use GoPros because they're smaller, they're lighter, and many times I'll put a GoPro, I'll strap it to give people a first view of what I do, and then I'll upload that information to the cloud or to a different social media platform. Generally, it's so much work. I do my best to live my life from a desktop experience, but I have far more IRL streams than most any influencer has streams. Period. Whether inside, outside, I have huge amounts of it. Moreover, when I'm doing IRL streams, I can't connect with my community because I can't additionally be in Discord at the same time. Generally, I like to be able to connect with the individuals who come into my Discord, and they can come in at any given time. But yes, I drive while live streaming. I go to the store or I go to the beach or whatever it may be, and do my best to live stream it at any given time. And There are some areas, even within Los Angeles, that don't have perfect cellular coverage. So I have backups using GoPros generally. And if I ever do run into an issue where I have a device fail on me or something like that, I do my best to have GoPro backups. I can't say, and I don't think anybody can say that really with any kind of technology system that they have 100% uptime. Even Facebook has downtime, even Amazon. But I have 99.999% of every aspect of my life over the course of the last 5 years archived, which is just by sheer amount enough for the world to be able to study and to get excited over. I've live streamed myself at concerts. I've been to the Rolling Stones while live streaming. I've been to different sporting events. I've been to like different places that you may find marketplaces and malls in both indoor and outdoor malls. Just really to give people an idea of what my life is like. I've opened bank accounts while live streaming. I've been to the ATM while live streaming. Well, I kind of feel like I'm out there already so much. If people wanted to, you need my ID and things like that. And yeah, but uh, but I've been much more candid with the world than really anybody else is going to be. Um, from terms of in terms of what I'm able to share, what and I know that in the future people will appreciate that. Just like historians study journals and diaries, historians will study people's live streams to get an idea of what life was like during a certain period of time. And I think not only will I give people a really exciting opportunity at what life was like in the post pandemic world, but also a really heartfelt effort at world peace and unity and futuristic discussions and just a betterment of humanity in general. Yeah, I have had certainly friends generally, they don't necessarily, I mean, I've had some people come and be on stream and take tours of what I do. I've had people away like 8 hours, people from Northern California coming to Southern California who are just fans. Um, but generally, I respect the privacy of those around me. I know that my friends don't necessarily want to be put out there as much as possible. So I'm comfortable whenever I need, I can leave the streams. I don't say that I have been on camera 100% of every moment of every day for the last 5 years. I don't say that. 99.999%, yeah, absolutely. But if at any given time, absolutely. If at any given time I want to just go outside for a walk, I'm allowed to, and I do. If I need to just take in the sunshine or stop and smell the roses, I'm able to do so, and I'm comfortable doing that. And if I have a friend or we FaceTime or something like that, or they just come over, I'm okay with, you know, keeping my streams going. I don't end the streams, but I just allow them to have their own privacy and allow our friendship to continue in the ways that it previously did. But generally, when people know what I'm doing, they're excited about it. So I do get people who want to be on the streams, random strangers who are like, "Hey, I found out about you. I found out that you're in the Los Angeles area. I'd want to come and visit you. Can I come visit you? Yeah, absolutely." And we will live stream having a picnic or going on a walk or whatever just to get to know me better, and we become friends. So I basically alter or adjust my presentation to whatever the people want. If I have a friend who doesn't want to be on camera, I respect that. I'd love to be a part of this, and I allow them to be on it as much as they want. The people in my Discord, some of them don't want to be on camera. That's fine. They'd never turn on their camera. I don't know what they look like generally. I have other people who don't care. They're giving them their view of the world just like I'm giving the world a view, and they're comfortable with it. Not everyone is comfortable having their information out there, and I understand that, and I don't force that on anyone. I think it's phenomenal. No one wants to watch a movie that's all good things. We want to know, we want to know what the real experience is like. And I've certainly had lows in this. Times when I've gotten frustrated, specifically with just technological issues that occur. Uh, but I've been able to overcome those kind of challenges, and we get great highs, and we get the human experience, all aspects of it, and that's what's really interesting to me. This isn't just edited, and we've had different producers who have gone through and make sure that I'm in a certain light and I'm always shown in a perfect light. And raw. I cannot emphasize that enough for the audience. RAW. This is raw feed, raw video. If you want to see someone who does everything that you do, including sneeze and vomit and go to the bathroom and all of the other things that not everybody would want on stream, but you want to recognize that you're not alone, that this is the stream for you. If you want to hear people have great discussions in the highest of height about going viral and helping the world and new partnerships and new networking opportunities, this is also a stream for you. We show everybody the goods, and we have since the pandemic. I certainly get upset when things don't go my way, just like anyone else. But I feel that this is important for not just my viewership to see, but for people to learn in the future. Oh, and this would have been a perfectly rational way to a situation. And hours from now, the way that someone would react in a situation might be different. But I'm giving people at least a view of what life is like now. And, when we look at hieroglyphics or scrolls or ancient manuscripts or moving into medieval manuscripts and such, we see how much humanity has changed. And in the same way, I want people of the future, thousands of years from now, to hopefully be able to see my streams and other people's streams that we have and understand this is what life was like. That to me is really exciting. I understand that I am basically time traveler. And I am doing my best to preserve time now for people of the future. And just like someone of the past would have written their deepest, darkest thoughts in a diary, thinking that maybe no one's ever going to read this, but perhaps we learn a whole lot about a certain country or a certain civilization because of that. We have the same within my streams. Absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Yeah. Well, we share distant ancestry. Uh, I individual just like anyone else out there. And while we do share the same surname, that's about it. There are over 3,000 Rothschilds in the United States alone, it's around the world. So some of us are within the banking aspect of the dynasty. Other of us are in academia, which is really generally from where my family comes. So for anyone out there who thinks that I was born on third base and I'm claiming to hit a home run, by any means, no, not at all. I had to be at the plate with everybody else. I've had to work for everything for which I have. I've had to work for my certifications. I've had to work to be a rabbi. I've had to work to launch every app that I've ever launched and every piece of software that I've ever launched and project in which I've delivered. That came because of people of the past. I've personally had to work for every element of that. So yeah, well, my last name is Rothschild, and it is a famous last name. For anyone out there, they should know that the uh, the direct connection is quite distant. Sure, I get asked this question a lot. I Yeah, absolutely. I wish I had enough time to be able to study my streams to be able to tell you yes or no. but I don't have the time. I start my streams up immediately upon awakening. I go about my day, including daily prayers, and I teach a Kabbalah class for at least an hour every day, and basically don't have time to go and digest everything that I have. So maybe one day I'll be able to watch alongside the rest of the audience of the world to be able to see if we have anything paranormal that has occurred. And maybe there are some interesting things that have happened. What I can, I have a really great opportunity if it does happen because I'm live on 25 different devices. So this won't be exactly. This won't just be screen glare or something along those lines. The strangest paranormal thing that I've had happen. Interesting thing. This is in the early days. I was streaming every night. I would go to Beverly Hills and do like these streams at night, and I had this just like an influencer, like just like a square light that I had, and I accidentally cracked it, and I used a type of glue in it to just kind of repair the crack. And normally this type of light would last like 8 hours or something. And the light actually, after I put this type of substance in the light, it lasted for over a month, 24/7 of being on. And that was, I have it on camera. So it was like this amazing invention that I really haven't been able to delve into, but it was like in this certain light, it slowed down the amount of energy that was being used. And the light was perfectly bright and it was working all the time. And I have this on camera, which I think is a very interesting um, uh, invention that I've been able to perhaps capture. And I've wanted to study this more because to think like one light, it didn't have a power bank. It was just on a normal charge. And normally I had other lights like it that would burn out. I had the exact same model of lights that would burn out, and I'd have to, recharge them with power banks and stuff. But when I put this, there was like a chemical reaction that occurred in this light that caused it to just not go out. And I would be like, look, this light's still going on, and I have it on camera. So this isn't just my word. People will be able to see in the future, like, wow, there was some type of chemical reaction that occurred to allow this light to continue for at least a month. And so that's not necessarily paranormal or supernatural, but it is sort of an interesting thing that I was able to witness. And I think people from the paranormal or supernatural realm will find my stream because we won't have like a screen glare on one angle. It'll be like, oh yeah, it was a screen glare because we have it on 24 other streams that we can see that this did not happen. In terms of interesting things, like I've been in earthquakes, so you can see all my streams shake in the earthquake. So, oh yeah, most certainly. We've certainly have had fires in Southern California, environmental conditions that people might want to study as well, and certainly things from the climate. I wish I could say that, oh yeah, I've got this one video where it looks like a ghost comes in when I'm asleep. Don't have anything like that, but that doesn't exist. It just means I haven't had the time to watch nearly 5 years of my entire life to be able to dissect that. But I think in the future this will be fascinating to individuals to be able to study that. I'm in agreement with you, especially with the different microphones that I use. One thing that will happen when you're in a area, you have multiple microphones open. Many times there's feedback between them, but that also means that there are there's almost dimensionality to the different acoustics and different wavelengths that people might be able to study. Um, it's it's this treasure trove that I have that people will be able to delve into when the time is right. And when that occurs, there are literally years that people could take just to study one of my streams. To put it in perspective, on at any given time, just on YouTube, I've got about 25 streams going, and I've been doing this now for more than 4 years. Like next month or so, in a couple months or so, it'll be 5 years. Uh, so what's that? 5 times 25. That's 125 years of content, and that's just from YouTube. That doesn't include Rumble. That doesn't include some of my other platforms on which I do huge amounts of live streaming, including Instagram and Twitter Spaces. It's just huge amounts of data for people to be able to delve. Even if one individual is like, Rabbi, as a child, I'm going to watch every second of every moment that you've been able to archive, you'd already be looking at a century of work. It's petabytes. Every year, I put out about 2 petabytes worth of data, if not more, sometimes less, sometimes more. But just in terms, like a petabyte is 1,000 terabytes. I mean, I'm putting out huge amounts of data, and is it all perfectly clean data or edited? No, it's raw data. So you're going to have crashes that happen in there. You're going to have feedback that happens. But I think, especially in the future, we're going to be able to clean all this up. AI will be able to make the lighting perfect. It'll be able to make the sound perfect. It'll be able to if somebody wants to just hear the radio in the background, it'll be able to focus the stream just on that. Or they just want to hear my interactions with individuals, it'll be able to focus on that. If it wants to hear me sleeping, it'll be able to focus on that. The opportunities are endless. I also know that the human eye can only detect about 8K in terms of quality. After that, the human eye can't determine any stream to be better or worse. And content will be able to be upscaled to 4K and 8K very easily, almost by default. YouTube's already doing this. And then when we put in their transcription into different languages, and we put in perhaps the opportunity of improving the lighting and improving just the quality in general, people will be able to garner and gather a lot more information than maybe they previously would have been able to. But even if they choose, they can go back to the raw data. And somebody 1,000 years from now can say the raw data of Rabbi Rothschild's stream, and this is what life was like. Is it as pretty as we have now? Absolutely not. But it's the same to say in ancient scrolls aren't as pretty as what eventually illuminated manuscripts would be, and then eventually what we would get with movable type, and then eventually what we would get with computers and such and word processors. This all happens in stages, and so I'm just giving people the primitive view of what a live stream is. This is a I've heard used before. It's called vlogging. And usually people don't do it as long as I've done it, but it actually the platform Twitch started this way with something called Justin TV. Somebody live streamed their life for a year, and then they were eventually able to use that, and which eventually became a billion-dollar platform. I personally want to continue to make my life archive available to anyone who wants. Here's the thing, and I said this earlier, how am I going to be able to make myself extremely wealthy in this? And the listenership. The data is worth more than petroleum. According to The Economist, data overtook petroleum in 2017. And here we're talking about centuries worth of data, just huge amounts. Moreover, I will be able to be a spokesperson for any brand that exists that I believe in. And not only like a podcaster or an influencer, I'll be able to wear their merchandise 24 hours a day, which is really a unique brand out there that wants constant opportunity for engagement and impressions with an audience. Moreover, I'm in my own way at the heart of the cryptocurrency world, not only at the epicenter of cryptocurrency discussions, which is really Twitter Spaces, but I've been live streaming my life now for more than 3 years within a cryptocurrency Telegram. So I'm really well integrated, and where we've had some downs and NFT. I think that really cryptocurrency may have an excellent opportunity in the future to make people who are associated with this project extremely wealthy. And then the social media aspect of it. People who look at my social media, yes, I've got some accounts with tens of thousands of people, which is great. But if you look at how many views I'm getting, it's not that impressive. And I understand why. Because I'm putting out 100 different pieces of social media a day just on one account. It's too much to be able to digest if there isn't a huge movement behind it. But eventually I know that there will be. And my 12-hour long videos that currently sit at 0 views will eventually have tens of thousands and eventually hundreds of thousands, millions, and even more views when people know that at any given time you can go back and watch what life was like. And I say this with all honesty, I think this is the biggest event in global history. One other thing that I push that we may not have an opportunity to get into today, but perhaps in a future discussion, is alien disclosure. I'm a major advocate for alien disclosure, and I speak on many different interviews that I think we're in a period of soft disclosure, and I'm doing my best to make people comfortable with this idea. Other topics that I discussed that lend an amount of serenity to people are topics like memory erasure, where you'll be able to remove just traumatic events from your mind, but also revivification technology. Many people wonder what's revivification technology. This is a type of technology that will be available in the future to bring back people who have once died. And people say, well, how would you be able to do that? They're dead. They've how is this possible? It's actually possible in multiple ways. If we get their DNA either from their progeny or we're just able to use AI to develop their um, their DNA, we'd be able to create clones of them. Now, there's the question: just because we can doesn't mean we should. But given enough time, people will make these types of experiments, and they will perhaps then that is true. And people will say, okay, well, let's say you can make a perfect clone of someone who has died in the past. That's great. How do you get that personality? Well, there are ways that we are transmitting information we don't even know it through Wi-Fi signals, through photographs, through video. If we were able to take a photograph of someone in the past and basically be able to remove the different layers, we may be able to 3D map their brain with an advanced enough type of computer and know where every atom is and every molecule is within their entire cranial, entire brain, and be able to perhaps recreate their memories, recreate their personality to some extent. Now, will this happen in the next decade? Probably not, but perhaps the next century and certainly the next millennium, people are going to be experimenting with this. And even before, there are holographics, just basically using holograms to create people who were once dead, and even using augmented reality or virtual reality. If we have the person, let's say, who is deceased on camera, or even just audio recordings of them, we know with AI, even today in 2026, it can do a pretty good job of using a script to be able to make a lifelike recreation of them. And we're really in the infancy of this. In the future, people who have once died would be able to perhaps at least have the ability for people to be able to connect with versions that, and then potentially in the future be able to bring people. We're moving towards a world of transhumanism. I talk about the idea that you and I were probably born as Homo sapiens, but we're moving into this world where we may not die, or we may be able to delay death indefinitely. And if that occurs, are we really Homo sapiens anymore, or have we evolved using technology into a new type of species? These nations for the two of us to make. These are determinations for humanity to make in the future. But what I'm saying is that we're moving into another type of, if we were to think of the famous Darwinian evolution chart, we're moving past Homo erectus and Homo sapien into something new. What that wants to be determined as, I'm not sure. All I know is that I'm doing my best to archive these types of developments. And so some of these about I don't even have the answer to, but I think are going to be really fascinating topics for people in the future to be able to discuss. And if you look at some of the media of the past, the predictions that were made, we'd have flying cars, and we would have people who were just able to fly or being able to breathe underwater. Some of these predictions were correct, some of them were not correct. And in the same way, the discussions that we're having and that I've had with individuals, and perhaps you've had on your other podcasts with individuals, will be studied in the future to say, wow, they were on that, but they weren't so accurate on some of these other things. I agree. Sure, I can help you with that. Absolutely. Yeah, so what we referenced was a man named Chaim Eshed. And for anyone out there who doesn't know who Chaim Eshed is, he's one of the former heads of the Israeli Space Agency. And what he made claims of in 2020 was that there was a type of galactic federation that perhaps exists, and that basically humanity, and for those out there who are interested in this topic, some of you may remember he was basically published a book in Hebrew in November of 2020, and then did a newspaper interview with an Israeli newspaper of 2020. And some of the claims that he made that were really humans aren't alone, that a galactic federation exists, that the idea that humans, um, like that death may not be the end of the story for individuals a was a was referenced within his interviews. He stated that the existence of these extraterrestrial civilizations occurs with government awareness, that there's a possible relationship between humanity and advanced civilizations, and that he discusses humanity's readiness for disclosure, and that these advanced civilizations have said humans aren't ready for this yet, and really just goes into the evolution of human consciousness. What exactly he said about extraterrestrial life is that we are not alone in the universe, and that advanced extraterrestrials exist. Argued that with the universe, high possibility that intelligent life has developed elsewhere. With billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, he suggests that Earth is unlikely to be the place where advanced intelligence emerges. And he says that these extraterrestrial civilizations have been observing humanity. Some civilizations are far more technologically advanced than humans. Contact and advanced beings has occurred in some form, and humanity is still developing toward a greater understanding of its place in the universe. When he talked about this galactic federation, this is what really caught some. So he states that there's cooperation among different intelligent civilizations, that there's been an exchange of knowledge, that these civilizations perhaps monitor developing civilizations, and he takes a cautious they take a cautious approach such as humanity. And especially with my rabbinical background and a religious take, I'm also a scientist. And I recognize that the creation story that perhaps we get in Bereshit or in Genesis may not necessarily be exactly what occurred. I've been my and I think anyone out there, whether religious or secular, has to be open-minded to whatever it is. That we shouldn't be force-fed doctrines without at least evaluating what is going on. And this leads credence to some type of idea of a panspermia. Perhaps life occurred on either asteroids or some other type of non-Earth planetoid or non-Earth um, uh, and then eventually was brought here, or what's perhaps another relative realistic opportunity is that we've had guided panspermia, where aliens or some type of extraterrestrial civilization has guided our evolution here on Earth. If you look at whistleblowers like Bob Lazar of the S4 Area 51 lore, he says that within his briefing with the United States government that this is exactly what has happened, and that there have been at least 64 or so major uh, DNA extraterrestrials, perhaps. But this idea that of Adam and Eve is is fine from a traditionalist standpoint, and I understand, but that many of my religious colleagues feel that that is the end of the discussion. I'm not necessarily going to say one way is correct or one way is not. I'm just open minded. Sure, it could have happened in the traditional sense, or it could have happened through perhaps other opportunities, and maybe from a religious standpoint, we weren't ready for this type of information. But it is in line with this idea that extraterrestrials may have had some type of impact. Now, what he does say is that humanity is not ready for extraterrestrial disclosure, Because of the potential impacts of religious questions about humanity's place in creation that we just covered, political challenges, economic uncertainty, changes in philosophy and culture, and question uniqueness. This concept is called ontological shock, the idea that discovering something completely unexpected about reality could transform how people understand themselves and existence. And this is a major fear, not only of perhaps people in power on Earth, but even perhaps extraterrestrial civilizations. He made Hamish had made a claim that also got a lot of um, interest in the global media, which is about Donald Trump. He claimed that US President Donald Trump was aware of this information related to extraterrestrial matters. According to the interview, he stated that Trump had considered revealing information but was discouraged because humanity was not ready. This became one of the most controversial parts of his interview. And while this, there is the big issue with Chaim Mashad is what evidence do you have? We have to just believe him because he doesn't have any physical evidence or he doesn't have any documents. But it was certainly something that was interesting. He also made claims about extraterrestrials having bases on planets around the solar system, including Mars. He discussed Mars in relations to advanced civilizations and humanity's future in space. He stated that Mars contains evidence had environments suitable for life, and it is considered one of the most realistic destinations for future human exploration. One thing that I find that he said that was really interesting was about consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends. That consciousness is part, perhaps, of a universal network, that human awareness is connected to structure, and death possibly is just a transformation rather than a complete ending. And these ideas overlap with discussions found in the philosophy of consciousness and spiritual traditions, experiences, and speculative interpretations of quantum theory. Now, something that he stated about really why is he so important? Uh, it's because he was 87 years old when he made these claims, and he had basically had an extremely accomplished he had an extremely accomplished career, not just within the Israeli Space Agency, but he's considered one of the fathers of the Israeli satellite. He had won basically every major award within Israel. Um, he was a brigadier general within the Israeli Defense Force. To give people an idea, there are only at any given time about 24 generals within all of Israel at any given time. And so it would basically be like in the United States, someone from the Joint Chiefs of Staff making such claims. But basically, he had nothing to lose. He was a contractor in the later years of his life. He was a lecturer. And he made these claims. And the reason why I want to bring this topic up specifically is because all of a sudden, just a couple months ago, in June of 2026, he comes back up and he does an interview with Uri Geller, a fellow Israeli, and they have discussions about why Ashed. They did this interview. Chaim Eshed's book and interview were in Hebrew, and so they needed to be translated. But this interview that they did in June of 2026 was in English, and you can hear them say, uh, if for anyone who speaks English, that basically Chaim Eshed was perhaps met by some shadowy figures, but many people within the supernatural realm called Men in Black, and they knew very deep aspects of his life, very specific things, and basically told him to keep quiet. And whether that was uh, forever or just a period of time isn't necessarily clear. This interview happened on June 10th, 2026, and at this time, Chaim Eshed he's 93 years old, so even older. He attributed, and that's the important, absolutely, and that's the important part. He didn't go back and say, "Oh, all of my claims were being misinterpreted, or the Galactic Federation doubles down on all of that. He attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. He chose to cease public disclosure on the subject following the encounter until he could consult with other people. And I find this to just be a really interesting part of the story that it wasn't over in 2020. The audience out there who he is may not have been made aware that he did have this interview just recently. So for anyone who has the opportunity, I advise them to search it up. You'll be able to find it. Chaim Mashed, Uri Geller, June of 2026. And basically the idea that we're in a period of soft disclosure, that we haven't had just one event that has shocked the world in terms of making light on whether we're alone in the universe as a civilization. And so to take that topic in terms of my project, these are the kind of things that we discuss. These are earth shattering discussions that we're having that, if they were heard by the entire world, would rock the world at its core. And we would have to understand that we are handling these topics in a mature way. And I think to myself, I've been doing this stream now, this project for nearly 5 years. I don't think it's going to take another 5 years of me doing this, especially if I keep going on podcasts and having interviews and with all the promotion that I have. It's going to just take someone to say, wait a second, so you've been live 24/7, 365 for how many years? You have all of the social media. This is really interesting. I'm going to share it with a friend, and they're going to share it with a friend, and it will become a phenomenon. And when it does, it'll do a lot of good. And so, Dad, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share this information. Do you mind if I tell people how they can connect with me? Absolutely, absolutely. So all my social media is available on my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I invite anyone out there who wants to see all of my YouTube content, just type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube. And the key is filter by live. I want you to see all those live streams that I showed earlier. I don't have last week or last month or last year. That may not be as relevant as to what I'm doing right now, though. Feel free to watch those if you wish. Moreover, you can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. For anyone out there who's hearing me and says, I feel alone, I need help, I want someone there, I'm here for you. I want to help people. I certainly have a pastoral approach. I certainly have a humanistic approach. You don't Jewish to be a part of my community. I help people, all backgrounds, all religions, religious, secular, agnostic, because at the end of the day, I'm more than anyone will say, none of us really know. So we're all agnostic to some idea. And to really, we're just doing our best, but everything is subjective. So I completely understand where people come from that background. If you just want a really great community of thousands of people who are always active on Discord, come to the Discord, discord.me/rabbi. If you want to read my writings, the best place to do so is rabbirothschild.medium.com. I publish a couple every single day, and they're on topics certainly on technology, on AI, on science, on betterment of humanity, and just in general. You will, if you want to find all my social media, you just have to type Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine. You're going to find my, certainly you're going to find more content you'll ever be able to digest as a single individual. Yeah, absolutely. And just share that with your friends. Say, hey, I found something really interesting. I've heard somebody really interesting. And the more people who share this, the more of an impact that we're getting the opportunity to be here. God willing, we'll do it again someday. That's absolutely that's absolutely correct. God willing. Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you to your audience. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. 100%. God willing, I'll do it for the rest of my life. So, yes, absolutely. So, if I may, I'd like to send you my relevant links so that you could put it in the description so people can find me. And if something comes up in the near future, we can certainly meet again. However, I do like to say this with everyone I've done an interview with whom I've done an interview. Let's at least shoot for 1 year from today. And for as long as you do your podcast, we will have an annual checkup and we will say, hey, guess what launched the Woolly Mammoth Project or this new part of brain computer interfaces or whatever it is. And that way we can kind of keep a log of what's going on in the development of the world. So long as you have a podcast, every year we'll continue to meet. And if something comes up, if Haimashan had some kind of major development, or we have, God willing, some type of alien disclosure, I go viral. We're going to reconnect in the meantime, okay? Excellent. It is. That's absolutely right. Absolutely. I'll do so. Absolutely. Please feel free to. I'll send you that right now. If you need anything else, you let me know, okay? You as well. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. Cheers to you as well. Bye bye. Shout out to Tommy. What a nice bloke. Or what a nice chap. Miss Aquarius, if you're there, I'll be there in a second. Oh, that was cool. What a nice guy. Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? Miss Aquarius. I hope I didn't miss you, but if I did, apologies. I know you know what I was doing. Oh, shout out to Tommy. Great interviewer. Really kind. Loved it. Tommy, if you see this, you're the man. Shout out to Tommy, everybody. Hey, Miss Aquarius. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you for your patience. I was doing a podcast.
It's okay. I heard you. I was they just got out the tub and stuff, so I was doing stuff too. I heard you though.
All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready for me?
Yes, I can go to bed. I only have 5 hours of sleep. I get up at 5:30 because I had to finish doing what I had to do. And my room is hanging in, and my bathroom, and Papa's room. And so now we just got to, rearrange and get some new furniture in my room. And I think we're gonna probably put up small this, but we gotta get a new bed. I gotta get a new dresser, but it's not gonna be a big dresser like it is. And then we just gotta do some more arrangements and more decorating. So once we get that, then I get my desk and stuff. So yeah, we'll be starting to clean up and get some stuff up, by Saturday. But I was tired today. We was like, nope, we ain't doing nothing to the weekend.
Look at you.
Yeah, but it's like, it's just a part of me keeping it up. And so, yeah, I will. I can just get up and straighten up and just keep my shoes in my closet, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Right, I'm sending you an
Then we'll be
invitation.
able to really get my food. Yeah. Mm. You just gonna stay on the bed for right now. There you go. Okay, hold on. I don't know why I got on Instagram. Well, okay, hold on. Look at my, but on pay though. So this up. Now let me. All right. So, how was your podcast?
It was really good. That was really nice. I think he was from England. Um,
Oh, nice strike right off the bat.
Thank you. Match me.
He asked good questions, and
Mm-hmm.
we. Oh, that was terrible. This first. And we.
Your hand strip.
Yeah, wasn't in my normal position. I get my normal position. And get it. And
No, I can't get it either. Okay.
he was really nice and he was engaged. And so
Okay.
we spoke for like an hour and a half or so. And
Okay.
oh no, oh yeah. Um, and he was a really good interviewer. I like when interviewers just let me go and don't ask like 1,000 questions. Though it's fine if they do. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I cover so many different topics that I like to just have the freedom to just go.
Good job.
Thank you, madam. And he let me go, which is really
Mm-hmm.
good. And I, I get it. Miss
Ooh,
Aquarius,
that
did you
was
see your
phenomenal.
spare? Did you see your spare?
Yeah.
That was good. Match her. Oh no, that might be
Okay, you're still in the lead, though. You're still in the lead.
that might be devastating. I think I needed that. All right,
You do need that. You okay?
folks. She's one behind. She's about to take the lead. Oh, folks.
You got
She's got,
this. Calm
no,
down.
you
You
got
do
the
this for
lead.
yourself.
You got the lead.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
No doubt. No doubt. Oh boy. She just got 70, folks.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Right.
Not what we wanted. And I'm not good at these. So
Ooh,
I
that was
got
good.
fortunate.
Gotta get it, get it. Yeah, you did it.
What a comeback, Miss Aquarius.
It was a good comeback.
You win, I win,
You
I
win.
win, you win. Reload.
Reload. Go, Rabbi.
Oh, this is a tough split.
Yeah.
Oh, that was amazing.
Thank you.
That was.
Yay, your strike is amazing.
Thank you, man. But man, that
Mm.
split was off the chain. Get it. Nice there.
Thank you. Come
You're
on, Rabbi.
Yes.
And another one.
And
Good
another one.
job.
DJ Khaled.
Yeah.
Oh, can't believe I didn't get that. Garbage. Oh, how didn't you get that? That one just moonwalked in the background. Get it. Thank you, Mom. Get these two. Get. Let me see. Perfect. Oh, garbage. That really should have been. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, but then another one. Oh, DJ Khaled. Give me this. Garbage. I'll take it.
Miss Aquarius, you made me work. You and I win undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay!
Yay is right.
Good job. Okay, so I'm coming on my iPad. I'm gonna go to sleep. I gotta get some rest. I'm tired. I know over. We gotta come back though. My auntie, hopefully they'll be back. She said that they usually come back right after, just to see, what you've done and all that. But she said needs to put another coat on my closet door and my room door. Yeah. See how that turns out.
Well, it seems like they did a really good job, or they worked quickly.
Oh yeah. Yep. How far that blue is real cool. It's like a same paint I have, but mine is like a. I gotta get some brighter lights in here, so we're gonna do that too, so I can decorations and everything, so I can pop a little bit more. Cause this is real bathroom. Once I get everything together now, then I will take a picture. But I don't take a picture; it's so plain. So once I get, decorating and everything, I'll take a picture.
Okie dokie.
Yep, that sounds fair, don't it?
Yes, ma'am. Hey, do you remember MySpace?
Yeah, I do.
You know they're bringing it back.
Oh,
So just be on the lookout, because when they bring it back, I'll tell you, and you'll want to get on it. And the reason why I say this is because, you you do a lot of social media and stuff, and I want to make sure that you're aware of this one. So it's supposed to be different.
thank you.
Absolutely. It's supposed to be different, but they're not going to use algorithms. So I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll see.
Okay, how you find this out, Rabbi?
Uh, well, Zoo told me, and I saw it online as well.
Okay, okay, I believe you. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah. So, um, and I say this because you got your new room, and I remember you said back in January that if you got your room clean, maybe you might eventually get a new computer, and if you do that, you might expand into the street. If you do that,
Right.
then
Right.
you should know that there are new options.
Yeah, I asked my tech guy. We have a tech guy at the job. So I asked him because I didn't know they had gaming laptops. He said, "Yeah." He said, What's your budget?" I said, "Like 1,000." He said, "Well, they got some good gaming laptops for 1,000." So really, he said, "Yeah."
They usually give me a list of them.
Okay.
Just last time or maybe a computer. I don't know. But we'll see, because I don't have this like a lot of space. But we're going to see what we're going to be doing. So, I'm excited, though. It's a process
Yes, ma'am.
of everything.
Well, you got your room
Mhm.
cleaned and you got your room painted. And so that's step one,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's that way. That's all about decorating and getting furniture, some more furniture and stuff. So, yeah,
Sweet.
we'll be doing that. Yeah. So we got that. Yay. Alrighty, I will talk to you. We're letting the paint dry open right now. So I'm not really trying to. So yeah, I will talk to you tomorrow, okay? Sweet dreams.
God
I'm
willing,
gonna
sweet
talk
dreams to
on
you as
you
well.
tomorrow. Okay. And I will talk to you tomorrow, sweet dreams. God's willing.
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to Miss Aquarius, everybody.
Mm. Mm. relax for a second? Let me talk. Just let me talk. Yeah. A lot of people have been nervous tonight. No one has handled it better than you. Everyone's nervous. How can you not be nervous? I would be nervous for this show, and it's my show. If I got pulled out of the bucket, I go, stop.
I thought it was fine. But yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for saying that. What's up, guys?
What is going on over there? Everybody's freaking out tonight. You just sort of
This is a small stage. I didn't realize it was going to be.
It's always, everything is smaller. Everything is smaller than you think. The fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. All right. There's literally an audience member that's like, I can do it. I can do this. The fucking pulls up from the crowd. Okay.
He's got a funny face.
Okay. Stick with me. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. This is crazy what's going on in here tonight. How tall are you? Because you are adorable.
Oh, thanks, man. 5'10", probably.
You're a 5'10".
Yeah, you're right. I think with these fucking combat boots, I'm like 5'11", probably. For real.
It's time for the tape measure. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an absolute 0% chance that he's 5'11". There is no way that he's 5'10" without the boots on. You're about to catch a man in a lie. Everybody, Yoni has the tape measure. This is one of those moments that you'll never forget for the rest of your life. Yoni, make sure that it's nice and level there at the bottom. 5'9". 5'9" in the boots, 5'7" without the boots, and now back to the point that you are adorable. Little squeaky devil, you.
Oh, man. 5'10", 5'11" in the combat boots.
Oh, holy shit, dude. What do you think this is, your dating profile? You think you can just catfish the world with humans looking directly at you?
I'm fucking 6'6". What do you expect, Tony? Life ain't easy, looking down upon everyone all the time. Have you always thought you were 5'11"? No. So 5'10". I'll have some bird, so I thought maybe like
I don't know, what the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit. What's your love life like?
Nothing really going on right now.
I think you're a liar. You're a catfish.
Yeah, that's my, yeah.
You're a fisherman.
Yeah. No.
So when's the last time you were in a relationship?
I had a quick crazy thing.
You say a quick crazy thing. Let's take a breath. Tell me what you mean by that.
She's probably gonna watch this.
That's fine. That's wasted breath and time right there. Let's talk about what happened.
So this girl, this has never happened to me. This girl slid into my DMs. Like literally never happened. I was like, what the fuck? And I looked at her. I was like, oh shit, she's pretty hot. And X model. I was like, what the fuck? And then I met up with her, and just cool, vibed. Probably the most passionate, crazy week. And then really irresponsibly, we're just like, yeah, let's get in a relationship. And then immediately after that, she just like was nuts. Like she just,
Okay, here we go. So let's take it one week at a time here. Passionate week meeting, like she comes over to your place,
we hang out
and
every night.
every night you're having all out unprotected sex. Am I correct?
Yeah,
That's right. Very good. The catfisherman caught a dolphin. And there you are. Passionate, unprotected sex. Your eye contact. Who doesn't love that? One of them, look at the ladies getting wet in their panties at that part. Who needs sex when you have straight eye contact? Unbelievable. Are you sure it wasn't a dude? You homo? No, I'm kidding. Eye contact's gay. That's gay, dude. And I would know. So, when you say after a week, first of all, let's talk about how you introduced relationship into this. Were you like, man, I fucking love you?
Yeah. I didn't say love, but I did say, yeah, we should do a relationship. I'm 35. I'm older.
Yeah.
So she was like 26. I'm super irresponsible.
Yeah, it was Luke's bad decision to get the applause break for bad decisions.
It's not a bad decision. It's a young man babe.
Wait, what?
It's a young guy babe. What is he supposed to do?
Yeah, what could go wrong? Pancreatitis. Okay, Randy, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. So, when you say things start to get a little crazy, what do you mean? You're allowed to talk about it. It's your life. The show, everyone does a minute, and then it's a fucking interview. There'd be an interview on a podcast. No one knows what questions they're going to get. You're not under any crazy circumstance she's watching. This is all day. You just have to be honest in this.
No, honestly, fuck her. She's like,
Oh, okay, well, you didn't have to say that. That's crazy to say. You may have been the crazy one, and now I'm on her side. Okay. When she started getting a little crazy, or things got a little crazy, what do you mean? Give us the first thing that happened. Not the most extreme thing. We'll get there. First, where you noticed, like, was there something you didn't like about her? Like, she has, like, a weird, like, butthole or something?
no. Well, she had it normal, but, just
You almost stopped at butt there, and I was going to repeat that.
yeah.
Very specific. Sometimes there's things.
Yeah, there was a hole for sure.
Yeah. That's what you need. It just needs to be a hole.
For sure, 100%. That was weird.
I think the weirdest, the beginning of weird, was she like, I'll cook for you, and then she like burned the pancakes.
It wasn't that exciting. It was actually kind of sad. Like that night she like had a panic attack, and she's like all of a sudden it was like Gone Girl. Like, she was perfect, and then once it like happened, it was like
She didn't take her meds to your place, did she?
no, probably not.
Right.
I don't judge that. That's totally cool.
Totally cool. And if you ever run out, remember talk space. And if that doesn't work, try some Voodoo Ranger. And if you lose your job, go to ZipRecruiter. Okay. Let's go back to the fun here.
Okay.
The guy has a panic attack. Did you guys smoke weed? Is there something that onset the panic attack?
No, she was like, I told you this was gonna happen. I was like, no, you didn't. What are you talking about?
I genuinely almost spit coffee all over the front. You can thank me later, you two. It was so close. The I told you this was gonna happen is nuts. What day was it when she said, hey, just to let you know, there might be a part where I fucking go fucking crazy? Yeah, by the way, that would have been the answer to the actual question. The answer to the actual question was at some point, a couple of days in, maybe even the first night. When do you think she told you this?
I don't think she did at all.
Oh, you just weren't listening. You were busy with that eye contact. Just fucking. Get on it. My name's Tim Stifler, and I'm the advertising agency. I'm getting in the comedy club game. Once these negotiations, more eye contact. All right. So she says that.
I was just gonna say eye contact, sex kind of rules.
Lemaire. You're a psycho. Lemaire is using this appearance on this show to try to get a woman to fall in love with him. Look, I just believe in a woman president and eye contact during sex. It rules. Look, we all love eye contact during sex, but the way you can't say eye contact during sex. It just happens. You can't be like, oh, my contact. No, it's a wet pussy with a dick moving back and forth. God damn it, I'm sick of all this bullshit. In my wet pussy, I mean wet butthole. And he looks back at you and you say, sir, I love you. What has this show become? Alright, so she says so it's a panic attack. What a panic attack is this? She's laying down, is it like
She was wet.
right? Oh yeah. Yeah. taking care of her. Yeah, like we're in a relationship.
What's going on? And then there's some sort of on. Hey, babe, no, it's all good.
Hold on, let's use some of these tears. Lubricant and fuck at it. I'm fucking Tim Stifler. That's your actual name.
The Stiefler, but
Oh, it's Stiefler.
it's all good.
Oh boy, it's Stiefler. You barely knew her. Literally, you barely knew her. All right. So she said she's freaking out in evidence.
I threw it, and then it was like every day, and she was just like, yeah, this is how periods work. But then the period like never ended.
Right. Yes.
It was like,
It was wrong an exclamation point.
yeah, it was for sure.
Right. And you were like, I'll fix her. Like this hot model. The only reason she's with me. The reason why she's single.
Yeah.
How long did that last?
The period?
Sure. What the relationship?
Yeah. It was like maybe 2 more weeks we could have.
Okay, so how did you let her know that you were no longer interested? Was it ever the same after that panic attack?
No, it just kept getting worse.
Right.
Yeah, she like definitely lied about breaking into my apartment while I was doing.
Within a 3-week span, she broke into your apartment.
Yeah, and she started dating other comics after we broke.
After. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Explain to us how she broke into your apartment.
Okay, so I left for a trip. She was the only one that had, access to the apartment. And then she said that she went in there and there was like a water burger bag and like all this shit. And there was nobody else besides her. Like, nobody.
Wait, man, you gave access to your apartment?
Yeah, but she's
Breaking in, you fucking idiot. You gave her the keys to your apartment. A stranger, you went into your apartment and went to get a shower. It's completely on you.
Well, she said somebody else broke into the apartment and left all this stuff and made a mess. And then, this is gonna make me sound like such a fucking psycho.
Yes. I love this.
I never lock my apartment.
Yes.
I never do it. I just am a very trusting boy.
Wow. By the way, that's San Diego, everybody. It's just San Diego.
I never lock it. Never lock my apartment. Like has a gate. So I just.
What's your address? Size television screen you have.
And then yes, I don't know. I never lock it, and then somebody. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I never lock it. Nobody's ever broken in. I've been there for the entire time that I've been here. And then when I'm gone, she's the only one that like has access all of a sudden. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's
What were you gonna say?
no, it's not that interesting.
No, go ahead, finish it.
Yeah, I mean she's the only person that could have actually gotten it was her.
That's right.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bad storyteller.
No, you were a great storyteller. Your interview lasted 17 and a half minutes. It was fantastic. Clap for yourself. It's a big joke, but what's the name of the comedy club gonna be, Tim?
It's gonna be called Dumb Comedy Club. Dumb.
Dumb Comedy Club, everybody. You can't even make it up. It's actually a pretty cool name. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking poll goes by the name of Sarah Sloan. Sarah Sloan.
So my mom is super Hispanic, and I'm talking like very Hispanic. This is how she wakes me up in the morning. Her accent is so thick, she has trouble pronouncing my name, so she has to call me Sana, she has to call me Sanita. I have some bad news next. My dad is white. Ew. So he likes to call me stupid, he likes to call me ugly. Oh man, so before I moved out here to Austin, my parents were talking to me, and they were like, Sarah, I imagine that her 22-year-old daughter would still be living at home with us, leeching off of us. And I was like, whoa, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm 27, okay? My parents have always been extremely pro-life.
So
until they had me. Now my mother's for after birth abortions, and I asked her up to what age, and she was like, whatever age you are. Guys, thank you so much.
Sarah Sloan, welcome back to the show. You've been on before. You famously very horse noise. Would you like to do it for the audience?
Love to.
Yes.
That's what I do.
This is her bread and butter, ladies and gentlemen. We had her do it in arenas, and this is the greatest horse noise you ever heard. Here I am riding. Hold on, let's just play along here. Here, it's just me coming into work on my horse, and it's unbelievable. That's right. People are in awe looking at each other like, did you hear that right now? It boggles people's minds. But that's basically the only thing that you're going to have. We've tried to figure this out. We've heard a couple minutes. So, Sarah, how's life been going?
It's been amazing, especially ever since, being on here. Like, you change lives.
That's what I do. Absolutely. You wouldn't think some of the attitude of some of these fucking fools are there, I gotta tell you. These people, well, if you'd let me tell the story to me, a lot of attitude tonight, but you seem to get it, Sarah. You're a good person. Have you ever had a panic attack in the shower?
Only when I look in the mirror.
Well, I know she can't be going for that, so.
Why? Because she's on tape. Yeah, with a horse noise like that, we'd be surprised if you're not autistic. Lemare is deeply in love right now.
I was judging her Rose Battle and Sarah was on it, and I learned she's a racist.
Ooh, it turns out I'm in love right now. Hello, Sarah. Wow. Hello, Lemare. I've always kind of wanted to fuck Guard from Wayne's World. This is very exciting. Party on. I love it. What kind of guys are you into, Sarah Sloan?
There was this YouTuber that he does micro and just seemed like a male version of me, and I was really into him.
Did you hit him up?
I put in the comments, I was like, hey, you said you were single on your podcast. That's crazy. I've had a baby crush on you for a while.
Baby crush.
Baby crush.
That's been cold. Like, who's the YouTuber?
He's a
Should I say?
microphone reviews. Yes.
His name is Andrew, and he has the channel Podcasters.
Andrew Podcasters.
Yeah, it's a pretty big. Yeah. Nothing was ever going to happen between. Look at me. It was never going to happen.
You're adorable, and you're so likable. And do the horse noise one more time. Unbelievable. I wish I could do that. You're right with the lip fraction. Do it one more time.
It's fun. Try it. No, I think you gotta stand up. She gets low. It's like from her balls.
You try it, Redman. You try it. Let's do it. Let's give it a little shot here. Really try. All your horses have such deep voices. Lemare woman, here it is. Oh, whoa! Oh my God, little black beauty over here. Holy shit! That's incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. Fucking look at this.
I love Mr. Ed, Tony.
Oh my God. Biscuits. It's an exactly Kentucky Slurpee. He also replaces his shoes every week.
on a date with anybody ever.
Really? Really? Never.
Never.
Oh, I don't get it. You see?
Bro, look at me.
Why do you keep saying that? You're adorable. Mike, look, big Mike over here. Is there something you want to say to the microphone?
Then kiss me.
Mike, what are you kidding? Documentary. It might be time for you to fucking stay on the parents' day, you know? You gotta have Americans or next day. Look at Lemire pretending I'm just like, oh, just sitting along, just having fun. What's your mom's problem with you on the show and your appearances?
It was, okay, so it's like
a raunchy show.
a little, you know, a little.
God.
Well, they were like, let's get lunch together, my parents, and so then I sit down, we order this really good food, and then they were just like, we're disappointed in you, and I'm being dead serious, and they were just like, you know, what?
It's like, just for those of you listening to the show, if you're wondering why we're laughing, there's a guy that sounds like he's dying of laughter in the audience right now. Because the fans of this show have an unbelievable sense of humor where someone softly admitting that their parents are disappointed in them. Literally, there's a guy in the back of the room who's like, unbelievable, sir. You are pure evil. So yes, you're disappointed in you, but why?
They did
any specific.
You know, you hated my minute, but like my last minute, I thought was better than this one. And they said, like, they didn't say anything acknowledging that it was good. All they did was just talk about how I shouldn't have been laughing at the jokes you were making about me. And they said,
you shouldn't have gone along with the jokes on a comedy show. They wanted you to stand there like a fucking sniff.
you're funny, I can't help but laugh.
Well, you're goddamn right. They're the ones in the wrong. And they're probably about me at the end of October, early November. And look at us now. Look at us now. Parents don't have shit coming out on. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. How about that? How about that? This is loud. Sarah, what exactly do you do? What are you good at? Now that I know your parents are disappointed in you for coming on this show, I want to make you. So tell me, what do you do? How can I help you? I wish I had a soundboard, or else I would give you full time making horse noises. It's not in the budget for sure. We have a budget, but I cannot have humans waiting around.
Oh, no, yeah, I really do like doing impressions.
What exactly do you do for work?
Oh, yeah, I'm a front desk girl. So I just, very administrative. Yeah, very basic work. Because I want to do an easy job so I can focus on this on the after hours.
Right. So, it's like in an office?
Yeah, it's at a school.
It's at a school. How much do they pay you? Tell me the truth.
$53,000 a year.
I'm fine with it.
I know it's nothing, but I'm fine with it.
I gotta be honest,
What about that?
That's right. Seriously. Okay.
It's $1,000 per week. $1,019.23 per week.
Is that wow?
Yeah, like
So what do you compare me to the horse girl? Come on, dude. Let her quit that job. Have her be the horse girl on the show. Drop the fucking Tony.
you know what, Sarah?
God damn it, Michael.
All those horse impressions have my throat fucked up. Do you drive? Do you have a car? You can like do things. You can show up places and do them properly. Is there anything fucking nuts about you that we don't know?
I'm very confident. I really am. I know I don't look it, but I'm confident.
Yeah. I'm about to piss off your parents so bad. Sarah. I don't know exactly how or what, but we are going to match your salary and have you work for us from now on.
And you know what? I'm going to give you $100 more than your annual salary.
You have to go through a 2-week trial and pass it. You have to make sure you're like not completely nuts, but
I promise I'm not.
to do things, groceries and stuff. You don't need steel train, they're very, very good, cool people. It'll be good. It'll alleviate some of their pressures.
Since they're big, fancy television producers now.
Did your parents ever offer you a full-time job like that?
Never have.
That's right. Well, you know what? I'm disappointed in them. The service is slow. Congratulations. Here's a big joke book, too. Welcome to the team. Sarah Sloan, ladies and gentlemen. How fun. It's easy. Easy fun. We're having fun now. People just figured out the loophole. They figured out a loophole. Come on the show. Tell me that your parents were disappointed in you laughing along at my jokes.
2-week trial.
This guy, it's the same guy, just keeps kissing over and over again. And now there's a fight where you idiot. Sarah Sloan, kick this guy out of here. Get to work, bitch. Alright, your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Colton Jones, everybody. Colton Jones.
Hey, did anyone get the number on that sexy blonde I just passed in the hallway? Dang it. Yeah, my dad is a conspiracy theorist. He's obese. That's a rough one, yeah. How do you tell a guy, dude, tip water is not the thing that you're getting too much of? I think it might be the Mountain Dew out of the NASCAR cup. You fucking... I come from a redneck family. I think the only reason we would adopt dogs is so we could shoot something 7 years later. Shoot our dogs, we talk about that as a society. We also shoot our cats, and you guys don't know that is funny to watch. Obviously, when you hold the over a cat, you have to use a gun that has Last time I was on, Theo Vaughn was the only guest, and you kind of said a few times that I look like a serial killer, but Theo kind of stuck up for me, is what I was.
When was that? How long has it been? It's all good. It
has been like a year and some change, I think. Yeah.
Remind us, what do you do for work?
I work at Sunset Strip.
Wow. Looks like employing great people.
One of our favorite people that works at the Sunset. Oh, that's so nice. It's so nice. It's kind of crazy.
Hell yeah, I wonder why I called you a serial killer. That's not creepy at all.
It's just the shock is all. It's great, and I produce a kind of a night show here in Austin called The Absolute Show. I'm one of the head writers on that, starring Lucas Lemire and Liz Splat. So
I love it. Very funny people, Lemire.
Colt is one of the funniest people to see.
Yeah, I think we can all tell. It's absolutely incredible, Colton. Amazing. It's getting the crowd to make even more noise.
God, this is great.
Yes, it is. It is fun. I absolutely love it. What should we talk about? What should I ask you?
I just got back from New Orleans today. I drove in yesterday. I killed a lot of hand grenades. Saw a bunch of homeless people be really good at the trombone.
New Orleans is a crazy fucking city. It's diabolical. I was there for the Super Bowl. I did a show for the Super Bowl. It was crazy. And I've been there before. Every time I've been there, it's crazy. There is a vibe in the city, and I will say that for the first time ever, that our friend here, Louis J. Gomez, puts on literally the best comedy festival of the year, and it is happening this year in New Orleans, Louisiana, for the very first time.
Let me ask you a question. Colton, would you like to go back to New Orleans this November 14th? I fucking love it.
Wow.
I fucking love it. We would have loved to have you at Skankfest this year, brother.
He's so excited for us.
You were fucking good. Not only did you do the best day of the night, but it was dark and doing like funny fucking comedy. Take your shit, dude. That's my Thank you, man. Very confident.
You're going to have a blast there.
For a man that is so grotesque, you have so much confidence. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you say I never had a stroke right now.
It's great. It's great.
Louis, did you have the whole Absolute show at Skankfest? Because it's a really great show.
That's crazy. That's amazing.
Let's talk about it. I'd love to hear about it. You're just fucking great, man. You got a great man. I appreciate it. You're friends with fucking Redman. You're friends with Lemire. I know you're a fucking A-class dude, so I'll see you in New Orleans at Skankfest.
I'll fucking be there. You're witnessing history. Colton Jones booked on Skankfest, the most fun and the biggest comedy festival annually now. I used to always say that it was the best, and now it literally is the best. There is no more JFL. Netflix is a joke, only happens every other year. And so the best annual festival in all of
That's also better than Netflix is a joke to any given Netflix.
I mean, we do. Yeah, yes, it's a superior festival. But as far as annual festivals, you are truly just, I mean, it's unbelievable. When I think about the amount of money that I get paid for Skankfest compared to the amount of money that I get from, let's just say all I have to do is 9,000 for Skankfest. Actually, probably mathematically more. Yeah, way more.
I'll still do it, just to be clear.
You got it. Secret show.
I'm here!
And you know what else? I have a sold-out show here on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Why don't you open up that show too?
That sounds great.
In the Batman of the Mothership, 7 p.m. Boom. You got it all, kid. Sunset, Mothership. Has Adam seen you before? Have you ever seen where the talent coordinator is?
I don't really want to get into this too much, but I did Bob on the mic earlier. Actually,
You did today?
I went up and it wasn't. It didn't go as well as this.
Well, there you go.
But hey, if you're listening at home, kids, that's how life goes sometimes, and you just well jinx and you pick yourself back up.
Colton Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. vice president, the president, the head of national intelligence, the head of health. There's a bunch more that I'm missing right now. Elon Musk. There's a lot of people that I text throughout the week. You'd be surprised. And I tell them all, we need to make this man a citizen. And they play hard to get. But goddamn it, what's going to happen? One day, he will be known as the American assassin, but for now, he's simply to be an assassin. Yes. Let's just let us figure it out. Where am I sitting? Don't you get like an aisle seat? And another guy's got the window. You try at all costs to keep that middle seat fucking open. You watch these motherfuckers. You know when you're car in the aisle and you try to look as insane as possible? Stay the fuck away from my middle seat. That's why now I carry a... Put that shit down. Hey parents, leave your shitty fucking baby at home. What the fuck's he got going on in Phoenix? Let me tell you, if you approach my middle seat with a fucking baby, I'm gonna be weird to that baby. What is it? Single digit. The most delicious. I'll fuck your baby for some leg room. Thank you so much. I mean, what the fuck? In real time, you're watching a fucking absolute monster grow. This is crazy. Dude, before... If there's a person in the fucking world that doesn't find that funny, that means they've never flown Southwest. Yeah, we as comedians, dude, it's a battle out there, dude. And so, by the way, and the stewardess in Stratford, sort of a rudest fucking, what is waitress? What is it, stewardess? Yeah, stewardess. I took on her when I came out here and fucked up. Remember last time you were fucked up when I was on the show? I am toasted right now. Thank God this is on Netflix. I might say the N-word, you know what I'm saying? I'm fucking lucid, dude. Dude, when you told me I'm gonna be on
on today. I already took the edible. You know when the edible is in your stomach like this? Ew. You poor bastard. Alright, that bit was so fucking funny. I didn't have an ending though. I was like trying to know. It was literally perfect. I mean, the Tony was like, it's crazy. You're so talented. Every time I see you on this show, I'm blown the fuck away. Genuinely, I think one of the best comics working today. Genuinely, oh, okay.
There's no question about it. And it's,
This is the word.
yeah, that's real. You can do that, and people will not sit next to you on Southwest.
Oh, yeah.
Just keep them right towards that middle seat. Let them know. Wow. I mean, it is wild. Not only are you, like Lewis just said, one of the best comics working today, but it's just amazing to me that, we've just never had, I mean, it's you and Cam clearly showing the process, showing, every week. I mean, people must be waiting. And if they're not, then they don't know how hard stand-up comedy is or how it's also so much fun. Oh, exactly.
I literally have to walk slow because I have three things in my head that are literally just bones.
Yeah.
I just have this fucking. It's just the energy and
The fact that you live for that pressure shows what kind of beast you are. And that's what, it was a story of the night, right? It's like, oh, the workers people are nervous. Transferring that energy into fucking being present and delivering your bits, being able to take nervous energy, and you should be more nervous than have a high expectation follow.
Yeah.
These people actually expect you to be great, and meanwhile, week after week, while competing with yourself, you seem to absolutely be crushing yourself. And it's incredible. It's amazing. And I am so fucking honored to have you be part of this show. You're a perfect.
It's crazy, like, I'm such a big fan of comedy. I read every fucking book about the Comedy Store, Tonight Show, and stuff. I'm such a big fan of comedy. I remember when I was reading all these books, you watch a documentary about the gold rush of the 70s. You guys with Rogan coming up at the Comedy Store, and you read that, you're always like, fuck, I wish I was in that time. And little do I know, I'm in the new motherfucking cold.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. How much fucking fun did we have tonight, huh? And it's a glorious one. It's a little Merrick Louis J. Gomez. Look at that. That's incredible. How about one more time for the great Louis J. Gomez? Legion of Skanks, Story Wars. Guys, check out Story Wars sometimes. This is, I truly believe, one of the other great shows. I mean, I've always talked with you about, doing a live show in front of a live audience that has like a format and a built-in fucking things. People like that. Legion of Skanks is one of the best podcasts with fucking dudes fucking shit just loosely. And Story Wars, I've only done it once. I'm doing another one this week, but the first time I did it, I told you that's a hit. You have a hit on your hands. Congratulations. One more time for Louis J. Gomez. Check out Story Wars with a Z. Skankfest, I believe, is already sold out.
The general sale for Skankfest is May 2nd. Pre-sale VIP tickets are already gone, but May 2nd they're going to sell out very quick.
May 2nd. May 2nd for the Norbies. This is your last chance. One more time for the great Marco Lemire Lee, everybody. Panties in the Mouth Pod. That is the name of his pod. He's got a backpack that he's holding up like a championship belt. Panties in the Mouth Pod. Thank you to Blue Nile, Talkspace, Voodoo Ranger, and ZipRecruiter. Let's see what Chris Rogers are in tonight. Oh, that's me. Look at that. That's me. Hell yeah. Look at that fucking hairline. Better than ever. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Carl, love you guys. No doubt about it. Why don't you go rewatch Kill Tony on Netflix? Tell your friends to watch it. Go watch it again. Just put it on. Just put it on and leave it on. And put it on again. Then watch it again. Alright. God bless this audience. We went through the whole fucking range today. The rough bucket starts. The regulars absolutely crush. Like Cam Patterson and Ari Maddie. And then for the bucket, we went from fucking. What an adventure. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Man's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Huge announcement. I stand-up comedy in Madison Square Garden Friday, August 15th. This is a stand-up comedy show featuring me and the Killers of Kill Tony, all your favorite regulars and stand-up comedians from the show doing guest spots. Resale is this Wednesday at 10 a.m. and it goes till Friday, May 2nd. The special password is Tony 25. That's Tony 25, all one A. Now, also, the ticket drop for the Kill tapings at the Mothership is today, April 29th at noon. This is your warning. Those tickets are available at comedymothership.com. The tickets for the Killers of Kill Tony plus Tony Hinchcliffe at Madison Square Garden on Friday, August 15th are available at tonyhinchcliffe.com. And there's still a few tickets available for the huge stand-up comedy show at Resorts World Saturday, May 10th at 8 p.m. Tickets are available at tonyhinchcliffe.com. New York City and Austin, Texas. The chambers are loaded and ready to be shot off. Go to the respective websites and buy tickets and see stand-up comedy and new tapings of Kill Tony upcoming for the months of May, June, and July at comedymothership.com, the stand-up show at tonyhinchcliffe.com now. A new episode of the number one podcast in the world. It's Kill Tony. Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Chalupa. Agioli representing the whites on the Cats. Keys, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful little camper right here on the base. This is D-Madness live in the flesh. This is indeed Till Tony, brought to you this week by Blue Chew and Nicotine Pouches. What an amazing episode we have. There's chaos in the room. A guy just broke a beer bottle over his own head. He's so excited. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Very, very excited about this one, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes we have repeat guests, sometimes we have new guests, sometimes we have big famous celebrities, sometimes we have funny motherfuckers. This is one of the latter episodes. This is the debut of both of these guests on panel. Two of the funniest humans in the world. Two guys that I've wanted to get on forever, and it just so happens they're on together here tonight. Make some fucking noise for Hunter and Tim Butterly. Oh yeah. Tire Season 2 coming out June 4th. This podcast, Stuff Island. Welcome to the show, Chris.
It's good to be here.
Thanks for having me. Absolutely. And Tim Butterly, welcome.
That's very polite.
Welcome, love. Hey guys, I'm Tim. Tim Butterly's show, Dad Meet. He's on tour, TimButterly.com. It is your guys' first time on the show, which is absolutely crazy.
I know, it's pretty exciting. I planned to get a good night's sleep last night. Have a quiet Sunday. Instead, I got incredibly drunk at the Masters. I was at the Masters while Rory was making history. I was laying in the grass farting. He was doing. My fart's got a big roar from your mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, you look great. You don't look hungover and inflamed whatsoever. It's going to be awesome. We're happy to have you. Since it's your first time, I should tell you 275 people signed up for the chance to get on this show tonight. If they get pulled out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, their time is up. When you hear the sound of a kitten, that means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. This guy is a tattoo of a spider behind his ear, so I'm going to let him pick one. Yeah, looks good to me. And the show shall begin. To start tonight's show, we have a golden ticket winner making his third ever appearance on the show. Can't think of a worse time for that to happen, Dave. Really wasted that one tonight. Leaning on your keyboard, just high, falling asleep as usual. It's kind of crazy at this point. You're able to survive 5 minutes into the episode without doing something absolutely stupid, but there you are. There you are, high and tired. John D's debut album, High and Tired, coming out soon. Where you can see it live on the show every Monday as he falls asleep, leaning against sound effects on his keyboard. He wears sunglasses because he literally falls asleep during the show. Going up first tonight, the third ever appearance of a golden ticket winner that we like around here. Let's see how the third minute goes. The comedy styling is 1 minute uninterrupted, going to Colin Sledge, everybody. Here we go.
So when I was in middle school, my Texas history teacher, Mr. Gomez, used to tell us all the time, you know how good you had it in America. Because back home in Mexico, my family has to check out horses for money. And I was confused. I was like, where are the horses even getting money? So my parents want grandkids, right? And I don't really want to give them grandkids, so I thought I'd give them the next best thing. I was hoping to share my video. You know my parents hate to see me come. So I'm thinking, right? My therapist, I was like, oh, thoughts. I was like, who never said anything about it. Like, I was like, go on tape. And the kids like want me to that's tricky for you. We've done that once before. Turns out you get a little more nervous. Was it the husband or was it has run dry. That's what's going on.
I don't know if this is recording. I'll tell a quick story. I used to just go just absolute bashes, huge parties. Like it just parties that went from literally the second that you could start until the second that they had to end, and then some. And we used to listen to hip hop, like hip hop rules, and that's all we would listen to basically these parties. And we would listen to Kanye West, Jay-Z, Usher, Lil Jon, and the East Side Boys, you name it. Bone Thugs, uh, Dr. Dre, Notorious B.I.G., B.I.G., Eminem, Tupac, you name it. Just like old school hip hop, I guess is old school now. But it was really popular. We did this all on like the most shoestring budgets of all time. And I could just tell so many different stories about parties that were thrown. And I always loved to throw parties. My parents would throw parties, but uh, I don't know. I learned from them. There was always this really interesting thing. Whenever my parents threw a party, like the few hours up right before the party, it was the most stressful I've ever seen my parents. They were always really, really stressed. Like everything was like hell, and, you know, have a good time and everything. And I learned at like a young age how to throw bashes, just absolute bashes. And we, I could throw a party, you know, Portage. It doesn't matter where. I could throw a party. I could throw a party in a closet, no doubt. What are the keys to a good party? Music, lighting, drinks, amenities, things for people to do. But the big one is beer. And I used to throw these parties, and when the party is just rocking, and like people want to dance, and all these people would be dancing, just tearing up the dance floor. I would always go find a mirror, and I would just talk, not talking to, but like just look at myself. Because I'm the prettiest mother in that whole place. But I would just look at myself in the mirror, and then watch the party from the mirror, and just be like in awe that like I had done this. And I did it with other people too. But I was the party. And this one time, like we had playlists before playlists were really good. Oh my word! I had this thing. I Power hours were really big, where generally it would be a new song every minute, and you take a shot of beer, and I can tell you it's like 6.5 beers, 12-ounce beers. Like I can tell you like the statistics that I can tell you and that my friends can tell you. We were like chemists. We were like mixologists. Like we knew everything about like Mad Dog 2020, Mog and David, like the alcohol percentages, like between like 12% and like some were like 24. Like you just it just anything we could tell you. In the bladder, like just all kinds of things. Anyway, uh, this one day I told my friend, um, you know, power hours are cool, and like getting power hours, and they were like, oh, this is like a hip hop power hour or like a tech power hour. And you could be like, you know, like post Napster, but LimeWire, Crosswire, and all of those. And something better than video power hour. And I created it, and it took me like all day one day. And instead of it being like 60 different songs, which is a normal power, 60 different songs. I didn't like that so much because right when the song, and especially music videos, they're art, and I didn't want them to change. So I had just a bunch of music videos, and then every 60 seconds there would be a message that would pop up to tell you. And man, you get so effed up in these things. Anyway, uh, this isn't really a hearty story, but I mean, I guess so. So my friends we would like have people to my room, or it was always open, and we would be like, "Hey, do you want to do a power hour?" Yeah, everybody wanted to do a power hour. They'd be like, "Okay, I'm ready to listen." Like, oh, we don't do audio power hours. We do video power hours. Like, video power hours, and these things were amazing, and everybody was just like, loved them, and it was such a big it was such a big hit that I could have like different people over, and just like it was always like something new. So anyway, I was like, I want to enhance this, and we would have people over a power hour, and it's like 6.5 years for a power hour, but we would turn it into a century club, which is 100 shots of beer in 100 minutes, and how much uh, the alcohol percentage is like we had to know this stuff really, really well. Like most people don't know alcohol percentages that well, but we had to. Um, and like we started these things being just like um, regular 60-minute power hours, and then we like expanded that into century clubs, and usually the alcohol percentage was like 4.2%, just like 8 beers, and then we would increase that to um, as high as perhaps 5.9%, anywhere between 4.2 and 5.9%. And you don't think that extra will fuck you up. So then we started power hours with people with ice, like a more intense beer. Anyway, we went from light to heavy ice, and then oh, we like would do 60-minute video power hours, and then hour long, or then century clubs, which would be like people would go wild when they found out there were 40 more minutes of this. And I remember the first time I did it, and I showed my friend. He didn't even know, and he was like, "Dude, it was amazing." And the music videos are so beautiful. Hype Williams videos, I remember, were so cool, and it was just like taking you into another world. And the girls were so pretty, and the songs were just vibing. Anyway, um, but those are power hours. Those are different. I could go into. I could make huge videos about games we would play. So many different games. Like you could seriously sit me in a, a broom closet, and I could make the game, whatever it is. I mean, whatever. We were super competitive at everything. Everybody I knew was really competitive. Everybody I knew was like the best from where they were, and in whatever it was, whatever sport it was, whatever academics it was, whatever, just they were the best. And so everybody did everything, and no one ever lost. Like everyone was really good at everything, whether it was athletics, academics, instruments, whatever. Um, and we would just throw these bashes. I could talk about bashes all the time, but this one time, I don't even know if this is going to record. We'll see how it. So this one time, this party, and we had some friends uh, who joined us, and I remember we were playing hip hop. Always played hip hop. Never played anything else. Never. It was one time I went over to the computer and I told my friend, I'm going to play something else. And he said, no, you can't play anything else. Like, we always play hip hop. I know, always. I'm going to play one other song. And the people who were in this party were giants. Everybody was really, really tall. And I remember, like, uh, there's this one, we just knew some people, and I was like, I'm gonna play this other song. Play it, I don't care. And I played it, and as soon as this guitar riff came on, the whole place was like, oh, this is old school 90s alternative trance. And I'll never forget, we have one friend who was standing like this, and we'll just say somebody else who was like, it was truthfully like the first time I think I've ever seen a twerk. I think this person invented the twerk in front of me. And I remember this person, these people were just, everyone was vibing. I still remember these people's names. Uh, they were just, it was a bash. And I remember we only ever played non hip hop songs for years. We only ever played hip hop. T.I. and Outkast and The Game and Lloyd Banks and like, of course, Puffy, the Bad Boy crew, the Bad Boy family. We played Mace, and we played Nas, and I mean, you name it, like any one of the Lil Kim and Ray Blige, and we played everything. It's one time I played one alternative track, and this party went from like a 10 to a 12, and it was like boom. So anyway, I just remember the way this guitar riff comes off. It was like it shocked the world. And I for so many bashes, huge parties, huge parties, giant house parties, everything, giant parties. I had so many friends, kids, still do, baby, but I mean, especially at this time, I had friends. I had like groups of. I had two 21st birthday parties with completely different, really close groups of friends that I had that were like I had friends. I had just huge amounts, and I remember the parties that we had. They were just wall to wall. Literally, you could not walk into a house party with like what was it like? It was like old school. It was like Animal House. It was just like people in the yard, people on the roof. We used to sit on the roof and just watch people. I mean, just sitting on a roof like in third out from the sun, and it was like we used to. It was anyway. But I'll never forget. I played this song, and this party exploded. Record. Fuck. It fucked up, didn't it? Shit sucks.
First time, we're gonna meet this person all together and find out all about their life. Let's meet him. He goes by the name 60 Seconds Uninterrupted, going to Josh Gideon. Josh Gideon.
Have y'all ever broken while trying to open it? And it ruins your drinking experience? Do you think babies feel the same way when sipping on pierced nipples? Because they gotta take the piercing out, right? Going to do you think it comes out as great like a Bellagio fountain? Logistics. A little bit more myself. I am half Haitian. And y'all heard what Trump said, how we eat pets. I'm also half Korean. So
This guy's funny.
who knew a Haitian dad and a Korean mom would make a beige Hawaiian punch guy? I'm over here looking like crouching tiger, hidden nigga.
Okay, Josh Gideon. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Josh. For a second there, I didn't think you could say the N-word, but I guess that happened. Haitian allows it, huh? I'd like to see you get away with that if you were just Korean. I would have loved it. I would have loved it. It was clean. John D is our senior N-word official on the scene. Absolutely incredible. Very Korean to be dropping a word like that, but here you are. How long you been doing stand-up?
It's about to be 3 years in May.
Where at?
I started out in Newport News, Virginia, and just moved out to San Antonio in October.
Okay. You were in the middle of Virginia. What do you do for work? Wow. Perfect. You look like a Foot Locker guy. You walk in a Foot Locker, but this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. They cut your hair like that. Like when you join the army. They pick it out when you get hired at Foot Locker. Wow. So you wear the referee shirt and everything. That makes sense. Half Haitian, half Korean, split black and white, right down the middle. Wearing a referee shirt. That makes sense. Wow. So you help people find shoes at a Foot Locker.
That's all I do.
Are you good at it?
All right. I can find shoes in a couple seconds, I guess. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, what would you recommend for a guy like Redman if he walked in there? He's like, hey, everybody says I'm fat and ugly and I need 2 shoes. What would you say to him?
I recommend some sandals, I guess. I don't know.
Wow. You're rocks. Sort of. I didn't know you guys had sandals there. Okay. What do you do for fun, Josh?
Play basketball.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Basketball and I lift weights just now.
Just started lifting weights. You play basketball. Have you played basketball your whole life?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so you play basketball, you say the N-word.
Yeah.
How about the Korean side of you? Still the N-word?
That's right.
Korean, any Korean activities?
Take off my shoes when I enter my crib.
I'm guessing your dad is the Haitian and your mom is the Korean. It's getting absolutely fucking pounded and filled with just a huge Haitian cock. Do you think about that a lot? Do you think about absolutely decimated your innocent little Korean mother, just a sweet little lady, just absolutely getting ravaged by your father's hate? It's gotta be every slow day at Foot Locker. Just a mind prison. Do you ever at Foot Locker and you see a pair of extra long black socks hanging from the shelf and you're like, God, what my dad has done to my mother's pussy is terrible. Never. Wow. My goodness, Josh. So you live in San Antonio. What made you go from Virginia to San Antonio?
Blues, Katie Gray. I mean, is there like special paint? I mean, there's metals in there. It's top secret paint, I think. It's a cool fucking job.
What's your love life like, Josh? You seem like a good-looking guy. Are you patient with the ladies, or are you more creative? Little shy guy?
Yeah, I'm very shy, I'm just gonna say.
That's where the Koreans hangs out, alright.
Oh yeah, I'm single. I'm not really putting myself out there for real.
Okay. Well, like, the last date that you went on, like, what was that like? Where how'd you first meet? How'd that go?
I haven't really gone on a date like that for real. I haven't even gotten a date since high school.
Really? When's the last time you kissed a girl?
I mean, I fucked.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. Well, you blew that one, buddy. You could have had a fun time coming your way, but you want to brag about going straight to fucking. I don't date. I just insert my dick right into a woman when I meet her. Absolutely incredible, Josh. I think that's called rape. You really are Haitian after all. Incredible. No, don't do that. No, I don't want that. This isn't a fucking one-man show. Anything else crazy we should know about you?
Not just chilling. Don't dominate.
What do your parents think about you doing this?
They're actually high-key supportive. You know
What?
They're high-key supportive. Like, they're supportive.
High-key. The ancient Korean supporting your children.
Hurry the fucking home to Tony. We really like you. Setting Nike, we are Nike.
There you go, buddy. Congratulations. Welcome to Kill Tony. That is your first fucking roll of the night, Josh Gideon. And the show shall continue. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. According to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to extend headcount for 2020. That's a lot of time spent hiring. Employers whose rate of hiring this year don't miss out. This advice at ZipRecruiter's latest feature, Zip Intro, into your hiring plan. It lets you post jobs today and talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Best of all, it does most of the work for you, so you save time. And right now, you can try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
ZipRecruiter is the greatest hiring site out there. Zip Intro gives you the power to quickly access excellent candidates for your job via back-to-back videos. You simply pick a time, and Zip Intro does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. You can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people as soon as the next day. It's so easy.
It's so easy. No red band. Same time hiring for 2025 with new Zip Intro. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony right now to try Zip Intro for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. I'm a huge proponent of their costly. However, our partner Talkspace is affordable and in-network with most insurance providers. Did you know that most insured members have a $0 copay?
That's right, Tony. Talk.
So in lieu of our normal hip hop, Nelly and R. Kelly and so I say Wing Yang Twins, everybody, DMX, we started some Korean bullshit stuff like that. And I still remember I was like, this is such a big risk because this is not. It was a hip hop environment, definitely, and only ever for hip hop ever. It was usually it went like this. We'd start with walking in the trash. That's what it was. And then the later and later it got more and more hip hop. And then it could get into whatever. But then as everything calmed down, then maybe like everybody go out and do everything, and then you might get like a random movie where that everybody knows and everybody's here. That's how it happened. Now, I don't know if this is an upload because everything sucks, especially in this video. And I don't know if the song's going over what I'm saying right now. See, but it was tight. Tight for bashes. The best. Ask anybody who knows me. They will say I feel the best places on fire, especially based on the budget. There are some people who are like, oh, I rented out Staples Center for my bar mitzvah. Okay, good. Uh, but can you rock out with your cock out with a cube of natty lights and an iPod? That's what I'm saying, okay? Anybody can do it if they have all of the resources that are needed. Anybody makes it my Sweet 16, whatever you want to consider it. But can you do it when it's most challenging? Can you make people have a good time? And everybody was having a good time. And the thing is, we always kept people safe. We never had anybody who we never got into trouble. Fortunately, we did everything, but we kept people safe. We made sure nobody went too overboard. And that's the thing. If you're throwing a party, you have to keep an eye out. And I still to this day cannot believe I ever got in trouble. Never. This my oh yeah. Yeah. I'm like, oh look. Late, yeah. Why not? Alright, so maybe this song is fun. Who knows? But I feel bashes. Really? What party do I want to see? There's nothing. With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water.
Fox Space Media Virtual Therapy Provider meets you at accessible and accessible and there's a C at the end. There's an S. You know what I'm talking about, guys. I think Talkspace provides some of the best quality mental health treatment. Yes, indeed. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider that's the right fit. Within 48 hours, you can also switch providers and no extra cost. Talkspace makes getting out convenient because you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. You can even talk it out in between sessions by sending messages to your therapist. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE8 to match with a licensed therapist. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 to get $80 off your first month and show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/Tony, promo code SPACE80 with your second bucket pull. And here we go. And some tenderness. something is walk. With a little love and something is walk. Goes by the name of Audrey Scott, everyone. 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Audrey Scott.
American in Spanish. Hola.
But I can't roll my R's. Unless I'm saying the N-word. Oh my gosh, distraction. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I don't like child porn. So funny of it. I watch it, right? I'm trying to show that flash drive. I should have a fucking PC. What my sleepy. Acting's too mature. Kids are like, oh, yeah. Grow up. This show is this piece. I like watching anything Beaver made. I ushered into an idiot. Johnson and Johnson and Johnson and Johnson and Johnson and Johnson. That's it. Thank you very it's roast beef, salami, turkey, ham, and Swiss cheese on top. It goes pretty hard. Actually, that's what makes it. And she has like a whole fridge of organic food in the house and it's left. And she always like make sandwiches. No. You think I make sandwiches after getting off work making sandwiches? That would be psychotic. That would just be, I don't hate myself that much. That much. Alright, I have a line. I will, but I don't make sandwiches for myself after we make sandwiches. Which is, you left all this fucking product of like cabbage and like organic steak, you know? But there were roaches in the fridge. In the fridge. They were in the fridge. How do they get in the fridge? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I spray them all the time, and I look like a hippie who doesn't want to like kill everything, and I want to bomb the whole house. People let me. Yeah, it's bad. It's so bad. And you know, if a cockroach goes in your ear, it can't go backwards. So it just goes in your fucking head. Have you had a cockroach? I might. You know, I don't know. But it's scary to think about. I'm afraid see on average day. Oh my god, I'm so bad. I can't get rid of this plate. Believe it or not, like I really actually not a bad place to be in. My other kitchen's out. But I know, that's why you can't believe it or not. That's why I meet with my ass. I've been begging for one. I've been begging for an exterminator. Yeah, but the main roommate, like, he's the one who, like, keeps, you know, the information to the landlord. Yeah, I can't do something. Except for landlords. That's can't have penis. I don't think, like, the situation was here. So then all of my kids
Which means the professional procedure. NSA?
yeah, I used to try to get all these Amazon, like, they're like, oh, we use
Major League Soccer,
sound,
not National Soccer
sort of the answer
Association.
to the rhythm. I swear to God, yeah, it's like
Which
they
means the
just see like
professional league for hockey would be MLH. The
but I would say on average, I'd say
National
fucking
Hockey
12.
League, not Major League Hockey.
There's big ones and then like the tiny ones.
Which means the professional league for baseball would be the NBL. It would be the MLB. Because the MLB doesn't stand for National Baseball League. So the professional league for basketball is the NBA, which means the professional league for hockey would be the NHL, which means the professional league for baseball would be the MLB, which means the professional league for the NCAA, no. NTL, no. NLT, no.
On to the next one we go.
It's the Association of Tennis Players.
On to the next one. This looks like an interesting name.
He knows that boy.
My goodness, there she is. One and the only.
Ready?
Just came to the stage. It's halfway. 60 degrees away from her. Turned to the logo. She tried. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little Sunday. It's not very boring. Everybody boring and Steve.
Everyone's good. We're good. All right. No, that's, yeah, no, I get it. Because you insult me. And then you hurt me. And you're like, oh, he's afraid of the dark. That's what I did. I was told I sound like the person I look like I kidnapped. I don't mind being a big guy, you know, usually pretty safe, right? Like, I remember one time I was walking in Brooklyn, and this was before Brooklyn was a yoga studio. So, streets were so riddled with crime and gluten. And this dude walked out the front.
Ready?
He was like, Professional League for Basketball is National Basketball
Have you ever tried dipping your donut in coffee? Why?
This is an attempt to remove the trash. Years ago, it's going to hold it static, so the water will automatically de-analyze the filters, so it doesn't have any stuff, which is a giant piece of film. I don't know what you can wrap it in. There's 80 strands out there. This is an interesting method. I've never seen this before. Straddling that bottom seal there. There you go. It's early in the morning. We're here. It's 8 o'clock. You know, still checking out the cobwebs. I would say it's probably the method that he uses every time he does it in his own shop. He has like a shop that has a surveyor, and that way he eliminates stuff from here. Upside down. Yeah, very interesting strategy. Now, so I like it out there. So many things. So much. Just trying to fix the things I broke. We're passing the phone like everyone's furniture.
I'm passing the phone to someone I can
Passing the phone to the guy with the most mamas.
That's my dating process.
Just like this is rarely, and passing the phone, someone was always checking their
What do you do for work?
Have you ever tried?
which
Sort of still doing that, but I got side hustles now. So here's
Passion, absolute passion, huge party, and literally the second that you start, and then we were in the hip fight, right? Hip fight, and that's all we were doing. And it was a bash. And I remember we only ever played one non-hip hop song for years. We only ever played it on T.I. and Outkast. Oh, this shit isn't gonna record. Oh. Oh, this shit isn't gonna record. Oh. It's fucked up.
with a little love and some tenderness. The walk side hustles. Just like personal assistant stuff. I used to tour manage bands, so I have like that skill set. So I help out a bigger company on my comps of their scheduling itineraries and stuff. So, yeah. Keep it
that's what. And then later and later, more and as everything then maybe you like around you, you might get like a little bit that everybody knows what it is. So then, this is comfort. So I don't know if this one's right now. We'll see what was I feel master. The best. Best game who knows what. Especially based on there are some people who are like, no, I've done painful stuff. I've done it. And then drop out, talk out, choose it, and life. I thought that's what I'm saying. Okay, anybody can feel they have all resources that they can. Anybody makes it my sweet 16, whatever you want to consider it. Can you do it when if you like the thing is we always kind of keep the same. You never had anybody who you never got into trouble. Fortunately, you didn't have reason, but for nobody went to overboard. That's the thing. So don't worry, you have to decide. I still to this day cannot believe I ever got in trouble. Ever. Yeah, my phone. But yeah, my phone. Look, wait, maybe there's one other story. And the people who were in this party were giants. Everybody was really, really cool. And I remember like there's this one we just knew some people and I was like just gonna play it and I played it. And as soon as this guitar came on, it played. It was like, oh, bag is on. And I'll never forget. We had one friend who was standing like this, and let's just say somebody else who was like a right angle. It was truthfully like the first time I think I've ever seen a torch. I think this person invented the torch in front of me, and I remember this person. These people were just everyone was like. I still remember these people's names. Uh, they were just. It was a bash, and I remember we only ever played one non-hip hop song for years. We only ever played it like T.I. and Outkast and the game and Louis Banks was like, of course, Puffy, the Bad Boy crew, the Bad Boy family. We played Race, and we played Oz, and you name it, like anywhere that in Lil Kim and Mary J. Blige, we played everything. Yep. One time, I was like, one afternoon, and his party went from like a 10 to a 12. And it was like, so anyway, I just remember the way that this guitar this comes off. It was like, it just shocked, it shocked me. And of course, when I crashed, I had like groups of, I had two 21st birthday parties with completely different, really close groups of friends that I had that were like, I had friends, I had this huge amount of, and I remember the parties that we had, they were just wall to wall. Literally, you could not walk into a house party. Like, if you think like, what was it like? It was like an old school, it was like Animal House, and it was just like, so just watch people. I mean, just sitting on a roof, like the cars out from the sun. It was but I'll never forget. I played this first. Oh, this shit isn't gonna record. Fuck. Fuck. It fucked up, didn't it?
Cracker Jacks. It sounds real childhood bedroom circa 1987. We should let you know that all that stuff on the wall is original. Oh, listen, well, I'm gonna do. I was like obsessed with it. What's on the bed? Those are Sal's actual love letters to Melissa Milano. His child crush. Oh, no, of course. Yeah. Practical jokers. He's wearing under the shirt. You said you're not that big. What are you trying to say? I'm saying like you're tall. That's a lot. I'm so big. That's a great instrument system. Oh, you know how to tickle my heart, Neil Rubenstein. Is your destiny. Well, Neil is a baseball hat away. So tell us more about your life.
screaming a lot, growing up.
See kids singing.
Louder, I can do it. I can sound cool.
You used to sound cool.
Maybe, depending on the screaming, kind of like screaming and shouting, a lot of shouting.
Did you sound like this when you had to quit the band?
No. The tattoos come before asking lost your voice. I am on a Taking Back Sunday record to just some background shit. I'm not a but I have a fun record.
What's off? What is the name of the record?
Back before, Where You Wanna Be and Tell Your Friends.
And that's under your name, Neil Rubenstein?
I can't remember the band, but I'm on the record. And, if you Google me,
A lot of us know Take Back Sunday. Could you even just maybe give us like a hum of the part that you were on? Yeah.
it's some brand new lyrics. No. I did that.
What do you mean?
They were like, this song is about
Somebody shut up, fucking lady. Jesus. How many days do away before somebody said something like that? Jesus fucking Christ, people. 17 staff members just watching. So,
what is this? It's, have another drink and drive yourself home. That was nice on all the roads. Give me
what's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? Tell you what, Neil, I'm gonna send you upstairs to the little boy, and you're gonna perform in front of the owner of this club, Adam Egan, with 10 years of experience. We'll see if you can buckle down and give him a good set. You can be a regular old comedian here and do good. Here's Neil Rubenstein, ladies and gentlemen. Your thoughts?
you so much. Thank you for everything.
Interesting about you.
I just want to clarify, if you do decide to jump, you're going to jail.
What are you growing over there? Squash. Yeah, sure. Almost ready.
During the under arrest.
This is a great book for chasing children out of very farm.
Alright, what are these bad boys fight? Can I get your number? Can I get your number?
It's a first. 12 years, hundreds and hundreds of episodes, thousands of different guests and bucket calls. It's the first time anyone over there has asked us what we're up to. It's the first time for everything, it turns out. We're podcasting news. Tell us about being a comedian in Austin. Wow, it's pretty basically, I just have to take out the trash after you guys leave. I do see you like that a lot. You asked for that around here. Did you ask for that? Yeah, no,
Why can't they play blackjack? They're only going out on the bus now.
no, I just noticed. I looked at me. I used to be a
Why
trash
can't they
guy.
play blackjack? They're only going out on the bus now. Sorry, what about you?
When I was taking the trash out, I just drink.
You guys are
Oh, man, it's trash.
Why don't they Why can't they play blackjack?
I've never been a trash guy, but I was noticed the garbage guy a couple months ago.
Why don't they play blackjack? Why can't they play blackjack? They're only going out on the bus now. Sorry, what does that mean?
This is very exciting. Let's get the lighting right. Marina, hit us with that single spot. Ladies and gentlemen,
Why don't
this is
they
the
play
first
blackjack?
time in the show's
Why can't they play
history.
blackjack?
Impression of a lion rising. It's very exciting. Me, filled with carrot tops, lighting's chin, and there's
Why can't they play
to
blackjack?
lion impression. And this is that moment where I think Gilmore does his lion. This is what it sounds like.
Why don't they play blackjack? Why can't they play blackjack? Sorry, what does that mean?
Thank you very much. It's more of a snake.
Why don't they play blackjack? Can't they play blackjack? Sorry, what does that mean?
Yeah, you want to this guy's offering some water? Yeah,
Why
the
don't they play
stranger in
blackjack?
the front row.
Why can't they play blackjack?
That's a fucking $50 order.
Sorry, what does that mean?
Should be very good. Here we go.
Why don't they play blackjack? Why can't they play blackjack?
It sounds like fucking Rubenstein adjusting his sleep apnea mask in the middle of the night.
Why don't they play
Not
blackjack?
even that big.
Why can't they play blackjack?
Twin lion, one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. This is Kill Tony, and this is Riley. What is a lot?
Why don't they play blackjack? Why can't they play blackjack? Sorry, what does that mean? Why don't they play blackjack? Why can't they play blackjack? Sorry, what does that mean?
It's the first ever impression of Tony is praise yourselves. Guess what? This beer on the market just got a whole lot better. It's one of the greatest I think just one more time. These mini cans are made moderation, storage, or ability to be excellent. But sometimes you're going to be told by some ideas. That's why I love great feelings. You can try it. Stay cool down to the last. Besides making seriously, these mini cans are fun, portable, and pack a hell of a punch. There's nothing worse than drinking a humongous beer and feeling like you ate a loaf of bread. Find them nearby at VoodooRanger.com or in Red Band's cargo pockets. This podcast is sponsored by Fire. If you haven't tried them yet, you're seriously missing out on one better sleep, more focus, a little boost in the bedroom, or maybe
36 for 50.
because your stress levels are currently at screaming
22 for 27.
status. That's why I love Fire. We're talking award-winning effective gummies and common drops, all made with organic lab-tested
Now it's blinking.
American farms. Plus,
Halfway
you don't
there.
have to jump through hoops or get some weird doctor's note. Via legally ships nationwide, discreetly, no medical card required, no sketching, nothing on meetups, just straight to your
I got
door.
67 out of 100.
Not sure where to start? No worries. It has a product finder quiz that will hook you
I won
up in
again.
less than 60
This is
seconds,
for
which,
650.
let's be honest, is less time than it takes to decide what to watch on Netflix. So if you're 21 or
654 out of 1,000.
420 sale with a drive savings and 35% Subway right now for the years. So the first 4 years exclusive code Tony. And the link in our description plus free shipping on orders over $100. That's code Tony. The link in our description if you purchase it. Last week you heard about it. Please show it to them. Please send it and subscribe and buy out. And we have pure momentum. So final bit special, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you right now one of the greatest regulars in the show's history. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time since he's been on the show, here to grace us with a new minute. Kill Tony legend, Kill Tony legendary regular. Make some goddamn noise. Sing it if you know the words. This is Hans Kim. It's good to be here. Thank you, sir. I am Hans Kim. That's I am. And I am Asian, or as I'm known in Texas, I'm Chinese.
asking the public a very simple question.
So there will be 145% tariff back to your bill, Tom.
burgers in a single day, yet he has never seen any massive cow farms, cow rearing centers, or large slaughter facilities where huge numbers of cows are kept and killed to produce all that meat.
Well, I'm seeing traditional side quests for no reason.
McDonald's sells
So what's your account? My Oregon
6
Trail.
burgers in one single day.
Trying to get a mineral deal at Ukraine. Camp
Now, I don't know about you, but I don't see cows lined up around
not
every
retarded,
corner
but
waiting for
organs.
I mean, seriously, do the math. Even if you eat just one
I
cow,
blame the Democrats. Why
you're
would you
still
send a
fucking
woman out against Trump? This guy grabs women by the pussy.
every day. So I started
It's
asking
not an
myself,
issue. He's 2-0 against women right now.
are they growing
He's the
cows
best
in
transgender
labs,
athlete we
floating
have.
those Thank you. Here's the price. 550. Give me honest price. Honest price. No. How much then?
Tell us about your life, Hans. It's been a while since you've been on.
No.
Domesticated.
Yes.
Trans stroller now.
No, I got it.
You have a what?
Stroller for my 2 kids.
No, I got it.
My God. That is
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm not kidding. I'm
Well, they
sorry.
didn't even hear you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she has a couple friends that try to take care of the cats, so they gave them to her.
See, I'm just overly old cats. Just
So why is he in particular right now?
just sloppy seconds. Just
Oh yeah, no, I mean, get that. I'm thinking why. I'm getting it. Right now, why?
they're just nice cats.
They're great cats. One's fat and old. It's like a
I mean, yeah, I've never been like that. I can promise you that. I give you my word.
What's fat and old? Troy Conrad, world famous commentator in the moment. And alright, Hans, catch us up with what else has been going on. You have a cat stroller.
Here's the primary shower enclosure on a 2.5 million.
And why do you do that? It seems like they wouldn't like that. They're house cats, right?
yeah, but it's like every creature dreams of freedom.
Yeah.
It's like they're rolling in prison. They can't get out.
It's fucking psychotic.
Walking cats in a cage.
So what is that there by the World Cup?
Shit in the world. Are you at all worried about your reputation or the paparazzi saying we got Hans TMZ, we got Hans Kim walking 2 cats down 6th Street?
I feel like that's content, you know? It's like,
Just breaking news or what?
I really my favorite.
I'm looking over your cats. I think the chicks sound like
It's my favorite
hundreds of
thing.
cockroaches. Hans, anything else we should know about it?
I hung out with Keith yesterday. We got Hornets.
We love Keith Hornets. Fresh up with playing Elon Musk's son on Netflix. Tiny.
He drinks a lot of alcohol.
He does. This is not a joke. That little shit fucking melts him down.
He was jello shots last night, which is weird. Doing jello looks like a child.
Yeah. It is. It is crazy. He's a fun guy to drink with. And because he fucking throws it back, it doesn't make much sense. But the boy can get your 15. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Put him in a wave.
Does not
Also not a good So you got trash and you're just put them in the back of the truck with a snow. Did you select the destination of that car?
I controlled it the whole time.
I want to say an amazing school.
That is frightening. They're all gonna ruin the cat stroller. Tim, utterly. Love it. Hans, you did it again. Fantastic fucking set. Fantastic goddamn interview. One of the legends of the Ozone universe, Hans. Where the fuck do we go? You know, Hans was found out of the bucket. All of our regulars were ones discovered out of the bucket. And your next comedian could be the next big discovery. It
penetrated by a big, veiny, real dick. And y'all were just playing with dildos and licking each other. Yeah, I should have been there.
No, you still have 10 seconds. Poncho, do another joke, Poncho. What's going on? Do you know what show you're at? Jesus, Poncho. What kind of Mexican named Poncho tries to do 1/3 of the necessary work and then leave? What is going on here? Yeah. If I was paying people to get pulled out of the bucket, I wouldn't give you anything right now. True. Okay, Poncho, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 3.5 years, and you literally have 20 hot seconds of material. Where were these 3.5 years at?
LA, and
My girlfriend doesn't like when I get my email out.
in front of you, you were in Ontario.
At gmail.com.
You brought me up on one of the people on the stage, and you're like,
That's my email.
I can't believe you thought this was going to work. And then everyone laughed. And then,
Yeah.
I remember this. And then I'll show you. And you're like, hey, what are you doing for work? And I'm like, and you just all at the
end of the show, I gave you a minute.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was back then. I remember now, Poncho. This was many years ago, right?
My girlfriend
It couldn't have been 2 years.
I remember for every
video with
Ontario or the other one? Brea. My bad.
Okay, it doesn't make me mad. Let's talk about it, Poncho. What do you do for work? Long Beach. So, favorite car to valet?
Driving the car truck. I love to do that. Yeah, don't valet your cars. Because you're meant to be like me to do it. I don't care about my job. So. Yeah, then I figured out it was just an Audi. Just feels like an Audi. So I went for an Audi RV. You know, like an RS.
And what do you drive in real life?
Toyota Corolla. 2005. Shit's clean. Clean title.
It's just like an Audi. Dude is up to chop you.
A Texas teacher has been fired after turning a free pizza party into a
Teacher announced to a student he was giving a pizza party. They only gave them one slice of pizza and one drink, and if they wanted more, they had to pay for it. And they made a video showing off all the money. He was fired and they set it up to the world's biggest thing. I'm not making you wait.
All-inclusive vacation. You're like, this is
Take it from now.
So they switched like that.
shut up. My mother's from Rainbow's Hot.
Show the home, and 8 days later, today, he just this. So, unfortunately, the most sent all the way back. They just
wedding in Florida this weekend, and I think I'm wearing this dress.
she tailored and dyed the dress. This is the before. Video 2. This is the after. Take your one.
What do you think is the most Mexican thing about you?
That's a good question. I think it's I'm lazy.
Not his work ethic says I am not lazy. I'm really loyal, knowing his own people under auto post. Okay. What else, Poncho? Why do you go by the name Poncho?
Because some people will confuse me with Arabians or like with the underground.
People would think they're Arabian.
They do think I'm Arabian. They think I'm Aryan or something.
It's probably the laziness.
I say Marshall, some people would think
They say joy riding around in a liquid.
Yes.
Poncho, here you go, buddy. Here's a little joke book. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, he gives the water. Poncho. Poncho with a complete filter.
Really? You have no self-sensitivity. You're sitting here thinking of
Hero comes along. Poncho mated with double birds. Double Mexican birds for free. Absolutely. Absolutely incredible. All right. This podcast is sponsored by You know, until Tony started, it seemed like we had to figure it out all on our own. Between setting things up, filming, schedule, logos, who to keep in the show, what to do, how to work it, what do we do with the fucking people, all these things. It was overwhelming. And every day it's a new decision that needed an answer. When you're starting off with something new, it seems like your to-do list keeps growing every day with new tasks, and that list can begin to overrun your life. Finding the right tool that not only helps you out, but simplifies everything is such a game changer for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, and 10% of all the e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started. Shopify is so easy to use, especially when adding new merch or to work. That helps tremendously. We're on the road. Great man. Growing design studio with hundreds of great teams, templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store to match your brand style. Want to get the word out like you have been with a marketing team behind you? You can easily create email and social media campaigns wherever the customers are scrolling or scrolling. Investing in Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into with Shopify for your site. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/BillTony. Go to shopify.com/BillTony, shopify.com/BillTony. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup, whether it's points, rebounds, or assists. Take your pick, more or less, for your shot to get up to 2,000 times your cash today. Turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to basketball's championship series. Starting with the play-in round, every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the team's two-ticket sweepstakes, which will get you and a plus one of VIP. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. The basketball playoffs are here, and the action is heating up on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on your Red Man Tony. I love Prize Picks almost as much as us. This week on Prize Picks, I'm selecting Luka Doncic for more than 28 points and Jason Tatum for more than 8 rebounds. Let's say, man, that is a superb lineup. I've really been studying up on basketball. I'm personally selecting Nikola Jokic for more than 25 points and Jaylen Brown for more than 4 assists. So download the app today and use code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Run your game. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Jordan Pablo.
You're sitting here thinking of
Jordan Pablo. We're having fun here today. From Poncho to Pablo.
really.
Well, guys, I couldn't tell my ex-girlfriend what I was into in the bedroom, because then none of her open-toed shoes around me. I've been on the phone a long time on my foot fetish, because I'm smelling all the shoes. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are trying to do when you meet the right lady. I'm just trying to
Jacksaw Hack, how you living? Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah,
What's good, son?
good.
Who's talking?
Rabbi.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
Kicking ass, sticking in. How'd you find out about me, big man?
I was in a server with you a long time ago, and I took a break account. It's kind of lost my old one.
Shit happens. What's good?
Well, I've seen your videos, man.
Oh,
Heard about you.
wait, how did you? What happened?
I've heard about you. I've heard that like you're Bible Rabbi.
Yeah, 100%. I was on a podcast tonight. I'm on 2 tomorrow. I've been on about 30 in the last few months to grow.
Well, good. It's good meeting you. I kind of have to just keep popping and say hello.
Absolutely. If I may ask, you saw a video with me, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you know who it was or what video it was?
I forgot. I'll have to check it again.
Was it a podcast?
Yeah. Something like that.
Okay, do you know what I was talking about?
I don't remember. It was like peace or something.
Yeah, absolutely. But it was a podcast I was on?
Yeah.
No, wait. I mean this because I'm seeing if these podcasts work. So you saw me recently. Well, you knew about me from Discord. You took a break from Discord, and then you saw that I was on a podcast. You're like, hey, I know that person, and then you came in here.
Yeah.
You're the man. Okay. If I may ask, do you know if I'll just name a few podcasts I've been on recently. Maybe was it the Jeff Mara podcast? It's okay if it wasn't.
I don't remember. I have to check.
It's okay. I would,
Forgot.
but you did see me in a podcast, and you were like, I know this person
Yep.
from Discord.
Oh. Yeah.
That's amazing.
I remember because you used to sleep in your VC.
That's exactly right. So you're like, hey, this is the person who sleeps in the VC, and now they're talking in this podcast. Okay, great. You have no idea how much it means to me that you would tell me that because that's exactly what I want to happen. People to see me from podcasts and then come in here, and that's what happened to you, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, you're always welcome in here, and
Thank you.
absolutely. And if you ever need anyone with him to speak, or if you ever just want to talk, I'm here for you. Okay?
Thank you, man.
Absolutely.
You have a good one, buddy.
You too. And if you remember what podcast it was, I would sincerely appreciate if you come back and tell me. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Take care,
See
my
you,
man.
brother.
You too. Look at that. Somebody saw me on a podcast. That's baller as fuck. I don't know if anybody over here. There's this thing called dermatitis neglectus, and I have like the world's worst version of it. There was that motherfucker in India who they made bathe like years ago, and then I took that motherfucker's place. But it creates like this layer of like oil and dead skin and shit that perhaps means I'm not even ever touching the screens. Who knows? Is it dermatitis neglectus? Yeah, I love how they have a fucking medical term for just disgusting. Really? Yeah. What's your other favorite one? Interdermal debris or something, which is toe jam, some shit like that. Like literally, I just go like this with my hand and it just floats off. That's a cool story, you dirty fuck. Good story. Gotta take a shit. Let's Joe Budden. Dude, somebody heard about me on a fucking podcast. This shit. Oh, it's gonna find this. Maybe watch that.
I don't know. Even when I get with a girl, I don't even know what the fuck to do. I was with this girl the other day. She's like, choke me, choke me. I'm like, is it that bad? She's like, no, I've been bad. I'm like, no, you were great. Thank you.
Okay, 48 seconds of Jordan Pablo. Jordan, welcome to the show. It's your first time here.
Yes,
How long have you been on stand-up?
5 issues plus
Years. Where at?
call
Before.
waiter back there doing a job for that. Yeah.
You're a waiter back there. You have no job. You're single here now. You're trying to piece together before you get there.
Yes, yes.
Okay, you live here. How long have you lived here? What have you seen? What? Not the same. What have you seen? I don't know. If you're interested in a valet job, I think you want to just
I don't know. I did acid Wednesday. I went to the little room over there, and I was talking just like you. I had no idea what I was talking to.
Wow. Wow, well, that's the end of your career. No. All right. Jordan, what do you do for fun?
I like to go see concerts, comedy shows, LSD. Sometimes I
Are you really into feet as much as you've implied?
No, that's crazy. You notice that. Like, I only like. No, I just want to give my girlfriend a massage after a long day. My algorithm shows me a lot. But other than that, I don't like this. I just like that they do not even if your algorithm's showing you a lot of feet.
Because you're staring at the pictures of feet and liking them and messaging them.
Yeah, I don't know. I like them. But, like, it's hard to do that to any girls. So I ease my way into it. I tiptoe into it.
Jordan, any hobbies or anything interesting?
My parents go cattle in the ranch in Mexico.
Are you Mexican?
I'm Mexican, yeah.
Okay.
I lost my dog.
Okay.
What do you think of the last game?
You and me, we're from different worlds. Now let me laugh for me when I look at her. Something crazy, they don't know why. I'm such a baby, cause the daughter made me cry. There ain't nothing I can do. And I can do it like you. Nothing else to say. I'm gonna make nothing until I get my way. I don't dance, you don't sing. I know the money you want, you want to wear my ring. And there's nothing I can do. Oh, baby,
Jordan, what's your
I
love life?
wanna be with you. I'm going, take my chance. I'm taking my phone back.
What's the furthest you've gone out of your comfort zone for these women? Good question.
I don't know, when I was 14 in Mexico, like,
Were you parental at that time?
it was a quinceañera, and, like, my cousins were like, you gotta make the band dedicate the song to her. And I was like, can you do that? I just met this girl, and they're like, he loves you. And then they played, like, a really dirty, like, sex song. It was super weird. Yeah, it's messed up.
Absolutely. Jordan, what's the last thing you do before you go to bed at night?
Smoke weed.
Really? And the last
Smoke weed until watch.
smoke weed and talk to me? Is that what you just said? Am I hearing this right? I'm not tripping.
I'm sorry, I didn't think this. It's really just con, Oh, God. Dude, you're doing your foot thing now. I watched you on Twitch, man. I watched TikTok. That's my last thing I know.
So you fall asleep watching the show. Adorable. That's what you like about that?
Makes me take heart, man.
Well, do your parents support you doing comedy?
They do. They haven't heard a lot of my jokes, though.
How old are you? 25? Okay. Well, there you go. You're right on pace, Jordan. Here's a little joke book for you. Here you go. Congratulations. On to the next one. We go. Some Mexican music. They like Japanese. The band likes Jordan Pop. Notice Poncho did not
Time,
comedians by the name of Gordon Dixon. Everyone know Gordon Dixon.
I don't believe in time.
Florida man fucks parents. Morty, welcome to the show. How long have you been doing comedy? Almost 6 years now. 6 years? Where at? Florida. What at the state? Tampa. I thought it was Tampa. Southwest. You still live there? No, I live here. How long have you lived here? About 8 years now. What do you love about Austin, Texas? Everything. It's fucking crazy out here. I love it. Everyone's on some shit, so I'm on shit too now. I do edibles now. It's a good time. Okay. Everyone's on some shit. Everyone's on some. Okay, what do you do for work? I work at Shakespeare Bar over next door. I'm a door. Wow. Amazing. Hell yeah. I'm seeing it. Okay. What do you do for fun, Gordon, other than edibles? I like karaoke. I'm a karaoke guy. Really? I sing, but I like karaoke. Okay, what's your go-to song? Oh, fuck. My go-to song is Get Low by Flow Rider and T-Pain. It's nothing better than a girl with apple bottom jeans and booty. That's what I'm saying. A lot of dudes are front with this girl's ass. I know at least 3 of the ones from Florida. I know they got that. Hey, you do a line from the Southwest? I can't. Shorty had them apple bottom GG's boots with the fur. No, look at her. She hit the floor. I'm thinking, wow. Yeah. If you're just out of tuning up for us to not set off the algorithm on YouTube, it will dump the entire payment of the episode and give it to T-Pain.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. You should somehow realize what you gotta do. I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in their heart is out. You've heard it all before, but they never really had out. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we had to walk so winding, and all the nights that we were binding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Cause you're gonna be the one that saves me.
What's the craziest thing you've seen over in Shakespeare? Right next door, your 6th Street is crazy. This is famously 36. This is crazy to me.
Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is on. I'm sure you heard it all before, but
It's crazy that a guy is horny enough to jerk off on 6th Street, yet not horny enough to come in under 30 minutes. I know. And I was watching them too. I feel like my eyes are good enough for you to go whenever I watch them. That's great. I mean, what was the last fucking it was ecstasy. Were you kind of like
30 minutes into it, you're I should probably call you. It wasn't 30 minutes, it was like 25, but after that, no. That's enough, bro. Wow. God, this big bro. I was like, you call that a dick? Let me show you a real dick. Come on. You did it the 10-minute mark. I said, come on, dude, finish.
And he was still going. The cops came before he did.
He stopped with the cops. He saw the cops coming. He was like, oh, let me put it away. I was like, oh,
If you had to describe this guy, what exactly did he look like? The guy has
Here is AJ Trapasso, who will do the punting, the regular punter, and we've got a trick play here, and it is Trapasso who will carry the ball for a first down inside the 20 and all the way to the end zone for a touchdown.
Make the reverse the Michael Rip and the safety. Ball statue of liberty assumes that they're going to pick up the football, and the punter takes off with the ball. And here we go.
What do you think is the whitest thing about you?
Acropolis.
What do you think is the blackest thing about you?
69.
There you go, Jordan. Thanks for swinging by. There you go. Oh, Jesus.
It's the whitest part about you.
Chickability, Jordan Dixon. We're having fun here tonight. We are blasting through this episode. Everything is running very smoothly. Your next bucket poll goes by the name of Patrick Christopher, everyone. Here we go. You still having fun out there?
Austin, what is up? How you doing? I've been married for 12 years. So where's our date again? Love is, my wife's my best friend. There's nothing sad about that. But she makes jokes too. She has jokes of her own too. Anytime she's feeling her age, feeling her own, she's like, "Oh, just trade me in already." Just trade me in for a newer model. Like she's a car, right? And I love my wife. I would never trade her in. I want to get rental though. Something fun, something new, maybe something young.
Thumbs up to the band. Patrick. Welcome, Chris O'Connor. What do you think about this?
I did not expect you to walk in. Yeah, dude, you get my gigs away. Sometimes I think they're getting a black guy. I was like, well, I say it.
I love it. You're funny. How long have you been doing stand-up?
7 years.
7 years. Where at?
San Antonio.
Okay.
Actually, you don't remember? I did the Kill Tony like 7 years ago.
No, I don't remember that.
Ribbon. Wait a moment.
You guys remember this? Together? Ghost God, Tony. It's eat. Writer of 13 Comedy Central Roads. What did you eat? Alright. Patrick, what do you do for work?
I do insurance.
That's a lie.
No, that's very true. It's very sad. Because I was doing comedy full time and then I had to get a real job. So,
That makes makes sense. Your wife is a home. What did she do?
No, who's speaking?
Jamie,
Alright, you have kids?
I got some Bennett jazz time.
Did you married for 12 years, Latinos not have kids?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You got her fixed or you got them? Oh my goodness gracious. What? She had cancer, we had to deal with it. Really? Don't fucking about that. Well, Canada's in remission. Zero kids. Zero kids. So she had what, ovarian cancer? Okay. Was that tough to go through? How long were you not allowed to fuck her?
Who's speaking?
Randy, yeah.
12 years. You're a funny guy. That's what you like to do for fun. When I do a comedy, I play drums and I just. No fucking way. No way. A Mexican that plays drums and it's funny. This is a Mexican drum. You guys know how this works. Patrick does about a 20 or so second or so solo. If the audience decides that his solo is better than Michael Gonzalez's solo, then my friends Patrick Christopher will have to move from San Antonio to Austin to be the full-time drummer. If Michael Gonzalez loses, we will have to move to San Antonio and fuck the very bitch out of Patrick Christopher's wife. Anything can happen. This is Kill Tony, and this is a Mexican drama, and this is Patrick Christopher.
How many special people today? How many lives we live astray? Where were you while we were getting high? Slowly walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide, in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide, in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky.
Patrick, that was a fantastic drum solo, but now the all-time undefeated, all-time Mexican drum-off reigning, defending champion of Kill Tony, this is Michael Gonzalez.
You're the one that saves me. And after all, you're no longer why. Today was gonna be the day that we're gonna get back to you. Somehow realize what you got to do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the walls behind you are binding. And all the lies you made away you're binding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. You're gonna be the one that saves me. Nothing else. You're my wonder why.
But when you look at the t-shirt, it says, "Don't come to school tomorrow." All right. I like how Michael Jackson said it didn't matter if you're black or white, and then decided. My God, unbelievable, fantastic. You've been on this show before, right? Yeah, it's been a couple of years. Yeah, you're much better now. You don't like it on stand-up? It's all of your taste. Is this weird one face? Wow, says I'm absolutely retarded. Yeah, and I'm looking around. It's like you're floating in that you can be one of the most populous places in the United States of America. What's the wacky eyes? I'm guessing upstate New York. Yes. Frightening eyes. Beautiful building, but frightening eyes. What do you do for work, Greg? Sorry? What do you do for work? I work at the center. Wow. Look at this. Look at the CEO over here, the boss man. The proud boss, right? I do AV there, and then I'm also an AV contractor. Like I do contract work. I work in hotels and stuff. It's gonna be hard to do AV. Feel the work very hard. Yes. It takes a lot of work. Okay. What's it like? I ain't saying she a gold girl. That is so funny. She's into the dot to get extra donuts and stuff.
She takes money underneath you. Yeah, she's a trifling, deep. Oh, she a gold digger. Way over time. And I think y'all. Oh, Donnie saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke ass. I'm saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no. Get down, girl. Get down. Get down. Get down, girl. Go ahead. Get down. Get down, girl. Go ahead. Get down. Get down, girl. Wherever you can do. You know I'm ready to be so loud. And the way you do the on the settings, I can tell you why. I can tell you the time. Don't know how they get there, but the wild, but down on the Medicina, Trina, for both presents, for kids, man, all the badass to show biz, when you look at the thing, they all got a thing, never been a fan, but you fucking look at you, you never be paid, you know what? Take too much to touch it. Never heard you got a body like buster. All her friends get to beat the fuck with Usher. I'm kidding, none of y'all said I still love him. Yeah, I ain't saying she a gold digger. But she ain't messing on the boat, man. Like, you know, tell you she a gold digger. But she ain't with no boat. You know, sit down.
So absolutely nothing. You know how to say nothing in Spanish. That's the answer to the question from 2.5 minutes ago.
What's funny? I never had a Duolingo dropout before.
I'm Duolingo obsessively, but also like I'm pretty good at listening to it because I listen to like Tom Segura's talking over and over again, the same episodes just to like learn, and that's mainly what I do. So I can't really speak, but I can like understand what they're talking shit about in the line of the. Right. Anyways, how do you say the guy with the big eyes with multiple tacos? Nothing. What's your love language? What do you stare at? Nothing right now. I'm working on finding someone to stare at. For a long time, my profile was really scary. I didn't adjust it. Weird. I didn't smile at any of my photos, and then I showed my friend, and they're like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" So like, what is so frightening? What did that look like? What is you not smiling look like? Just the.
Why did you wear deliciously good? What I like to do is freeze it in ice cube trays, and then I just put it right in the freezer. And then just fill a glass with the cubes, pour some more coffee on top, and you have a spectacular, cooling, refreshing summer drink that everybody is going to love. It's a good thing. What?
Just sitting on a please, fuck me. I'm gonna shoot up a school, you don't fuck me, right? Please help me. Wow. Do this for the people of Insert High School. Wow. Compelling. Yeah. Can't imagine how terrified I'd be on a first date if someone's like, "I really like to spin my mind."
I'm in Westport, Connecticut, at the Evil Underground Lair. It's not evil, it's not underground, but it is where company. I'm going to tape a segment of Martha. I'm also going to get a tour. It's going to be fun. Let's go inside. They're standing in it's an impressive Westport, Connecticut complex. What's amazing is that something a bond would have inside of volcano. Many jumpsuits, they go through the world. It's really fantastic though. To give us a tour. What an amazing kitchen. I've never seen a kitchen where a human being actually lie down. I mean, this is you do have to have this is all stuff that we never see on the show. This is the prep kitchen where everybody's Sarah and Jan and you can have anything you want. And explain here, I've been told there's a rumor that these giant onions back to the ceiling are bringing gravy into the building. Okay, so here's my office. Is this antique or is this name? Oh, no, these are all 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s. What's this? White House office Christmas card from the last year. That's very nice. People blessing. There's a paper blessing. Yeah, there's John. He's blessed me. So this means you get right into heaven. You just show that. The spirit and family blessed by Pope John. That's great. Yeah, I just part of that. This is a kitchen where this is beautiful. You look fantastic. What am I doing? You're doing good. Okay, here we go. It's using a bomb, yeah.
When they asked me to be a guest judge,
Finally, let's be real here. Please give us one show me. This is a good thing for the gardener. You ever go crazy looking for your tools in the garden and your plants mixed in? They just sort of disappear. What I do is paint the handles with bright color. As soon as they bring them home from the store, or after they've been worn out like this pair of old Japanese scissors, I take a bright color paint. This here is poppy orange. It's bright color. Quite garish, but very effective. And I'm going to use a bristle brush or one of these little sponge brushes and paint the handles. You mean you need but a lot of rolling around in the dirt. You can do this for a gift, too.
Okay, that's my time. Mike, yo, baby? How do you say that?
Yo, baby. Yo, baby. That's a crazy last name for a black guy because it's also the perfect thing to scream.
Really? Yeah, man. What you call yourself?
What the fuck is this shit? Who the fuck are you?
No, they're in Minnesota. Raising their ass off. That's why I'm back in concentration.
Goodness, what did you guys go to Minnesota first? You saw my George Floyd Nigeria. What? I've been to Minnesota. I'd rather burn Jimmy than be honest with you. I'm not sure you're going to leave. Go anywhere but I think I would fit in just fine. It's only going to start right When you moved from Nigeria to the United States.
I was 13 years old.
Okay, and what was the difference that you noticed? Let's talk about Nigeria for a second. Tell us about the singing of Nigeria.
So fufu is like a doughy substance that's made out of yams. You put yams and then you put water.
Microwave coffee. What I like to do is freeze it in ice cube trays, and then I just put it right in the freezer. And then just fill it with glass with the cubes.
Special programmers. Lottery visa.
Yeah,
That must
George
be
Bush.
okay.
Republican.
George W. Bush, a Republican.
Yeah,
No doubt about it. We know him. you what. So, you went from the bush because of a bush.
George Bush took me out the bush.
Have you ever seen a lion?
Oh man, we ate them all in Nigeria, man. They ran out. Bounced.
Really?
They went to freaking Botswana and then where the white people live. Nice over there.
A lot of
Jerry was
whites.
grilling them.
A lot of whites in Botswana.
That's right.
What did your dad do for work in Nigeria?
Oh my God, crazy.
He worked at a Foot Locker? I can imagine there's a lot of them.
No, ain't no Foot Locker in Nigeria. Hell no. He was a photographer in Nigeria, which didn't get him a lot of money. That's why we left.
Like the animals and stuff.
Of hungry people. You know, the kids with the fat bellies and the goddamn flies in their eye.
What does he do for work in Minnesota?
Oh man, no, Africans come here to get right in the nursing home.
They're like nurses.
Well, nursing homes and nursing assistants.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Easy W's on the patients.
No doubt about it.
We the ones looking after the white grandparents.
Yeah.
They doing
Slapping them around.
Yeah, that's right.
Throwing your with the torture.
Yeah. Shut up, I take your bill, Mr. Jefferson. Shut up your mouth. Take your bill. Basta. Bring on the next one. Just serve food all day. Oh, man.
What is this that my grandma's eating all over it?
She using our hands too, but that's one thing you gotta do. You gotta use your hands. I hate it.
Okay. What do you do for work here in America?
Oh man, I did a lot of things. I used to sell cars. I work in a factory. Now in Austin, I drive Amazon. And I do the ones.
Again, you went from the Amazon to
the Amazon.
Absolutely.
Man, it's just about that bullshit Amazon.
Bush to bush, Amazon to Amazon. This is the American dream. What was that? It was a little jungle bird. That's actually the name of that sound effect. Jungle bird.
Man, yeah, yes sir.
I love it. What do you do for fun?
Man, I bless the rains.
Oh my goodness gracious, he's doing it live. We're getting word it just started raining outside. It is a downpour here in
Rain right now, yeah. Hope y'all got your goddamn umbrellas. I just summoned them motherfuckers.
Absolutely incredible.
And I don't know, I just try to stay away from the police. That's what I do for fun, you know?
Yep.
Oh man, you know, so regular things.
What are your thoughts about fat booty white bitches?
Well, it's very good. I like it. I like it.
You like it?
Well, I try a lot of people in black women in Nigeria.
What do you prefer, black or white?
Man, I don't man, my dick don't discriminate. I accept any pussy I get right now.
Amazing. When's the last time you got pussy? You seem like
I got some coming this weekend.
you got some coming. You should.
Give me some orders. She on the way.
You gotta come and try.
Huh?
Where's it coming from?
Where's it coming from?
Yeah.
Oh, man, you know, she's Spanish. You know what I mean? I try something. Mexico.
Wow.
I've tried black. I was in Minnesota. I tried white a lot out there.
Yeah. What do you notice the difference between the white vagina and the black vagina?
Man.
This one's on you. It's
That's a little rough. I get a little rough, man. I don't know that.
when you say they like it a little rough.
You can smack a white bitch in the ass. Actually, they try to take it to bitches, man. Oh, nigga, that's too hard. That's too hard, bro.
You would think we start history. But
Hey, how these Panthers
surprised to know.
I got a college degree.
No way.
That's right. What you finished, man?
Wow.
Ain't using it though. Relax, baby. Social science, I'm working at Amazon. Shit didn't help my black ass.
My goodness.
Cheers. I went to Winona State University. Well, I'm gonna teach you go first. I'm gonna teach you college first. Rochester, Minnesota, Rochester Technical College, and then went to Winona State.
Did you say what your major was?
Social, actually social work. My major in social work. Helping people.
Very noble. You are awesome. I like your style. The minute was a little rough. You're a little rusty. But you are so charismatic. The interview, absolutely unbelievable. I think you keep doing spots, keep hitting out, keep working it out, and you're going to be just fine. Hi-yo, baby. You can't even make it up. Hi-yo, baby. Well, there's only one way to end a show like this. William Montgomery is sick and Ari Matty is in Estonia, so I present to you one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, here with yet another new minute, the guy who misses less than anybody. He's always here. Never fucking says, hey, can I TV? His work ethic is unbelievable. He is the undeniable, the one and only. This is Cam Patterson.
When I say I could have been that nigga. Yikes. I be going to clubs and shit. I go to clubs a lot. I went to a club recently back home in Florida. And one of the bouncers had more than he wanted at the bottom of my feet. And I left that line immediately, dog. Because I don't want to go nowhere they get foot pistols in. That's crazy. That's psychopathic. And I also have a theory about bouncers. Not the bouncers here because they are regular people. But I think bouncers anywhere else are all gay. That's what I think. I think they big gay niggas. That's what I think. Big undercover gay niggas. Because every time I go to a club, they pat me down. They always touch me. They get touched every single time. And if the club is full, they can touch 200 dicks. It's a lot of dicks to touch a straight man. Yes, nigga, that's crazy. It's gay. And if I was a bouncer, and I'm not gay, if I was a bouncer, and I patted you down, you had a bigger dick than me, I would not let you in the club. No, my girlfriend's in there. You know, there's gonna be a bunch of little dick, they do little dick days and shit like that. Stop and can't appreciate it. That is how you have done yet another new minute and some change for Cam motherfucking Patterson. Absolute anomaly. Yeah, how are you, Cam? I'm good, man. You feel great. Yeah, yeah. Such a fucking fun episode tonight, right? Yeah. Shit been cool to see, though. That real Mexican nigga that came out and said, yeah, he was crazy. Yeah, it was that was crazy shit, dog. And then it all went downhill from there. He tried to get out 23 seconds. It was sad. That was incredible. That nigga retarded, man. That's how it started. It may have been one of the wildest, though he started with pure heat, and then he left with a barrage of booze and double murder. He made this shit. Oh, man. He turned on this crowd. Cam, my God, you have been a relentless regular on this show. You did it again. What's going on in your life? I got a new car. I got 2 new cars. Yeah. Oh, you have 2 cars. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's not the way you're hoping. You don't know what they are. You don't know what they are. No, well, I'm sure when I find out what they are, yeah, you'll be more excited. One is a Chevy Impala. Yeah. I know that. Yeah, 20-inch rims. No. 24. 24. 20. Oh. Yeah, 24. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
of space.
Hell yeah. For fucking.
Yep.
I'm fucking that car.
Yep.
I'm fucking that car for sure. That's the fucking car.
Have you done it yet?
No, but I'm going to. I'm telling you, I'm fucking that car.
Alright.
And I got sound limit too, so the seats rattle stuff as they get wet. It's like a vibrator. Like,
Alright.
yeah. Okay. I'm fucking that car.
Okay. And you have a new car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is this?
I'm on Facebook Marketplace too. It's a 2014 Infiniti.
Okay, what made you get an Infinity?
I don't know. Genetics. What did he say? My daddy had an Infiniti. My granddaddy had an Infiniti. Everybody had an Infiniti.
Your sister Infinity also had it. Oh my god. Cam, why would you get a second car?
I don't know.
Have you thought about buying property?
Yes.
But you
I thought about it. I thought about it. I'm getting that with no shit.
okay.
I didn't feel much for fucking.
What is it?
I don't fucking know. What is it?
What color is this Infinity?
It's like I don't even know how to explain it.
It's like
It's got a wrap on it. It's like
purple.
yes.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. The second you said Infinity, I'm like, I shouldn't ask him the color. It's kind of a boring question in front of words. But that it's purple. I want to ask him. It's purplish.
Fuck you, Tom.
I know. I can see the color. It's like purple. It's like almost black, but it's got like a purple tint. Plum. The John D's are seen spawning is saying plum. And we know that it's plum. I know you well enough to know the look on your face. I can show you on I will have Breadman bring up the fucking color thing, and I will show you the color, and you're gonna drop the mic because I'm not gonna nail it.
What do you think is plum? What do you think is plum?
What?
What do you think is plum? What do you think is plum? What makes you believe it's a plum color? I don't understand.
Okay. Well, that's kind of this like normal. Okay, this one, this chart right here. Well,
Dude, the tree color. Fucking rainbow skin. Stupid game, super game. Purple is cool. It's not purple, it's not purple. Purple what? Purple be fucking cool. It's not plum, you fucking.
I'm gonna pick this square right here. How close am I to correct? That's fucking color.
Go up a little bit.
It's plum, dude. Pink?
No, not pink.
It's a little darker than that, but it's got that.
You're wrong.
If you had to say the color of the car, how would you describe it?
Purplish.
Oh god, so much fun. What else, Cam? Anything else we should know about?
That's it, really. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so that is no. So I'm going to go to Canada. We're going to live in Canada. It was in Toronto, and my dad been to Canada a couple times, like a lot.
Kenny Patterson.
Like a lot.
Legend of Kenny Patterson.
He gets stronger than me. So he go to Canada a lot. And then we went through the, what is it, immigrating is? Customs.
Yep.
Customs. Went through customs. And the dude was like, y'all got to go inside for a second. So we going, me, my dad, and my sister. And we go inside. We drove with a few other dudes. We went inside. The lady just called my dad over. And then she was like, yeah, you got like a domestic abuse charge from 99.
Oh my god.
And I was born in 99. So,
my god.
what's the other buffalo? I don't know. He made his wife perfect. And then he went and walked back to America.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't go to Canada if you have any kind of charge like that.
He got in 3 times. He told the lady, like, I got in 3 times. She the first couple times. Like, you're a dumb bitch. And I was like, wait a minute. Don't do it again. Not here.
Strike from Ryan G. Brought us in.
Thank you very much for having me, Tony. It was a fucking pleasure, dude.
Even better, like
True.
Chris O'Connor. Fun times, gentlemen. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Right, man.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
Go rewatch the Netflix special. Shout out to friend Shane Gillis for holding it down as the Great Dunnigan, and Adam Ray, and everybody, Rogan, Segura, all the special treats, Jeff Ross, everyone. Live audience, thank you so much. We love you. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Greg Mann's secret show every Thursday. Go to Sunset Strip ATX.com for tickets.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Dave Tony. Give it up for Tony and
It's really been the best fucking night of their lives. Wow. And how about one more time for the best damn band in the land? That is indeed the Kill Tony Band. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande. That is the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is D Madness on the bass guitar. Stupid straws. How we feeling tonight, everybody? Happy to be here. I am wearing sunglasses for the first time in this show's history, for I am coming off fresh from WrestleMania last night. We did a roast of WrestleMania, which lasted until the wee hours of the night, and then hung out with Triple H and fucking a bunch of people that you guys could never fathom the type of life that I live, long story short. And so did Sunglasses Night. Sunglasses Night for this guy, too. Look at this dirt ball right here. He's got a grill. Absolutely. That's unbelievable, sir. How fucking cool are you? I love it. I need someone to take my trash out on Wednesdays. Are you free on Monday? All right. Anyway. Fuck yeah. Before we get tonight's show started, here's a little bit more for the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and starting out, Blue Chew is offering a combo so strong it'll knock us off and your neighbors off. Discover the options at BlueChew.com, and we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free when you use promo code Tony. Just pay $5 shipping. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details, more safety information, and we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. So you're popping a little booty right now. Who's ready to start tonight's episode, huh? Every single week, I have two of the most entertaining people in the world on this show. This week is no different. We have the return of one of our favorite guests of the year, and a first-time guest who I can say with no hesitation is my favorite person on all. Nobody makes me laugh like this man. One of the greatest entertainers in the world, one of the most fascinating creatures on planet Earth, one of the greatest athletes of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guests, Antonio Brown and Tommy Pope. Yes. Antonio motherfucking Brown, baby. Let's go. Tommy Pope. Let's go. Tommy Pope is on one of the funniest shows on planet Earth. One of the two funniest shows. It's Kill Tony and Tires. He is on Tires. Season 2. Debuting June 5th. One of my favorite comedians. He does the Look and Dish on you and Stuff Island is his podcast. Thanks for having me, Anthony. Good to be here, Thomas. And this is indeed one of the most fascinating entertainers in the world, Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown, his first time at AB84, but I'm sure anybody that watches this show is already following your crazy ass. It is unbelievable. He posts about Jimmy Kimmel being gay, and it is my favorite shit on planet Earth. He will find some gay shit, and he will post it, and you'll say, this is what Jimmy Kimmel does for breakfast, or fucking all of it, you name it, and I get it, and I send it to Joe, I send it to Shane, and fucking you are what we share. People might wonder, hey, what are some of the funniest people in the world text about? We said Antonio Brown's tweets to each other. And Kanye. Kanye's got some good ones too. You got some stiff competition out there. One of the greatest geniuses of all, rap geniuses of all time. It's also a wild woman on social media. Antonio Brown is stayanchored.com, some CBD stuff. That's you. That's right, you got weed. Okay, yeah, it's THC. And Crash, what is it? Crash Pot Buckets. What is it? CrashOutBuckets.com. For those of you in the market for a helmet, he is selling them. It's really cool. Vietnam. He walked in the green room. I was like, oh, you look wet. Sick as hell. I'm pretty sure Antonio's got the market cornered for people that are looking for some hard-ass helmets. Hey, I'll tell you, our fan base needs fucking helmets. So you just hit the lottery. CrashOutBuckets.Antonio Brown helmet. And yeah, it's going down. Everybody. Antonio's first time on the show, over 200 people signed up to be on this Mammoth Jam, and they're crammed in a bar right next door. If I pull one of these names out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up there, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them, and then I interview them, and we all find out more about them live in the flesh. Don't touch the bucket, pull the name out. Fucking weirdo. Give him a real chance to do something cool, and he takes a tall bear holding an urn for the other. Oh, the ball dirt! A weirdo. The first name has been picked by what appears to be one of Donald Trump's nephews. So the show shall begin. While we go wrangle your first bucket full of the night, I have a golden ticket winner ready to go for your first 60-second uninterrupted set of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
relationship with my mom. Does anybody else have a weird relationship with my mom? My mom never understood boundaries when it came to me. Like, she never understood that there were things I don't want to hear my mom say. Like, I remember one time she came home and she said, "Hey, Todd, I got a joke." I go, "What's that?" And she goes, "Why can't Miss Piggy count to 100? I said, "Why?" And she's because at 69 she gets a little fun. I was like, "Mom, that's disgusting. Also, I think it should be frog." She goes, "What do you mean frog?" I go, "At 69 she gets a little frog in her throat. It's a frog, like Kermit." She goes, "No, it's fog, like cum." And I was like, "Mom, so now I'm a 16-year-old virgin arguing about the sexual habits of two Muppets with my mom. Probably why I'm still in therapy. It's friction every time the Muppets come on. Or I talk to my mom or it gotten hard watching the Muppets grow up. Thank you guys.
All right, Todd Royce, there you go. 60-second set. That's how it's done. He's done it again. How long ago did we meet you, Todd? When did you get your oldest?
2019.
2019. Wow, 6 years ago.
It's a long time. One full pandemic.
Absolutely.
That I survived.
Wow. Shockingly incredible. And that is only because of CrashOutBuckets.com.
Sure.
You wore a helmet throughout the entire. Absolutely incredible. Todd, remind us, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for 7 years.
How old are you?
I am 46 years old.
46.
Yeah.
You don't look a day over 450 pounds. Look at you.
People do say I look young for my age, but that's just because I'm a health nut.
You're a health nut.
Yeah.
What kind of nut is that exactly?
It's the one that probably wrapped in chocolate and
yeah, for sure. And what have you been up to, Todd? Tell us. It's been a while since you've been on the show.
I live in Las Vegas. I just started a show in Las Vegas and downtown
Las Vegas. You live in La Sphere?
That's right. The dead is inside me right now. It's the Grateful Dead. They're doing a show. Never mind. I got it. Okay.
You're doing good, Todd. You're doing good. Where exactly do you get the shirts? Where do you have to go? Is that a custom job? What exactly? What the fuck?
A Mexican roofing company. So they lay the tarp down and do Russ. No, this was just a tarp in the backyard. We just had it. It's over.
No, but seriously, where do you get it?
I go to a place called DXL. By the way, if you don't know, a lot of people think it's deluxe XL. It's destination extra large. If this is your destination, you fucked up in life.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is incredible. We have one of the greatest football players of all time here. Hey, did you ever play football, Todd? You don't have to touch the gal.
Right. Also,
did you ever play football, Todd? You're a big boy. You seem like you would have been a good center, offensive lineman.
I thought about it, but there's a lot of running in football, and I'm not much of a runner, believe it or not. And no, I never really did football. I did wrestling, but that was never playing football. If you want to take me under your wing, and maybe I can start another career.
Maybe he could take you under his wing, and you could take him under your breasts and thighs, because you are a monster, Todd. How much exactly do you weigh?
Right now, you want to know how much I weigh?
I want to know.
Somebody want to know how much I weigh?
Let's get the scale ready here. There's the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute eye candy. So much candy that Todd wants to eat her.
That's true.
Todd would eat everything except for her pussy. What do you think you weigh, Todd?
Last time I checked, I was 4. I'm gonna eat ABC with this. It's gonna shatter. I was only 412 pounds.
Okay. So you guys want to take a guess?
Tommy,
would you like to take a guess at how much you think Todd weighs?
Scottish blueberry. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna go. It's first of all, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm excited. No, I have a clue. I'm sorry for what's about to happen. I thought I heard that you just died, but that was, I guess, someone else.
let's check in with the great Antonio Brown. He was this time he weighed himself. What do you think he's weighing in at today?
Do you want the full turn? Black dudes usually like me from behind.
He said that you might like his fat white ass. And what's the number?
It's a whole lot of chicken. Oh, the chest muscles one. I'll say 450.
Bad guess. I actually like Antonio's guess. I was going to go around there. I'm going to go 435. Redman, you are the senior obese correspondent.
Here we go with 420.
420. I've been fresh off of 420.
I don't think I'm that high.
Okay, well, we're going to see. You don't know what we see when we look at you. It is.
I'm also wearing heavy shoes.
That is all part of the guess here. That is all
We're heavy years too.
Ladies and gentlemen, stepping on the scale is Todd Royce. Tommy Pope, give me a rating over there. You should all be wearing protective goggles.
Oh, 412!
412. That is correct.
Give me a book. Give me a book.
Yeah,
That's a much better that's a much better reaction than my doctor usually has. Your doctor needs to be fired.
Yeah, your doctor's fucked up, dude. Anything else crazy we should know about before letting you go?
I am trying to get my Instagram followers up to over 500,000.
You need more grams.
I'm at 9,000 right now, so it's gonna be hard. But if you guys can help me out, that'd be awesome. I also got shows coming up in San Antonio.
So you're gonna say your Instagram handle?
Yeah, sure.
That would be a brilliant idea.
Think anyone's watching this show? It's I'm kidding. Don't ever insult the show.
It's amazing.
Todd Royce, that's TODD, Royce, XXL.
Wow, there you go. There it is.
Motherfucker.
Your pal Redman over there. There he goes. He's got the show started with a bang and a move. And a 1 and a 2. There goes Todd Royce, and to the bucket we go. You guys excited to be here? This is the fun part of the show. This is the nitty-gritty. This all together. Perhaps we've seen them before. Maybe they're worse than they were before. Or maybe they're better than they were before. Maybe it's the first time ever on the show. Maybe it's the first time doing comedy. Either way, I try my best to find out as much about them that's interesting as I possibly can. Make some noise for your first fucking ball of the night. His name is Tyler Wayne, everybody. Here we go. Tyler.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys had a good 420. Or Easter if you're gay. I hate when people say that weed doesn't have any medical benefits. Weed can save your life. You know, I was a piss test away from working at Walmart, you guys. It is good to be here. I'm having a weird day though. I'm having all those days where your ex calls you from the psych ward. Anyone else? It's fun. There's benefits like you get to fuck at the park. You just have to sleep there too. That sucks. That sucks. But we wound up breaking up because I got a place, and I brought her indoors. She kept doing homeless shit inside. And it's like, you can't be doing this. We gotta be better people. Get that piss jug out of here. Thank you.
Tyler Wayne. You think homeless people nuts?
Yeah, we gotta sleep in the car.
Okay, that's a more specific type of homeless. A homeless, carful person in a piss jug. Normally they just piss outside.
Yeah, I have respect for the other homeless around me. It's like I don't want to brag.
If there's any homeless people listening, they will be proud to know spread and is a very, very liberal guy. You know what I'm gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna get on the show. Show me his fucking Vietnam helmet. This one. Yeah. It's like flying me to the fucking desert. That's right. Right to the name. That's right. CrashOutBuckets.com. The exclusive place to get a helmet like that. Coolest looks to imagine. Fun. I love it. So Tyler, you are a cook at the creek in the cave. What do you do for fun? I go skateboarding. You have a skateboard. Yeah. Okay. You picked that up recently? Yeah, about a year ago. Okay. How the hell did you just hand me a little skateboard? It's a Kiltani skateboard. Oh my god, where did you get this from? You just, wow, fucking heat cornices. So you rode in on it. I love it. That's incredible. Okay, Tyler, you have a girlfriend? Yeah. Okay, is she really homeless? No, when I was dating that girl, we were both homeless. Really? So you really were in a double homeless relationship? Yeah. I like roommates, and I want to be alone. What are some highlights of a double homeless relationship? One time I was taking a dump, and she was talking about how she worked for the government. Where were you taking a dump at exactly? This is when we were inside. Inside of a house? Yeah. The good old days. I'm shitting indoors. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. See, the door is open. Is this a studio apartment, I'm guessing? Yeah, it's a studio. The door was closed. She opened it to tell me that I didn't have to work anymore. She worked for the government. She was lying. She was just lying, dude. What did she say that she got hired by the government to do? I would. Oh, yeah. Oh, totally. That's a real thing. Girlfriend tells you she just got hired by the government to become a spy. Did you know the ultimate kickflip, dude? Skateboard trip. Yeah. So what did you say while taking a shit when she tells you she got hired by the government? Well, it was my first time watching someone having a psychological break right in front of me, so I just kind of agreed and was hoping she didn't have a knife. How did this relationship end? Take us through the breakup there. You want me to drop you off at your dad's house or the shelter? No, come on. No, I'm serious. Now, how does it start to end? Like, what are some highlights of the end? Not the last words. Sorry. I'm like, how did it end? He's like, I said goodbye. Well, she was unhealthy mentally, and I started to realize that after about a month and a half. Yeah, but I mean, you were still fucking her, correct? Well, she great head. What about that vagina? It gripped like no other. It what? It gripped like no other. Okay. So you're saying that homeless vagina is better than a vagina that has a home? No. Oh, okay. But that one gripped like no other. That one was good. Okay. So some highlights of the end of that relationship. She told me that she cheated on me when we were living in the car with a guy who had a house. Wow. See, that's why I do the interview portion. We never would have found that out. That has to be the worst. Even fathom anything like that. Most people in a relationship are like, man, I hope my significant other doesn't cheat on me. But did not have a home at all. And for her to tell you that she cheated on you with a person that sleeps in a bed. I mean, and I remember the night too, because I had parked under the bridge on 6th Street and was waiting for her all night. Jesus. Yes. Wow. Sorry. This is incredible. No, this is amazing. It got better, dude. Like, I'm fine now. Are you fine? I don't know. I'm reading his diary right now. It's insane. Antonio Brown is smoking some amazing to help him cope with your life, Tyler Wade, so that he can even listen to you. He is smoking some of the
Just a lot of guys been homeless from time to time. Yes. Fucking yes. Whatever you said, AB, I'm fucking in. Absolutely.
Antonio, I pretty much imagine that you can have sex with anything in the world that you would ever want. I mean, one of the greatest football players of all time. You're covered in absolute bling, as I used to say when I was a little bit younger. And so, what is like the lowest? Can I ask you that with a piece of pussy? Now, I'm not expecting pure homelessness. I know for sure you never parked your car waiting for the girl to come home to the car. I know you've never hit the low lows of Tyler Wayne. However, I'm wondering, is there maybe a time in your life in which you were just like, you know what? I just want to bust a nut right now, and I want a human to help me with it. What's the lowest you've ever gone? Slightly above jerking off, but below your normal quality. What's the lowest you've ever gone to?
I'll just go high.
Perfect answer. That's a great way to avoid any lawsuits or anything like that. Tyler Wayne still shooting his life asleep on the stage. Wow. Amazing. A cook in the creek in the cave. Anything can happen here. There's the lovely Heidi. The boys are drinking it. Antonio Brashins. Is that what that is? Hell yeah. What are you drinking, Tommy? It's just whiskey.
My favorite
Just
movie,
whiskey straight up on the rocks.
The
I
story in
love
4
it.
chapters by Paul Schrader. My second favorite is by Kiyoshi Kurosawa.
Jungle
My
Fever.
favorite
Black man with a paintbrush, and I get it. Makes perfect sense. Hey, y'all, this podcast is indeed sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, have better sex with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex, and starting out, Blue Chew is offering a promo so strong. Your socks off. Your socks off. You'll have to put your tablets with the amount of noise you'll be making with that mighty chew off in your pants. Blue Chew has arrived and it combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. This combo acts fast and lasts. Guys, everything that she needs, what he needs to get your first month of Blue Chew free. Great sex and great oasis. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of our licensed medical providers. You'll be approved. And once you are, you'll receive your prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA. Directly to your door. The best part, it's all done online. That means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Man,
Tony, I love Blue Chew. They're providing the best ED treatment out there. Blue Chew won't stop until every man is bricked up like a brick house. That is the mission. You could be missing out on some of the best sex of your lifetime.
literally easier, but very hard yourself. Discover the odds of BlueChew.com with their special deal for our listeners. Chambers with the Blue Chew free when you use promo code Tony. Just $5 shipping. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more detail and for the safety information. We thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. We profit a little bit here. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. This podcast is sponsored by Nick. You've heard us talking about Nick because they've taken pouches to the next level. They're the only pouches. Nicked is a step above any other pouches because they use the best ingredients for a cleaner, more refined experience. They're made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp for a smoother, better experience that won't hurt your Plus, Nick pouches come in different strengths to help you hit the sweet spot. 12, 6, 3 milligrams with a range of refreshing mint, bold fruit, and unflavored options. There's always something to keep you satisfied. Nick will have a 0 milligram option available this month, so you can dial in the perfect experience to suit your needs. So whether you're trying to kick chewing tobacco, traditional smoking products, or vape, Nick flavors it just right. Wow, unbelievable. It's time to upgrade to Nick nicotine pouches just like we did right now. Our listeners get 35% off when you order through our exclusive URL, nykdpouches.com/Tony. And you can use this code up to 3 times. Don't wait, get 35% off now at nykdpouches.com/Tony. That's nickpouches.com/Tony. Nick products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Pitbull goes by the name of Dylan Jarbo, everybody. Dylan Jarbo. We're having fun here today. Here we go. Just found out high blood sugar. Doctor asked me what I've been eating. I said a lot of blood, a lot of sugar. You know, tonight's I thought it'd be really sweet to go to prom with my grandma, but it wasn't. She went home with somebody else. I think water bottles are getting too big. Like you go to the gym, you see a girl, she just has like a scuba tank with a straw in it. You gonna climb it to drink out of it? I like to do this thing. I'll go to the gym with like a gallon jug and I just fill it full of White Claws. I saw the ladies were like, wow, good for him. I'm like, you want to see how much I can bench press? Do you take fish oils? Atmospheric. I did a dry January this year, 31 days, no crying. Thank you so much. Dylan Jarbo, getting laps throughout the set. Welcome back, Dylan. You've been on this show before? Sir, good to be back here. Yes, absolutely. How long have you been on stand-up? 9 years. Wow, 9. Incredible. Where have you been doing it for 9 years? I did 5 years in Jacksonville, and I moved out here 4 years ago. You moved out here 4 years ago? Okay, what do you do for work? I have a IT job. Okay, you work from home? Yeah. How many hours a day do you work from home? Technically 8, but really like 2. Yeah. Okay. And what do you do? I mean, there must be a lot of spare time, so what the hell are you doing with your life? Other than doing work or other than going, like, over all the other fucking hours of the day? Monster dogs. Until someone finds one, and then you have an apartment, what if you jump in? It's So I guess everybody here is a fucking dog foster. You could be. Wow. Anything else from your entire life, Dylan Jarbo? I mean, anything at all. Do you ever seen the show before, Dylan? I know you've been on it, but have you ever watched it? No, I'm a big basketball guy, but Undefeated Horse is another one. Really?
All these guys you wouldn't expect him.
Wow.
To be honest, well, he's very close to smoking the Red Bulls and getting into the
How often do you see wasps?
There's just one wasp flying around my apartment.
Sex.
I've fucked around as well.
Have you ever been stung by a wasp? Why are you so afraid of them? Why are you so traumatized by a thing that's never even affected you?
I just can see my future. I don't want that.
These people that work from home are losing their goddamn minds. I don't know if anybody else is doing it.
You seem like you have a weird reports. So what is your report category? Search for me, question.
So honestly, every time I'm at the computer, you have a girlfriend with that school shooter face. I mean, you look like you have dirty thoughts. I mean, I agree with Red Band. You have a fetish-like mind. Tell the truth. Spill the beans. What are you into?
Want to solo stuff?
Wow, that makes sense. You live a very lonely life. It's relatable to you in your life. Being solo so often. Oh yes, I can see why you would be the solo stuff. What do you like to watch to do so introduce you to the wasp?
No, it's not wasps in it. I mean, it's strictly, maybe no, get crazy. He's blinked twice. So she falls to the dog and the dog was like, Mom, come here.
Scariest people you have.
Don't look him in the eyes, don't look him in the eyes.
What focus is it white?
It's black.
Whoa. Look at that. What an amazing twist. I can't believe that. Speaking of black focus, Antonio Brown. Have you ever seen anybody quite this boring before? Is this like you're used to this? Like this would be like the guy that wears the jerseys and hangs out for you guys or something like that, right? Everybody's like kind of special needs and everyone on the team's nice to him, right? Something like that. What does this remind you of?
Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore.
You are all I long for, all I worship and adore.
In other words,
Be true. In other words, I love you. That wasn't even supposed to be one.
that's me.
There is a segment of people who, when they hear Frank Sinatra, they think of me. And I didn't necessarily always associate myself with Frankenstein, but I I know that there were there who see this and they would be like, Rabbi, or I don't know, like, I'm not sure necessarily, but I used to last Frank Sinatra and all the crooner kind of music at one time in my life. And I used to hear people walk by my window and like you could hear me. Oh, but I also last love songs. That's a story for another day. And Frank Sinatra, I would say he's timeless, the voice of a generation, perhaps the voice of the 20th century. But there was a certain period of time after his death where he had this resurgence, at least in my life. But he was in a lot more media, and I played all the guys a lot. And he just made me feel where I am, which is a fool. And he would talk about love, and he would talk about having fun, and just think of like a piano bar with like smoky, foggy interior, and not many people there, and like empty glasses, and like just very black and white. And I would listen to him so much. There was like a time of my life, people will tell you, they'll be like, oh, like I would rent Casablanca multiple times. Like I would watch Casablanca with someone, and then we would go to Blockbuster, and I'd be like, "I'm gonna see Casablanca again," and they'd be like, "Sure," and we would just I mean, it was just like a movie for the 19th, really in the 21st century, which is when we were watching it, didn't necessarily correlate directly. It's timeless. There are some things that are timeless. Frank Sinatra's timeless. Casablanca's timeless. And the people who know me would be like, still, they'll be like, I haven't talked to Rabbi in 25 years. But whenever I hear Frank Sinatra, I just immediately think of him. And all of what I'm describing, I mean, I'm not saying that Frank Sinatra doesn't have technically, he's not half the man that I am. But, and Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr. and really all the films had an impact on me. I used to just listen to this music and blast. I cannot tell you how loud I would play this music to the point where I go back to my room. I mean, just blasting. And it's not like it was blasting any other music than like music that hadn't been played for 40 years. And I just loved it. And I would play it more in my stream, but I get copyright strikes. So for anyone out there who doesn't think that I still don't know Crazy Rhapsody, I would say it's so loudly. And there will be women who will be like, I have the CD. I have these, just like these CDs. And that I made, it was just like popular music. And wore that in there. And all of a sudden, it's a classy time, no matter where you're at. And I sing these Frank Sinatra songs. I don't even, I know them pretty well. I just listen for so long. You know, I haven't listened to them in decades. It's just like a thing. I don't know. It's very black smoky. It's very like everybody's calm. I used to ask people what their favorite Frank Sinatra songs were. That was like a question I would ask. What's your favorite Frank Sinatra songs? And they give me their answers or whatever. Two that stick out in my head though. I won't say who these people are, but they're very close to me. Um, One was Seven Clouds, which I always thought was an interesting pick of this person. And the other was One for My Baby and One for the World. It's kind of cool. And I think those are really interesting. I earlier in the stream did an entire Frank Sinatra concert at 1 Mile Square Park in Orange County, and uh, it was like I hope it's saved because I sing all of the songs while like using my headlights as my lighting, and it was just a wild concert that I gave at 1 Mile Square Park. And if anybody knows what I'm talking about, look at it on a map and you'll see it's level at 1 square mile. And I really hope that it's safe. I think it's on somewhere, perhaps, but I did an entire concert. It was amazing. I, it was just like, it was really cool. Early in these streams, I did so much more in terms of music because I shouldn't say streaming, I was just recording. So anybody who's watching this in the future and you want to know, I have a lot of really cool content that's recorded but not online because of copyright strikes. And this Frank Sinatra concert that I did. And if I were to be asked, what's my favorite Frank Sinatra song? It's like Choose Each Other. I don't know. Kind of unique, and I think that some people want me to like, which I do like. I do like a lot, and it's been somewhat of an anthem for my life. It's just like, oh, yeah, it's kind of
not me. I did. Oh, no, not me. I did it. Here's the sound. But I didn't. If I were to be asked what my favorite things are, choose children. There's something unique to think of something I think Three, two. You got one correct.
One?
You got none correct.
None.
You got one correct.
What? Oh,
You have one correct.
but you just said that.
None correct. One correct.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
You have one correct. You got none correct.
I don't get it. You just said that.
It's a ladder. Please no jumping or throwing anybody in. It's not that deep. Yeah, check out how fair this ice is. Yeah, check out how fair this ice is.
Girl, it's extra in flavor.
Girl. What's up? I wanted to buy this for you guys. The rating system? It was on the shelf over there. Oh, this is just to show people the rating system? Yeah. So what's up? I'm a little confused here. Well, I'm a collector. Oh. And that is a very rare item. So this is just actually something we got from like corporate. Like I bought these on a regular basis. These I hate to say I can't sell. You got a couple of them. Yeah, I've got a couple of in each section. If you have some more in the back, I could just like pay you under the table. I'd take it from there. I just give you one for free. Like I don't need to charge anything. I'll see if I have any extras. Actually, you know what? I bet it's in marketing because that's part of the marketing. For real? Okay. Yeah. You just looked at. You're saying that if you did have an extra, you would have given it to me. I'm just giving you the cover art and maybe giving you like an empty case to kind of put in there with it. But yeah, that's really nice of you, sir. I'm gonna order some more. That would do it pop in like maybe in about a month or a couple weeks. I might have some extras in at that point. I will definitely do that. Sure, man. Yeah. What's up? I'm here on set with Sean.
You're not getting cold feet before climbing Mount Scoville, are you?
How did you survive? I mean, we're just gonna take our coffee.
We are the champions. We are the champions. Not for lose. We are the champions. We are the champions. I think everyone has something.
You're right there. There it is. There it is. You're all over that one. That's gonna do it. Get up there. 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 There it is. There it is. You're all over that one. That's gonna do it. Get up there. 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 What's the worst song of all time?
Moonbeam ice cream.
What would you rate this song on a scale of 1 to 10?
Moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing.
Like a 10 out of 10. What's the worst song of all time? What if a taco? What's the worst song of all time?
Moonbeam ice cream.
What would you rate this song on a scale of 1 to 10?
Blue jeans, dancing at the movie.
Like a 10 out of 10. What's the worst song of all time? My God, it's not my Drake. What would you rate this song on a scale of 1 to 10?
Gosh, man. I hope I don't find out.
Player, 10. 10 out of 10. What do you think is the worst song of all time? Baby Shark. What would you rate this song on a scale of 1 to 10? What do you think is the worst song of all time?
Billie Jean by Michael Jackson.
What would you rate this song on a scale of 1 to 10? What if a taco could be sold to white people? What if a taco could be sold everywhere? What if a taco could sell more Pepsi? What if a taco was a pizza? What if a taco cost 59 cents? What if a taco was healthy? What if a taco came with the best drink ever? What if a taco was a sandwich, was spicy? What if a taco was a Dorito? What if a taco was breakfast? What if a taco had an app? What if a taco was way too expensive? What if a taco was vegan? What if a taco was, I don't know, a cheesesteak? What if a taco...
It's so fucking
Yo, dog, I don't know if anybody will ever see this. I think they will. Remember exploring this every system that I could find within Microsoft Windows. I remember finding my buddy Holly music video on the CD. I remember the first thing that I recalled installing was Brother Encyclopedia, which was like so overwhelming that I was able to watch nature videos and like all that like and I was not able to. However, I would eventually be able to get the credential all badly and I was not able to. However, I would eventually be able to get the credentials for someone else I knew and be able to use them. But it didn't take. It took like a whole year for me to get caught, and I remember getting in trouble for that. And I then had a friend of mine say, "Hey, you know how we can use AOL Instant Messenger without having AOL?" Because he didn't either. It's talk.oscar.aol.com. You gotta put that in that bar, and it'll work, and it did. And I don't necessarily remember my first screening. It was something like my friend was like, "You need a screening. What do you want to have with me?" He's like, "I don't know what do you want." Yeah, I don't remember his. I remember his password though. What was it? His password was goofball. Really? Yeah. And I think I was like Skip 51 or something like that was my username. Something like that. Why? I don't know. Skip. And I just thought it sounded like cool. Like car skid. And skid marks and stuff. And so we would talk to our friends and it was so like we put alarms on and special people came on, special sounds. And just really, it was pre-MySpace and everything. Okay. And then I got a computer eventually. It was not connected to the internet. But I bought this computer with my own money. I had earned it. I saved up for it. And this computer was state of the art at the time and I had like all kinds of games and stuff for it. And I really remember the screensavers a lot because I used to save this computer out all the time. And the screensavers, I remember the screensavers. And the screensaver just watching it go from like corners and like just bounce like perfectly. I just used to watch it in the different shapes it would make. And life was so much more innocent then. And I remember watching Microsoft before the but like the Windows 95 commercial and just watching that and being like, oh. I remember that little girl at the end of it and it was just like, whoa. Like she didn't know what the internet was going to be or like World Wide Web or just computing. And I just remember being like alongside her, like, whoa, this is a big deal. And I remember the sounds of it. I mean, I just remember everything about it. It was so simple in comparison. But then Windows, and I'd used Windows 3.1 on a friend of her family's computer, and it was like early. I remember I was going to play Doom for the first time, and it was like getting sounded so scary. And he had some other games in there, and I was able to play that. And it was like Windows 3.1. And then for Windows 95 was like the big deal. And then Windows, they came out with all kinds of them, but like Windows 98 was a big launch too. And it was just those clouds, the windows,
I can tell you everything about Windows 95. It seems like I can, but it just changed my life. And I watched the videos of it and the nostalgia that like sinks into me, and it was like, there are people who are gonna watch this someday. I like, we know exactly what you were talking about, Rabbi. We felt the exact same way. The encyclopedia online, it was just wild. And we had a card, like there was a bundle that we got that had like in these games. And I remember I played a game on the other computer. It was called like Treasure Mountain or something, and it was just to help you learn to read and stuff. I remember playing that game, and it was just amazing. And then I'd have friends come over, and we'd play game like I remember I had all these kids over this one time, and we would play this racing game, and I would immediately not want to race. I would just turn the car around and see the biggest crash that we could make, and we'd laugh, and it would be so much fun. But we didn't have the internet. And I remember my friends would be like, we were on the internet, we'd be like, what's that like? They'd be like, it's just different. It's like really slow and everything. And like I maybe like see maybe like I don't know on TV or something. So like, oh, so is it like that? They'd be like, yeah. And, like, oh, I've used that. It wasn't like I really used it. It was. I remember we did not we had an internet, but it was not like the World Wide Web kind of an internet until later on. And we had, when we got it, I remember like asking members of my family, can we get this, can we get this? And he was like, no. Why? Because we didn't really know what it was, what it entailed. And eventually we would get something. I remember like friends would have the internet, and I'd see what it would look like, some aspects of it, but it was very basic. And then there was this one page, I remember we finally got something. Maybe we tried, I think we, I remember I used to just take these discs, they used to just give these discs away everywhere for these like 25 free hours of AOL and 100 hours of AOL or whatever. 250 free, you had to pay by the hour. I remember getting that and just putting in random credit card numbers, just trying to see if anything would work to get on the internet. And I was told I was not supposed to do that, and I was like, why? What if I get one right? Like, we're not paying for it. We would get the internet, and it was like this page that I've seen since, but it was like very colorful, and it was like they had a kids button. You go to the kids button, and there was like a Nickelodeon thing. I had this, I remember Nickelodeon Movie Maker was really big, or it was something like that. And it taught me like, oh, this is how they make in television shows, and that was really big. And you could like make it just everything was so new and interesting. And I would have that computer and use it, and then the big thing was just being able to talk with your friends. And you needed AOL to be able to do this for the most part. And they were like AOL was like Apple. It was not Apple, but it was like it had its own system. It had its own culture. It had its own walled garden, whatever you want to call it. And not have it, but maybe like we might play with it a little bit. And I remember wanting to use AOL Instant Messenger so badly, and I was not able to. However, eventually be able to get the credentials for someone else I knew and be able to use their system to be able to log in with it. But then I got caught doing that, and but it didn't take it. Took like that. Is that true? Is that connecting to the internet? I think it had to. I remember my dad gave me this book. It was Henny Penny. And I had to type every word of Henny Penny. I figured this would take me forever to do, but it was to teach me how to type. And this was before 1992. This was like maybe in the late 90s. And so I remember not having a computer. And then I don't remember the day we got a computer, but I remember we were using it for business. And then I remember when we got a new computer, and that was a big deal because we used this thing called Windows 95. When I was a kid, I would always have sleepovers, or I would sleep over at people's houses and just commercial play a world.
Tyler Perry just got the rights to remake Schindler's List.
Like if you
The original was in black and white. This one's just going to be in black.
at my house, it was just people in the yard, people on the roof used to sit on the
They're going to go with the tagline.
and just watch people
Ashley
singing.
Elbows was bad.
Just sitting on a roof, like if they got from the sun, and it was like.
It's in one movie. It's a whole Medea franchise. Diary of a Bad Black Nazi. The Mammy in the Striped Moo-Moo. Medea's Big Fat Holocaust. Sorry, Holocaust.
Oh, this shit isn't gonna record. Fuck.
I know you ain't putting me in the back of this train car. Hell yeah, Mike Rafferty. An unbelievable premise. Thank you, Tony.
If that movie came out, I would love to see it.
Fly me to the moon.
Thank you, Ike. You know what? Thank you very much for the night so far.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
That's right, flattering and flattering. Amazing. Listen to great pressure.
I'm sorry.
Amazing. Ike, how's comedy been treating you?
It's been good. I moved out of my car.
Wow, this is an extra homeless episode of the House of Beats.
Out of my car.
Right, yes. How long were you in your car for?
It was about a year, Tony.
What kind of car was it?
A Chevy Spark.
Wow, value on any finger or wrist than every bucket full combined. This is absolutely incredible. Yes. Yes. Amazing. So now what is your living situation?
I'm living in a full-blown house with my wife.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's go. You had a wife in a Chevy Spark?
I did, yeah. She wasn't living here at the time. I moved here before her, and she came in.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. What does she do for a living?
She works in HR.
Okay, how do you make your money?
I work at Red Band's Comedy Club.
Whoa, Red Band's Comedy Club.
I'm a server at the Sunset Strip.
Absolutely. How many people work for you that sleep in their cars, Red Band?
One less now.
Yeah, one less. Wow. And take us through your writing process of that Tyler Perry Schindler's List joke. Did you think about perhaps adding in the fact that they put 8 chickens in the ovens? I would.
Is debatable, Tony.
It would be the best part of the joke. If Michael didn't do that stupid drum hit thing afterwards, it would have eventually gained momentum in the room. I know these things. I study. You kind of look like you're losing your mind. Before you had facial hair, a little bit of color to you. Is living under a roof affecting you in a negative way, perhaps? You don't quite have the spark that you used to have.
I get considerably less sun these days. Inside a lot, not seeing the daylight. This is the most I've been outside my house. This is pretty exciting. Still no daylight.
What's something crazy we should know about you, Ike, that you've never told us before?
Oh, wow.
Does anybody tell the bucket pools what the show is before they come out here? I mean, this is absolutely incredible.
This is called Her Daddy, right?
Okay. Okie dokie. So how about that answer to the question from a minute ago?
I was hit a lot as a child.
Not enough. Is that true?
I feel like I'm looking at my stuff right now.
You make me miss New York. You look like a pizza man. You know what I mean? You look like a guy at like 2:30 in the morning, locked out with friends. And he goes, what do you want, pal? Huh? What do you want? Come on. There's flour dust all over your fucking fat man jeans. You're wearing white shoes. You want to black pants. Situations. What's your training? We should do restaurants. You are an interesting psychological case. It can seem like just like me. Are you like tired? Are you on medicine?
I'm actually been going for
It almost seems like that's the exact answer that I was looking for this entire time. Holy shit. That's incredible. I don't know very fat people are not that. So when did you start thinking out of all your
December. It was a shortage.
So you went to make sure that you yes. Is it really true that it's really true that you were being busy? I was. Wow. So interesting. Are you still in communication with your parents and all that? brilliant minds in the world. This is the one and only Jordan Peterson, everybody. Here we go. Wow. Live in the flesh. Beautiful minds. The great and powerful Jordan Peterson. Jordan. Sweet little Ike. Sweet little Ike. He's going through Adderall withdrawals. Hey, wait there. You have. Interesting. We have, what do you, can you help this guy? Can you tell him something or ask him, sir, what would you do to make him feel better through this process? What would you ask him or say or do or some advice for him or something?
Oh, I'd get him off the stage away from you mean bastards.
He signed up for it, Jordan. He signed up for it.
I've been watching all of you lately, and he's saner than any of you. And he's a lot saner than most of you. So, just a casual observation. I'm happy to be here.
With that said, you are a genius. Do you have any advice for someone that is going through Adderall withdrawals or something like that?
There's almost nothing that 40 ounces of rye won't fix.
That's beautiful. I love that. Hell yeah. I didn't realize you were Italian, Jordan Peterson. That is the answer to a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, what's Homer Simpson say? Alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems.
I never would have guessed that Jordan Peterson would be quoting Homer Simpson. Up here, only in the Kiltony universe, do you see something like that.
Look sandwich in between these two dudes. It's fucking nuts.
Neapolitan, that's what's going on here. Neapolitan.
We're gonna work out. Look at me now.
You got chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. Who doesn't love a little?
We clearly share a fashion sense.
Absolutely. Antonio Brown iced out.
Chocolate swirl.
He talks like he tweets. I'm so starstruck. It's unbelievable. I fucking love it.
I'd also congratulate our Canadian here for his breakthroughs as far as masochism. I'm not sure which. It might be a fetish, but it might be humor. Yeah.
It is risky business. It is Russian roulette here on Kiltony. You never know what kind of mood we're all in, the panel, the set, and then the interview. You know, it's always a different episode. It's always a different vibe. I mean, who would have guessed that we'd have Antonio Brown and Jordan Peterson on any of the same ever in the history of all of entertainment? This is two absolute opposite sides of the spectrum. I'm happy to be hosting here. Jordan Peterson is the founder of the Peterson Academy. So for anybody out there, just know that you can go to petersonacademy.com, and it recently went from $5.99 a year to $3.99 a year. This is true, Jordan.
Yeah, well, you all can be a lot better than you are. So that's a cheap way to start and effective too.
I want that on a t-shirt. Peterson Academy, you all can be a lot better than you are. Let's make some merch. Get it at petersonacademy.com. $5.99, or now it's $3.99 a year. Make your life better. Be a better human. Make some noise for the great and powerful Jordan Peterson, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to see you all.
You already have a big joke book? There he goes. Hi, Rafferty, everybody. We're having fun here tonight. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Duty Ranger Mini Rippers. Hey, Rayman, guess what? The best beer on the market just got a whole lot better, man. Duty Ranger Mini Rippers are mini cans of they're cans of extremely drinkable juice, Force IPA or Tropic Force IPA.
Besides, makes them perfect for a pocket beer. It's a 12 out of 10 for me, Tommy.
Pockets are loaded with doo-doo potatoes. That's right, man. From here on out, it's mini can full throttle because Voodoo Ranger Mini Ripper is the new go-to to start your night with a bang. These mini cans are fun, portable, and pack a hell of a punch. There's nothing worse than drinking a humongous beer and feeling like you need a loaf of bread, right? You feel like eating a loaf of. Find them nearby at VoodooRanger.com. Do it right now. Fill your pockets with a VoodooRanger.com. It's time for another golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. Your next comedian, he is the newest golden ticket winner in the history of the show. This is only his third ever appearance. I love this fucking guy. I'm so excited to see another minute from the one and only, the brand newest golden ticket winner. This is Kansei Yusufa.
Hey guys. I don't like when people in North America say, hey yo, respect. It's easier to say bye, because in Japan, we take respect to a whole another level. Like, for example, I'm 28 years old. Make some noise if you're younger than 28 years old. Nice. So you guys mean nothing to me. In Japan, we ask ages all the time because we have to decide what kind of relationship we're gonna have going forward. Like, are you gonna be my daddy or are you gonna be my bitch? That's why in North America it's not good to ask ages. That's why I have no choice but guess people's ages by how they look. And that's why I respect so many white people. Because you guys age like a banana in law. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With a brand new minute, 30 seconds. I love it. Welcome back, cunts.
Thank you very much, guy.
I love your style. Unbelievably soft, crisp.
Thank you.
Yes. One of my favorite interviewees in the history of the show. You and Hans Kim, the Asian staples of the show. I don't know what it is with Asian people. They are the best people to interview in the history of the show. Why do you think that is?
Because I don't know. Choosing to have a conversation with because I am a good parent and 10.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense. Kansei, you live in Toronto, Canada, correct?
Yes.
And you mostly hang out at a ramen place where your girlfriend works. Is that correct?
Every day.
Every day you sit at the ramen place and you eat
Ramen.
That is correct. And you hang out with your girlfriend, who's a waitress there.
Yes.
You don't work at the ramen place, but you are probably very popular patron.
Yes.
Did we shout out the ramen place the last time you were on?
Oh, no, no.
And do you think it'll have business there?
Yes.
You want to have business there?
Yes.
What's the name of the ramen place in Toronto, Canada?
Tondo Ramen.
Wow, okay. Do it again since you pointed so aggressively at the camera. Can we do a thing where like you zoom in real hard or something like that? Can we do a thing? Do it again.
Over the camera. Do it
a shell bucket. It's not okay, let's do it one more time. The ramen place and our great camera woman slash extremely amazing producer Christy is going to do some kind of specials and hopefully on this. So I ask you again, what is the name of the ramen place? Tondo Ramen. Tondo Ramen. We do some cool trickery there to make that part extra special. Tondo Ramen has been in business a while. 10 years. Wow. It's in the 10-year numbers. How do you spell it? T-O-N-D. Yeah, that's what I would have guessed. Red Man's the only person in the world that would have a problem finding that. I actually wrote to the number one. Is it called Ryoko Shipping Tandu Ramen? Yes. Oh, yes, that would be a whole different place. Why don't I ask you again and you do the point thing and you say the actual name? It's called JoJo's Cheesesteaks and Ramen. Yeah. You'll find it. So what is the name of this ramen place in Toronto, Canada? Ryukyu Tondo Ramen. Wait, we still at the wrong place. It's called Ryukyu Shinmin Tondo Ramen. What's the address there? Give me the address. Is it on College Street? Yes. Okay. So, again, you have no idea the ramen place that you sit at every single fucking day. Oh, so hot. Yeah, she better be so hot that you have to let it sit and blow on it for 10 minutes. Before you can eat it. Again, so stressful. So stressful. He's gonna break out of there and this place is gonna explode. Okay, let's try it again. Okay. Again, it's Ryukyu Shinmin Tondo Ramen. Are you ready? Yes. And I ask you, my good friend, Yasuda, what is the name of this ramen place in Toronto? Shinmin Tondo Ramen. Wow, absolutely incredible. And now let's read some fucking Yelp reviews. This is one of my favorite things to do. It's a new segment on the show. We go straight to the 1 stars and we start there. You can learn a lot about a restaurant by going directly to the 1-star reviews. Study. And here, no, this one is going to be packed. We've done this before. A guy in San Diego, it was a hookah and restaurant, and literally the guy's like, Tony, you changed our fucking lives. They're literally making like $1 million a month. It's a place now with a Kill Tony pizza in New York or somewhere. That's a whole different fucking thing that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay. Alright, here we go. If you did a 4 review for only Asian restaurants, it's amazing. We do them all. We're equal opportunity here. We have a lot of. It's gonna be fucking interesting. Now, your girlfriend. Japanese, you said? I'm sorry. Okay. Now, your girlfriend works as a waitress. She does the whole place. There's a patio there too, right? It's part of it too. And she's a waitress at the whole place. Yes. Okay, here we go. Your first 1-star review of Ryukyu Shinmin Tondo Ramen. Tondo in the past. This is from Mitchell L. It says 2 likes, 130 stars. It's a 1-star review of over 4 years ago. You're not going to be able to read from there, not with those eyes concept. And here we go. Tondo in the past has been alright, but quality of service with patio the second time we've been here, and the food is pretty good. The shoyu is delicious, but the late night service isn't the greatest. And there was a karaoke party, 3 question marks. On a Friday night, 2 question marks. In the back, 3 question marks. It was like an awful, awful private concert that literally no one wanted. I hope they had a real great birthday, but the volume could have been turned down by about. No one needs to hear a grown man singing for me. That's literally the whole review. Do they sometimes do karaoke in the back?
I enjoy it.
Do you do karaoke sometimes?
Yeah.
We should go to karaoke sometime.
Is it Japanese?
Okay, can you do a little acapella?
Acapella?
Here, give them the right lighting key now. It's condensate.
Natsu no owari, Natsu no owari ni wa tada anata ni aitaku naru no, itsu ka to onaji kaze ga fuki areru kara.
Gerald W. left a review. He's considered an elite Yelp reviewer. He has a special red banner next to his name. I went to Little Italy for a street festival. I walked by this Tondo ramen place. They were selling yakisoba on the street for $10. I ordered one, but was surprised it was not filled to the top. The portion was so small.
To find white men.
The taste was pretty decent, but it was not worth it. Also, I thought that the cook has to wear a hat while cooking. This one wasn't. Probably won't come back. Okay, go back to the fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Someone 1-star reviews.
5-star.
Milanet says, came here on a Saturday night with my friend. There was a line outside, but when we entered the restaurant, we got seated right away in the corner. I guess the line was for takeout. We waited about 10 minutes to be served the water. And before our order was taken, we had ordered 5 pieces of gyoza and 2 regular-sized ramen bowls. Our gyoza took about 10 to 15 minutes. It was good, but wish it was more crispier. We waited another 30 minutes, wondering why it was taking so long. I had even noticed all the tables around us, even the people who got seated after us, got both of their bowls of ramen before us. My friend then asked the server if our ramen was on its way. It turns out they forgot to put it in. Shortly after our 2 bowls came, the ramen was good. Not too salty, but the wait isn't worth it. Go somewhere else unless you want to wait an hour for a bowl of ramen.
It's worth it.
Does that happen a lot there?
I believe not. It's maybe sometimes.
Your girlfriend, she's Asian as well, correct?
Yes.
What kind of Asian is she?
Half Filipino, half Japanese.
And what kind of Asian are you?
Half Korean, half Japanese.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you guys disagree about something, what is it usually about? What do you and your girlfriend chemistry-wise?
Disagree. One second. Disagree. She works at because she's Filipino, so she works a lot. So she works all day in Toronto, in Tondo Ramen, and then I'm like, I have no job, so I have to wait for her.
How did it feel, that hug from Tommy just then? Oh, yeah. Kansei Yasuda. Should we read one more one-star review? One more 5-7. After coming back from Las Vegas, Lena D. Only 3 years ago. After coming back from Las Vegas, I stumbled upon this place and found there was a vegan ramen for $23. I was stoked when I seen this on their menu, and it must be good. It was the most expensive ramen bowl on the menu. Is this true? The vegetarian one is the most expensive. I never eat vegetarian ramen, but we don't. My expectations were really high. I also ordered the curry chicken katsu for my friend to cure her hangover that day. Oh, these people are real pieces of shit. Food arrived in time, and I hurried to open rice by the size of ramen bowl. This seems to be a common thread. It was all capital letters, tiny. So I thought the tiny bowl was stuffed with ramen and toppings. Wrong! Exclamation point, all capital letters. The toppings were separated from the ramen with a top lid to separate the ramen noodles from the ingredients. There were instructions to heat up the soup, then pour into the noodles and loosen the noodles up since they were stuck together. There was a very small portion of noodles, which made me question if this was even going to get me full for the day. Wow, this piece of shit thought they were going to get one meal. This is incredible. These one-star reviews are the greatest advertisements for restaurants. No. People are like, I was hungover and I just needed one meal to get me through the entire fucking day. And one star, this place is anyway. There were barely any toppings either. There was more soup than noodles. Yeah, well, that would fucking make sense. It would be crazy if the noodles were above the broth. It's certainly not worth $23. It was more like a snack. On top of that, my friend's curry chicken patty was raw. Yes, the chicken was raw. My dog ate it. I am shocked that they even allow this kind of quality to be delivered. I was still hungry after my tiny bowl of $23 ramen, and my hungover friend had to recook her chicken. This is probably the worst ordering experience I've ever had. Fortunately, we got a full refund for our entire order. They should reprice their menu or change the portion size to justify selling ramen at $23. I'm never eating there again, period. It's a lie. It's a different ramen company. I'm talking Tondo, vegan Tondo ramen. You're picturing singing something. I wouldn't complain about that. It's not raw. That's just a little pig. Our senior health correspondent, Brian Redfern, says that it's not raw. Let's go to our senior chicken correspondent, Antonio Brown. Let's see. You are the chicken specialist of the show. Would you eat this, Antonio? I mean, look at that middle there. What do you think? It's a little pig. Man, fuck that. I did pull my dick in there. I just fuck that chicken. Chicken comes to be a little thick. I fuck it. You see? The verdict is in. Antonio Brown would fuck it. Kansei Yasuda. And without a doubt, let us mention that there are, it's at a 4.1. It is a very highly reviewed restaurant. Check out Ryukyu Shinmin Tando Ramen on College Street in Toronto. If you live in Toronto, you will be supporting Kansei Yasuda, the only Canadian, Japanese, Korean combination. It's a combination dish. A24 combination dish. I love the Kansei Yasuda. There you go. It's Kansei Yasuda, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. You guys having a good time? Back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're next comedian goes by the name of Busco Jones. Everyone make some noise for Busco Jones. One more time for Busco Jones.
So they say if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. So I smoke weed every single day. a bit of cocaine. To be quite honest. At least for a little bit, when like social media calls higher value rooms with higher value people for better networking skills, done great for me. You say you can't make a whole housewife? Just make it true. Real fucking easy to make one co-parent, I'll tell you that much. Right now. If your name be a single parent, you know. I'm not saying the mother of my first child's a hoe. I'm just saying that she was pregnant the first time we got together. And we were both in our 20s, so we were both those. I'm a Busco Jones. Thanks for your time.
Busco. You go by Busco or Busco?
Busco.
Busco. Okay, Busco. So the girl that you had sex with, pregnant already?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It was the timing. It was like the first or second week of us.
Wow.
Looking up. So it was
Very fast. Were you coming inside of her?
I didn't tell that to the word, yes, sir.
Well, I mean, like, were you finishing your entire load inside of her and then she got pregnant immediately?
I got some pill. You know what I mean? They whisper in your ear. I was young and dumb.
I don't know what that means.
She said, told me where to come. She said, come inside me, and I just smoked. It happened.
Okay. Why is that called the Chappelle?
The
Oh, okay. All right. So tell me where to give us a little homework. Your answers come with a homework assignment.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Somehow you're already the best interview of the night. So Busco, let's talk about it. How long have you been on stand-up?
Roughly about 10 years now.
10 fucking years. Where at exactly?
Mainly Dallas.
Dallas. Okay, what do you do for a living? Oh, wow, that's white trash.
East Texas. I'm a real estate broker.
Real estate broker, really? My God. I mean, everybody here tonight, every bucketful has fucking pizza chef energies. Meanwhile, here you are. You what?
I moonlight at a pizza shop.
Get out. What do you mean you moonlight at a pizza? Well, explain exactly what that means.
Basically, it's a small place in East Dallas that I used to work at. It's a small place. They need help sometimes, so I'll go in and manage.
You manage at a pizza place. What's the name of the pizza place?
Scalini's.
Scalini's Pizza. Can you spell it for us? Nice and slow. I'm shocked at the tech genius Red Man's typing speed.
SCALI.
SCALI. NIS.
That's good. Google or Yelp. Yeah, it's on Yelp.
SCALIN. Okay, we got it. And this is located on
Abrams Road.
Abrams Road. Okay, we got it. And you only work at nighttime?
Yes. Sometimes Monday morning shift.
Okay, what do you do on the Monday morning shift?
I take care of the whole fucking front house. Everything.
This is one-star review. 4 months ago, you were working there 4 months. Absolutely, that's an easy question. I've been going to Scalini's since the 90s. Tonight, I'm the female that handed me my to-go order when I called to complain that my order was wrong. Do you know the female that maybe has an attitude there? And you've seen her, like, yell at people before?
Well, she's no longer with us, but yeah, she's been a week. She was, she's no longer there.
Okay. She got fired?
I don't know if she fired, quit there. It's a small place.
Here's one from Shannon. Pizza was just okay. The female was extremely rude. I fell victim to a scam online to a website identified as Scalini's. The manager continued to press me about the payment while I showed her the withdrawal from my bank account. Thank goodness for online banking, it says. And stated that I was confused regarding payment. That was until a bar patron eating her pizza overheard the conversation, called by interceding in the conversation next to her. Let's get to the final line. Will not return, and I will spread the news due to the condescending attitudes there. It's plural.
It's
Do you ever talk directly to the customers?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you have a little bit of an attitude?
That's RJ's maniacs.
Perfect. Well, I got one for you. Leslie L. 1 year ago. Rude asshole manager RJ. That is the first line of this 1-star review. Let me read it again. Rude asshole manager RJ to this 30-year customer told me I abused a fellow child customer. Fellow child customer would mean that this is a child leaving a 1-star review. That's crazy. Do you already know what happened here?
I know exactly.
Well, let's just wait. I'm going to read the review and then we're going to get your response to this. Let me read that second line. It told me I abused a fellow child customer and know her name and age, and she and her parents and I all bonded. He said servers didn't feel comfortable serving me a third glass of wine. I was so confused since I was not drunk or obnoxious. When I went to the counter to ask him about it, my server said there was no problem whatsoever, but he accused me of abusing a customer. I was floored. I had no idea what he was talking about. The tiny kid, her parents, and I bonded. When I questioned RJ, you're RJ. When I questioned RJ because I didn't understand, he picked up the phone and called the cops, or pretended to. I was so pissed that I told him to stick my leftovers up his fat ass. I did absolutely nothing wrong, but he treated me like shit. I'm furious because I was treated unfairly. RJ is an ass. So, break it down for us. Tell us what happened here, RJ.
Okay, so, number one, it's a very small restaurant, about 20 tables. It was a Friday night. Right in the front row, you got two six tops, but there are 4 tops and 2 tops, so sometimes it's a small family, and like a single lady. Lady was sitting there. This is like a rich East Dallas neighborhood, professional drunks. So, like, people are sauce 24/7. That's how you know. She was 2 glasses deep. My server came over, who was basically a teenager, a little bit of 18, and she said, I don't feel comfortable while I'm to cut her off. I went to cut her off, and at the end of the day, she was meowing with the kids. She was meowing at the children
Like a cat?
like a cat.
What's wrong with that?
Look. Okay.
No, keep going. Stick with it. Stay in the pocket here.
Noticing the use of the word bonded twice. She was a very creepy old lady. She was creepy out the 4 top. She was almost, and I asked her to leave multiple times after explaining things before I picked up the phone and acted like I was going to call her.
You did a pretend phone call to the police. And what do you say on these pretend phone calls? Can we
It was a white woman. Like, as soon as I did it, she basically just leave. She knew she was drunk. She knew what she wanted. She wasn't sober.
Antonio, what do you think about this situation? Is absolutely hilarious. So let me ask you this, Busco. Why do you go by RJ and your secret pizza job at Busco in comedy?
So Busco is not my real name. RJ is my name. Like, my next name is Richard. I'm RJ on my wife. Busco, I started for comedy. Just stuck in real estate. So if people Google my name, they wouldn't find big jokes and memes. And I would have a chance to get their business.
Do you think a lot of successful real estate agents moonlight in pizza joints?
Well, I'm not your average successful real estate agent at the end of the day. And right now, a lot of real estate agents ain't doing shit, number one. But, not at all. Honestly, I took a job with half of the fantasy that they'll sell the place to me because it needs to be sold. You get a unibrow and fail and you're
Dating is minor. You took on a shot on your real estate, Will.
Oh, I'm not, we're good. We'll be alright. I'm a discount realtor. I charge 1%, so I don't have to put on the suit. Act like I care.
Tell us more about your real life. Give us a fun fact about you before I get you here that we will find interesting.
The nickname comes from a guy who died.